Good morning, Mr. Chair. We're ready. We're on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Good morning, Mr. Villalobos. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the September 29th hearing of Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. And please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Mr. Villalobos, could you handle items 2 and 3, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Samaria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcasts of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Mr. Chair, I just also wanted to note that today's hearing will also be interpreted and broadcast in Spanish. Our friend Carlos Saracedo is joining us again today. For those on Zoom, if you have to go to the interpretation button in the menu and select the Spanish channel. Moving on to roll call. Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bridley.
Here.
Commissioner Park. Commissioner Park might be still trying to log in. Commissioner Blau.
Here.
And Chair Farini.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Mr. Wilson, items 4 and 5 are all yours, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. In regards to the status of our agenda today, one thing I want to highlight is that we did submit post a revised agenda, and we added item number 10 to the agenda. And when we get to that item, Ms. Richardson from the County Counsel's Office will provide additional information in regards to that item, and it relates to Assembly Bill 361, which relates to the Brown Act bodies being able to continue to meet remotely. And so I just wanted to highlight that, and we will discuss that when we get to that item later in the agenda. Item number 11 is just a waived hearing, no action required. It's a notice of a waived hearing, no action required on that. In regards to our standard agenda, we have one item listed on the agenda today, is the ExxonMobil interim trucking project. And just to outline for the Commission and those in attendance on the Zoom today, we anticipate that this morning we will have staff's presentation and the applicant's presentations. And for efficiency and ease in managing time and the agenda today, we anticipate the Commission may be able to hold their questions until after the applicant's presentation, and then we'll have questions by the Commission, clarifying questions of the Commission to staff and or the applicant at that time. For those that are in attendance for public speaking, we anticipate that we won't get to public comments until after lunch, which will be 1 o'clock. If we wrap up presentations and or questions of the Commission this morning, we will potentially have public comment this morning. But just for everybody's anticipation, just anticipate that public comments will begin at 1 o'clock today. If we have time, we'll do that earlier. And that concludes the status of the agenda, Chair. I'll turn it back to you if you want to add anything as far as the program today.
Okay. I think you covered it very well. When we get into the non-item, I'll talk to the commissioners a little bit. So yeah, we're good to go.
Well, thank you, Chair, and I can move into the projection report if you would like.
Yes, please.
Our next scheduled hearing, we do have a special hearing scheduled for this Friday, and that's we added that to allow for any follow-up discussions, or if we don't finish today on the item today, which is ExxonMobil interim trucking. So we have that scheduled for Friday. And then the next hearing will be next Wednesday, October 6th. And then there are one government code consistency determination on there, which is on the consent calendar. And then we have the continuation of the appeal of the Orchid gas station that we continue to that date. And then there are another appeal of a project in the Sunland area, and then the solar project in Cuyama that is asking for a review and decision by the commission today or next Wednesday. So that's the schedule for next Wednesday. Moving on to October 13th, we do have 3 items listed for that. Another consent item for government code consistency, and then Halama Beach park improvements. And then we do have a cannabis appeal scheduled for October 13th. Now, moving on, our next hearing will be October 27th. There's a number of items listed for that day. There's 2 items listed for that day as well. And then November 3rd, we do have an item listed for that day as well. And November 10th, we have an appeal of another cannabis project on that day. And then we are almost to the end of the year. December 1st, we have nothing projected. And then December 8th, we do have another appeal of a cannabis project scheduled for that date. So that's as far as the projection report goes out on upcoming hearings. That concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Okay, let's go on. Mr. Villalobos, do we have any public comment for items not on today's agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have one speaker, that's Mark Shatello. I'll call on Mr. Shatello. If anyone else has any comments that's present for anything not on the agenda, just raise your hand and I'll call on you after Mr. Shatello. Go ahead, Mark.
Good morning. Thank you, David. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. This is Mark Shatello, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. As an aside, I want to acknowledge and appreciate the commission's and the county's translation of today's hearing into Spanish. I know today is a big hearing, so I'll let you get to it. I wanted to take this moment to alert the commission to the fact that the Board of Supervisors a couple of weeks ago directed staff to prepare an amendment to the cannabis ordinance, something we have all spent a fair amount of time talking about over the years. The direction from a majority of the board was to prepare an ordinance amendment that would require a conditional use permit for all inland cannabis cultivation projects. In fact, all cannabis projects in the inland area. A straightforward and simple amendment that's going to require nominal revisions to the language of the ordinance. And the planning staff recommended, suggested that this would be a 4 to 6 month process and then be effective 30 days after adoption. With the expiration of the cap, time is of the essence. And so this process will entail going first to your planning commission and then be adopted by the Board of Supervisors. As it's easy to want to add other things to this amendment change, but I wanted to speak today in favor of a simple and narrow review process at the Planning Commission. I'll be urging my colleagues in the community to allow this process to bring us to conditional use permits on cannabis projects to move forward quickly. And I wanted to take this opportunity to encourage the Commission to also in its consideration of these issues as they will come up, favor a narrow and careful consideration of just that CUP revision so that we can get those changes into place as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chitilla. Okay, now we can move on to item 7, Planning Commissioner's informational reports. Okay, let's move on to item 8. We have the minutes of September 1st up for consideration by the Planning Commission.
I'll move for approval.
Can we get a second?
I'll second. Sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Cooney, I'm sorry, I see your hands up now.
No, Mr. Chair, I was just prepared to second or move approval, either one. So I'm good
Okay.
to vote.
All right, my apologies for not seeing you. I'll sharpen up here. Okay, well, very good. Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Present and aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
and Chair Freeney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. And now on to item 9, Director's Report. Director Plowman? Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I wanted to give you a couple of updates today. One is, and you'll hear more about this through Ms. Richardson, but it relates to COVID-19, and just to let you know that our processes internally have not changed. We're still accepting appointments at the counter. We're offering them virtual, and then we're having people contact us through email. We do have a new survey on our website that inquires about the services, whether the ease of making an appointment, whether there are a sufficient number of appointments, or whether the other ways in which they're working with the department at the counter level are adequate to meet their needs. So we want to keep tracking that to make sure that what we're providing is meets the needs of the community. We've not been overrun by appointments. So I think people are still using the alternative methods of coordinating with us. Counter staff still gets a fair number of emails, and they work with the public through that venue. But I will keep you posted if we learn more based on the survey results. A few weeks ago, the board voted to require vaccinations of county employees or test once a week, and that's going to be starting in October. So I did inquire as to whether or not that would apply to our volunteers on the Planning Commission or Board of Architectural Review, and that does not currently apply to you. I want to, I was going to talk a little bit about the Brown Act changes, but I'm going to leave that to Ms. Richardson. But that is going to allow us to continue in a remote fashion until we deem that it is the right time to go back to in-person hearings. And I wanted to distinguish a little bit between what's happening at the Planning Commission and at the board level, because the board has been meeting in person. But the difference that we find for our other bodies is that we don't have chambers that allow the kind of distancing between commission members and staff that the board does. And we also have a fair number of staff with young children that are not able to be vaccinated. And so there is concern about the potential for a parent to get a breakthrough case potentially and bring that home to their children. So we're just being extra cautious. We also have some immunocompromised individuals that are volunteers on our commissions and boards. So we're making an effort to protect them as well. So I'm going to leave it there, and then I'm going to let Jenna Richardson talk more about that component. But before I do that, I'm going to finish my director's report, and then we can move on to that other item. I also wanted to let the Planning Commission know that the board did approve the extension of our urgency COVID zoning ordinance amendments, and they extended it to October 31st, 2023, which was the recommendation from the County Planning Commission. So that's going to continue to allow businesses to take advantage of outdoor areas and sort of ensure safety in their businesses while they can continue to operate and allow for some economic recovery. The board, as Mr. Shatillo stole my thunder, but the board did direct long-range planning staff to process 2 different ordinance amendments. First priority was childcare facilities, addressing our current ordinance standards for those and the permit requirements. There has been a new law that was enacted by the state that makes it easier for child care facilities to go into operation. And we want to make sure that our codes are consistent with that state law. And then again, specifically directing the department to amend the cannabis ordinance for future permits. I think the belief was that once the cap was reached, they wanted any future permits to be issued to be a conditional use permit. So we are in the process of recruiting for the planner that they authorized mid-year at the budget hearings, with the hope that we can get those two programs kicked off here pretty quickly. I also wanted to let the board know, or the Planning Commission know, that the board did deny the appeal of the CUP for the Santa Rita Hughes cannabis project. So that was the small 2.54 acres, just north of 254, or I'm sorry, 246. And then in terms of future board items, we have Key Site 3, which will be on the 12th of October at the board. There has been resolution on some of the issues that had come about at the board hearing the first time we went. We also have Bien Nacido, the appeal of that permit, which is in Santa Maria on the 19th and then of October. And then the Long Range Planning Commission is going to the board with the first phase of the safety element. And this is really just a briefing. And it's called the Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment Update. And so that was work that our team had done to prepare for the policies that we'll be developing in the safety element. So it's an update on the kinds of vulnerabilities that they have found through their work over the last, I think it's been maybe several months or close to a year that they've been working on this. So that'll be interesting information, and we'll brief the board on that, and then they will be moving into the second phase of the safety element. We have several appeals still going to the board that have not received a date yet, but those include Central Coast Ag Land Use Permit, G&K Farms, Cresco Slow, the Decker Appeal, and we have found that we will be taking Oasis back in December as well. And some of those issues that had come up have been resolved as well with respect to easements and exchange for development rights. So I think that is all I have on my report, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, I did have one more thing. And that was, there had been some questions about whether or not there could be video testimony, particularly in relation to Exxon, and that is something that I know Commissioner Park had asked about. And so we did provide some standards for people to be able to provide video testimony. We provided that to the people that inquired. I don't think we actually received any for Exxon, but it is something that we are working with County Council on to allow it in the future, get it in the right format, and it's limited to the amount of time that people are allowed to speak, etc. So I just wanted to make sure the Planning Commission was aware of the efforts that we had made with respect to this hearing.
Okay, thank you, Director Plowman. Commissioner Cooney?
Do I have a hand up, Mr. Chair? Sorry, that's an accident.
Okay. Commissioner Park?
A couple of things real quick. One, I would hope that Director Plowman, you keep me in the loop on the video testimony thing. I'd like to see those standards and try to arrange some things. It's a lot of people in my district are very interested in that. But also, I would hope in a future report or maybe a staff presentation on its own, we get something on SB 9 and SB 10 and how we see that will. how we'll administer those things if they are in fact law, and if they what we're likely to see. So I'd appreciate a presentation on that sometime in the future.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Park, we're happy to share those guidelines on video testimony. We'll have those sent over to you. With respect to the new state laws, we are just getting our feet on the ground with regard to SB 9 and SB 10. SB 10 is a voluntary program, so that would mean that the county would actually have to take action to adopt it. It doesn't go into effect immediately like SB 9, whereas SB 9 is going to be effective, I believe, January 1. And that it does allow individuals that own a property zoned for single family development to build a second unit on it and actually to be able to split their lot without going through a parcel map process that's required by the Subdivision Act. In addition, they can have their ADUs, 2 ADUs on that property. So it's a change. It's a big change. But we will work with LRP staff, and I can talk to them about bringing a briefing back. They are going to bring a briefing to the Montecito Planning Commission just on the RENA process as well. So maybe we can wrap that information into the briefing for you. Any other questions? It looks like Commissioner Blau. Yeah.
Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I have two issues. The first is Oasis is not coming back to us. It's just a zone change at the board. Am I correct?
Commissioner Blau, through the chair, Oasis will not be coming back to the Planning Commission. There were a couple of issues that had come up, particularly regarding the trail easement before the board could take action. That needed to be resolved, and it appears that it has been resolved. And so we now plan to go directly to the board in December.
Okay, does it go twice? Does it require 2 readings?
I do not believe so.
Really? Okay. My other question is why it's going to take 4 to 6 months to amend the ordinance for cannabis, but what we're talking about is just making all those projects be a CUP. Is there other complex issues that I'm not aware of? Because from what Mr. Costello talked about, simply making an LUP to a CUP, that's it doesn't take a whole lot of brain trust for that. And then I also would be curious what happens with all the LUPs that may be being in process between now and whatever that change occurs.
Sure. Commissioner Blau, through the chair. So the actual writing of the ordinance is quite simple. It's just we need to bring the person on, because right now we have no available staff to actually process it through the Planning Commission and the board. That's what that Planner 3 that was given to the department or authorized by the board in the end of June is assigned to. So we are conducting those interviews now. We hope to have them on board here shortly. So really the process is just staff report preparation, getting to the Planning Commission, getting action by the commission, and then preparing for the board and getting action by the board. So if things move smoothly through all the hearing at the Planning Commission, time will be shortened up, right? But we need to get that person on board to be able to process that. With respect to permits that are in the process now, if they are not approved, if those permits are not approved and they're still in the process, they will be subject to the conditional use permit requirement.
Okay, I'm just having great difficulty understanding why it takes another staff person to delete the word LUP and put in CUP.
Commissioner Blau, through the chair, It's not that, it's the writing of the staff report, it's bringing it to the commission, it's writing the board letter, and it's bringing it to the board. That's what we need the staff person to do. And right now, our team is fully subscribed on other priorities that the board has assigned them.
Okay, I still don't get it, but whatever it takes.
Riley.
You mentioned quickly a relation to the cap, Director Plowman, and I guess, can you just give us a really quick explanation about how that is jockeying in position with the ordinance changes? There's anxiety in the cannabis community about the cap being reached. So like, where are we and what does that mean in terms of your case prioritizing? Does that make sense?
Sure. Commissioner Bradley through the chair. So the cap lives in chapter 50, right? That's where the business, it's a cap on number of business licenses and the total acreage that can be allowed to be grown in the county. So the department, P&D, processes the permits, gives them an approval. And if they don't go through an appeal, then they're issued. And once a permit actually has that approval from our department, regardless of an appeal, they have the ability to submit their application to the PO's office for a business license. And once they submit that and the CEO reviews the application, gets any outstanding information that's needed, and they actually decide that that application is complete, then that applicant may hold a place in line for acreage under the cap. We continue to process the permits because we don't have a cap in the department. So the land use approvals can continue to flow, and those individuals can wait to see if they can get on that list, or whether they have to wait a year to see if somebody falls out of their business license and then they can get acreage, because those business licenses are renewed on an annual basis. Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, but I guess I heard that the cap was already oversubscribed based on not what has been allocated in terms of position on the CEO list, but then when you look at the pending cases of LUP and just to clarify, they can't go to the CEO office to get on that list until after the appeal is finished at the board. No, they can do it as soon as you issue the LUP, regardless of the appeal. Okay, that's an important clarification for me to understand. So there have been there has been enough acreage approved in the Planning and Development Department in the inland area. About 1,611 acres have been approved in the inland area, and the cap is 1,575. Now, whether or not all of those applications will get a business license remains to be seen. There's some still in the appeal process that may not make it all the way through. So it's to be determined. But either
yes,
way,
there have been enough approved to fill the cap if they can all succeed in getting a business license.
Okay, and so at the board discussion on the ordinance amendment for CUPs in the inland area, there was no discussion about altering that 1,500 acre figure on the inland at this point.
Yeah, through the chair, there is no interest at this time in altering that.
Okay,
they want to hold the cap.
all right, thank you.
I should note one other thing that may be of interest to the Planning Commission is that during our hearing on whether or not they would direct the department to work on another amendment to the cannabis ordinance, they did direct the CEO's office to amend Chapter 50 to require harvest noticing, so that this will allow neighbors to be aware of when an individual grower is going to be harvesting, so that they're not caught off guard, or at least they have some idea of the length of time that it will be happening. And the hope is that will just help create better neighbors.
Okay, thank you, Director Plowman. Ms. Richardson.
Morning, Commission. I just wanted to go back to Commissioner Blau's question about OASIS and 2 readings. So zoning ordinances and general plan amendments all require 2 readings, but for those 2 that the commission hears, the commission's hearing counts as the first reading. So the board is the second. But other amendments, for instance, Chapter 50, non-zoning ordinance amendments have 2 readings at the board.
That explains it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Richardson. Okay, Mr. Villalobos, do we go ahead and read item 10 into the record?
Mr. Chair, certainly. The Planning Commission will receive and file an update that the state and county remain under a proclaimed state of emergency related to COVID-19, and B, Public Health Officer Dr. Henning Ansberg's recommendations, and also ask that the Planning Commission provide direction to staff.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Mr. Wilson, was that all we have to do with item 10?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if we could allow Ms. Richardson from County Counsel's Office kind of walk you through what the commission needs to do in regards to this.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Ms. Richardson.
Morning again, Commission. So I just want to give a little bit of background why this is on the agenda and what it means going forward. So the Brown Act has always allowed teleconferencing, but certain requirements needed to be met, such as posting the location of the meetings and allowing the public to attend. And during COVID, executive orders suspended compliance with certain requirements. So that's how the commission has been able to meet remotely from homes and offices without needing to comply with those requirements. But those orders are set to expire at the end of this week. In the meantime, the state legislature passed AB 631 and the governor signed it. And what that did was amend portions of the Brown Act to provide an opportunity for legislative bodies such as the Planning Commission to continue to meet remotely if certain requirements are met. And so for our purposes today, those requirements are that 1, we remain under a state or local state of emergency, which we are, and 2, that the public health officer has recommended social distancing. And that's the letter that was distributed yesterday to the commission, is currently posted online. So today, all you need to do is receive and file that information. I'd recommend a motion on that. And then this is also an opportunity to provide direction for future meetings. So if the commission would like to return to in-person, then we don't need to do anything more. And Mr. Villalobos will update agendas. But if you would like to remain remote, then what we would do going forward is every 30 days, we'll essentially have to revisit this to reconsider whether we remain under a state of emergency and whether the public health department still recommends social distancing. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I recommend taking public comment at some point and then ultimately a motion to receive and file that information, and then the commission's welcome to provide any direction on future meetings.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. Director Plowman, you mentioned earlier that from departmentally, you would like to stay with the Zoom platform on PC meetings. Would that be for the next month? What do you?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, yes, that is our recommendation, that we stay remote until we see the case rates in the Delta variant dropping. Because of the close proximity that the commissioners would be next to one another, and the staffing and the potential risks to our staff that have young children at home, that's the guidance that we are giving the Planning Commission. And then I think we just have to monitor it. I know that, people are eager to get back into person. We want to make sure it's safe for our commissioners and for the staff, as well as the public.
Thank you, Director Plowman. Commissioner Cooney.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to take a lot of our valuable time today, but I do think this is a philosophical issue as well as a medical issue. And my preference in view of the purposes of the Brown Act to have meetings held in public compels us to, at the very least, review and stay on top of what is currently a state of emergency. And as soon as we, and I think it probably isn't 100% of all the people involved in our processing, but as soon as the commissioners and staff are comfortable, I think we should push to meet in public again. That isn't to say that we all have to be exactly in the same room. We have the facility to separate commissioners and have done so for years, but we owe it to the general public to meet in public as the Brown Act urges. And so I would, at the very least, be in favor of us reviewing it on a monthly basis with the goal of returning to in-public meetings, in-person meetings, as soon as we possibly can.
Okay, I think that's great. Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I necessarily agree with that. I would hope that you could actually give us the option to continue to participate remotely. For me personally, I finally have my doctors in San Francisco lined up to do back surgery in January. And I'm anticipating that it's going to be somewhat difficult. Where I have my house, I've got my little wheelchair that's electric and I can get up and down in the stairs. I have an elevator now. I'm just saying I would hope they could make some accommodations. And I'm wondering if there isn't some provision where it's kind of like, you could take one of the monitors in the hearing rooms and you will see me on that monitor and hear me going forward. So as a personal favor, I'd appreciate maybe having that option. I'm anticipating it's going to be 2 or 3 months for the recovery, and I'm not sure they're going to want me to drive after I get done with the back surgery. So,
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau, the Brown Act has provisions for you to remain remote while others are in the hearing room, provided we post your address and allow people to attend where you are located. That is something we're trying to change, and we've been working with the legislature to see if we can get that fixed this next coming year. But that is how we would have to accommodate you.
That would be no problem. I've got a very large house. I can accommodate 40, 50 people, not a problem.
Okay.
Thanks.
Commissioner Bradley?
But would you need a CUP for that? That's the big question. No, I'm sorry. I just want to concur with Commissioner Cooney's approach, because I'm anxious to get back to in-person hearings. And that's all. Just, a hearty concurrence with that. So let's go for that. And with all accommodation for Commissioner Blau, because I'm sure there are provisions for that. Thanks.
Commissioner Cooney?
No, that's fine.
Well, while we have you, can you make a motion?
Oh, yes. So if I recall, what council has advised is that we move forward recognizing the amendments to the Brown Act, which allow us to meet as we are remotely, and that we acknowledge the state of emergency and the advice of our health department to observe social distancing, but that we review this motion within the next 30 days to see whether the state of emergency continues.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Cooney.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. Mr. Villalobos?
Can we call for public comment before?
Oh, very, very good, Ms. Richardson. Thank you. Mr. Villalobos, would you check for Public comment, please.
So if there's anyone who is present for our standard agenda that would like to comment on this, or anyone who else, just raise your hand and I'll call on you. Mr. Chair, I don't see any raised hands.
Okay, thank you. Now we can move to roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bridley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Oh, aye, Dewey.
Yes, perfect. Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. And while we have you there, Mr. Villalobos, could you read item 11?
Mr. Chair, item 11 is a waived hearing item. I don't think that we need to do anything other than just simply acknowledge that it's there as a supplemental notice. I don't think there's any action for the Planning Commission to take on that one.
Okay. Very good. And then on to item 12.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of ExxonMobil Production Company, ExxonMobil, to consider case number 17 RVP 81, application filed on September 22nd, 2017, to approve revised development plan number 87DP32CZ and to certify supplemental environmental impact report 19 EIR 1 pursuant to the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act and the state CEQA guidelines.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. And do we have Planning Commissioner visit ex parte to report? Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I just had a Zoom meeting with Mr. Anderson, and I hope I get this right, Sumera. I never did get a pronunciation for her last name, but Patrice. But I had a Zoom meeting yesterday with both of them.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 3 meetings to report. The first was on the 17th of September with an organization titling itself the Society of Fearless Grandmothers. There were 7 fearless grandmothers present. Sharon Broberg is the one that arranged the meeting with me, but I don't have right now the names of the others. I'll try and put that together and report it later in the meeting. I also met on the 14th of September with a group led by the Environmental Defense Center. Linda Kropp was present. Maggie Hall, their senior attorney, was present. Carla Fisk, a former planning commissioner, was present, and Ken Huff, also present. On the 27th of this month, I met with Sierra Club representatives Katie Davis and John Ullman. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Bridley?
Wow. Commissioner Cooney sets such a good standard. I think I met with all of the groups that he just cited, except for the Fearless Grandmothers. But I also had a teleconference with the Environmental Affairs Board of UCSB, Catherine, oh boy, I can't remember, Catherine and Lily, and a nice gentleman associated with UCSB. And then I also spoke with representatives of the Cuyama Valley Family Resource Center, Lynn Carlisle as a lead with that group. And that was Monday. And then yesterday I also met with Katie Davis and the Sierra Club group, as well as last week with Environmental Defense Center, including all the people that Commissioner Cooney just cited. Oh, and yesterday I had a conference with Brian Anderson and Patrice Surya with Exxon, the applicants. I think I got it. It's been a very busy week. I think that's it. Thank you.
Good. Commissioner Park.
You know, this is kind of a funny one because it's been going on for so long and then was put on and rescheduled. So in an abundance of caution, I'll go back in time. 2 years ago, I had a very lengthy, basically all-day site visit at Las Flores and met with several Exxon employees. It was very, very useful. They gave me a lot of information. I really appreciate that. Oddly, I have not heard from anyone at Exxon since then. More recently, I've had a couple of conversations over the years with Linda Kropp from EDC, and more very recently had a Zoom meetings with one EDC representing SB CAN and GOO, another Zoom meeting with Environmental Affairs Board from UCSB, another Zoom meeting with Sierra Club representatives. And then last night, I attended a function on the UCN lawn at UCSB to answer questions of UCSB students. So that's all I can remember.
Okay. Very good. Okay, let's move on to the staff presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is John Zorovich, the manager for the Energy Division. Just want to say thank you. It's been a while since portions of my team have been before the commission, so we're excited to be here today. Giving the presentation will be Ms. Jacqueline Ibarra, the planner assigned to this case, and Aaron Briggs, the supervising planner, will also be working the presentation slides and also be assisting with any questions the commission has. So with that, I will hand that over to Ms. Ibarra.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Farini, members of the Planning Commission, and members of the public who are tuning in and also participating live today. The hearing today is focused on the ExxonMobil interim trucking project for the phased restart of the Santa Ynez unit. The Planning and Development Energy Division will be giving a project presentation to the Commission, followed by an applicant presentation, and then afterwards we'll open it up for Commission questions and then transition to public comments. Next slide, please. So my name is Jacqueline Ibarra. I'm the staff planner for the proposed project. I will caveat that I'm a week shy of 9 months pregnant. So if and when I get pregnancy brain, I have a wonderful team representing me today. That includes John Zorovich, who's the Deputy Director of the Energy Division, as well as Aaron Briggs, Supervising Planner for the project. We also have the county's CEQA consultant, MRS Environmental is here, represented by John Pearson and Greg Chittick. And last but not least, the project applicant is ExxonMobil, represented today by Brian Anderson, who is the SYU Asset Manager, Patrice Surmeyer, who is the regulatory lead, Sherry Scott, Senior Counsel for Exxon, and one of their consultants for the project, Associated Transportation Engineers. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed project vicinity comprised of construction within Exxon's Las Flores Canyon facilities, which are located northwest of Goleta along the Gaviota coast, and that is shown in the graphic on the left. And on the right, the proposed oil trucking routes from Las Flores Canyon to and from Santa Maria via Highway 101 and to and from Maricopa via State Route 166. Next slide. So the applicant is requesting approval of a development plan revision for the installation and operation of a new oil tanker truck loading rack at the Las Flores Canyon facility, and then transportation of SYU crude oil, which is from platforms Hondo, Harmony, and Heritage, to 2 receiving terminals, one being the Santa Maria Pump Station in northern Santa Barbara County, and the second being the Pentland Terminal in southwestern Kern County. Next slide. And we wanted to highlight that the commission action is slightly different than normal for this project. So we wanted to point out the commission's action would be to provide recommendations to the Board of Supervisors to either approve or deny the project rather than approve or deny the project yourselves. And this is because the board is the decision maker for permits requesting transport of oil by a mode other than pipeline. And this is per our county's coastal zoning ordinance. To note, the commission's recommendations can't be appealed. However, the Board of Supervisors' actions would be appealable to the California Coastal Commission. Next slide. So moving into project description, the proposed project involves two parts. The first is construction of a truck loading rack at Exxon's Las Flores Canyon facilities, including the following ancillary equipment. And to note, construction would be limited to previously disturbed areas within the Las Flores Canyon, located north of existing crude oil storage tanks, which I'll show on the next slide. Next slide. So this shows the layout of Las Flores Canyon, including the proposed truck loading area and truck route within the facility, as shown on the graphic on the left, as well as details of the truck loading racks and equipment plans shown on the right. So you can see on the right, there's existing crude oil tanks, existing development. The truck loading racks would be just north of those tanks, and then piping and associated equipment running through the facility. Next slide. The second part of the project would involve trucking produced oil from the SYU platforms to the two receiving locations. Trucking is proposed 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, with 70 daily round trips to the Phillips 66 Santa Maria pump station and 68 daily trips to the Pentland terminal. Crude oil production from the SYU unit would be a maximum of 11,200 barrels of oil per day, which is about 1/3 of Exxon's previous production rate before the facilities were shut in 2015. Next slide. This slide shows site plans for both the Santa Maria pump station and the Pentland terminal, including truck lanes and scales. Note that both the SMPS and Pentland terminal are independent operating sites, separate from Exxon facilities. The point in showing these is to show the capacity for the project trucks at each receiving site, which our environmental document states that both have capacity for. Next slide. And then as far as the truck routes, trucks would enter and exit Las Flores Canyon to Calle Real, and then take Refugio Road on and off ramps to Highway 101. Note there is a proposed Caltrans bridge replacement project anticipated for sometime in 2024 through 2026, which would hinder the use of the Refugio Road ramp. So just during the Caltrans project, the Exxon project trucks would use El Capitan Road on and off ramps to Highway 101. So once on 101, for trucks going to the Santa Maria pump station, they would exit Betaravia Road to Battles Road in South Santa Maria. And then for trucks going to the Pentland terminal, they would continue on Highway 101 to State Route 166 across Cuyama Valley to Basic School Road to the Pentland terminal. Next slide. And then this graphic you've seen before, but this is just a closer up of the truck routes themselves. So to and from Las Flores Canyon to both the SMPS and Pentland terminal with Highway 101 labeled, as well as State Route 166. Next slide. The construction phase of the project would consist of about 30 workers and would take about 4 to 6 months to complete. That's for the construction of the truck loading racks at Las Flores. And the operation phase of the project would consist of about 100 to 150 workers and would last a maximum of 7 years or until a pipeline becomes available to transfer oil, whichever timeline is shorter. Next slide. So the modified project, staff is recommending approval of a modified project that combines two project alternatives we identified in the environmental impact report. The first modification would be for no trucking during rainy periods, which would prohibit trucking during heavy rain events. To make up for lost days due to rain, the daily number of truck trips would be increased up to 78 trucks per day on dry days. And then though this daily maximum would be increased, the annual limits would remain the same. So 24,820 trucks to Pentland and 25,550 trucks to the Santa Maria pump station. Next slide. The second modification would be to restrict trucking to the Santa Maria pump station only, as long as it's in operation, which is now predicted until sometime in 2023. So while the SMPS is operating, project trucks would be limited to a maximum of 78 round trips per day, as described in the rainy day scenario. And it would also allow for a maximum of 34 daily round trips to the Pentland terminal, if and only when the SMPS is temporarily shut down for 10 days or more, but not yet permanently closed. These temporary shutdowns sometimes occur for routine maintenance activities required for ExxonMobil. So that's why we allowed 34 trucks a day to go to Pentland under this scenario. No matter what, the annual limits would remain the same. Next slide. And then upon permanent closure of the Santa Maria pump station, all trucks would travel to the Pentland terminal with a maximum of 78 daily round trips under the annual maximum. And to note, the applicant does support this modified project, and it is fully analyzed in the supplemental environmental impact report as well as the staff report. Next slide, please. Okay, so now moving on to environmental review for the project. In reviewing Exxon's initial request to revise their development plan, we determined that the proposed project had the potential to cause significant environmental impacts under CEQA, and that a supplemental EIR should be prepared to update the existing EIR for the SYU development plan. A public review period for the draft SEIR was held from April through June of 2019, and a hearing was held on May 6th of 2019 to take public comment, and the main public concerns regarding the document included the following, bulleted here in blue. Next slide. So in response to public concerns, staff made sure that there was a clear justification for choosing the 3-year operational average baseline, which is on the ground conditions in 2018, adjusted to include a historical 3-year operational average of the SYU facilities. To note, this baseline adjustment is common under CEQA, and staff typically uses it when analyzing energy projects with an operational history. We also added clarification that SYU restart emissions are analyzed under the project's cumulative scenario. And we added mitigation measures for better hazardous materials response based on lessons learned from last year's Cuyama River tanker incident, which Exxon was not a part of. The final SEIR was published last July, and hearings were scheduled for last September. However, just after the final SEIR was published, Phillips 66 announced the future closure of the SMPS. So therefore, we updated the EIR to address the shutdown of the SMPS, as well as included the county's new transportation thresholds for vehicle miles traveled. And so the revised final SEIR was published in August, which is used for analysis in the staff report and is the subject of today's presentation. Next slide, please. So the final SEIR identifies 1 significant and unavoidable impact, 5 significant but mitigable impacts, and 17 adverse but not significant impacts. And the SEIR revision letter, which is included as attachment D to the staff report, revises the final SEIR with staff's recommendation for the modified project. Next slide, please. So getting into the impacts, the supplemental EIR determined that there would be 1 significant and unavoidable environmental impact for hazardous materials and risk of upset. This would be from potential oil spills and/or fires associated with trucking accidents that could impact sensitive resources at Las Flores Canyon and along the trucking routes. The severity of an oil spill would be influenced by the amount of oil spilled, the location of the spill, the season in which the spill occurred, here meaning dry season or wet season. And the SEIR determined that the annual probability of an oil spill along the truck routes would be once in every 34 years for trucks going to the Santa Maria pump station, and once in every 12 years for trucks going to Pentland. And this would be without any mitigation measures. Next slide. So in response to the significant and unavoidable impact, staff developed the following mitigation measures to reduce both the potential for an oil spill as well as the severity of a spill if one were to occur. And these measures include implementing new plans, updating existing plans, ensuring the trucking company is financially responsible for at least $5 million if a spill were to occur, and funding for an oil trailer and UAV for the county's fire department, among other things. Next slide. So with the modified project and adopted mitigation measures, the probability of a spill would be reduced by about 33%, and the annual probabilities of a spill would decrease to 1 in every 52 years for trucks going to the Santa Maria pump station, once in every 466 years for that limited trucking to the Pentland terminal when the SMPS is temporarily shut in but not permanently shut down, and then once in every 17 years for regular trucking to the Pentland terminal after the SMPS is permanently closed. In addition, the likelihood for a spill impacting waterways would be greatly reduced due to rainy day restrictions, and the likelihood of a spill along State Route 166 would be substantially reduced while all trucking is going to the Santa Maria pump station. Next slide, please. So moving on to significant but mitigable impacts, the SEIR identified some for air quality, greenhouse gases, and traffic and circulation. The EIR determined that the project would violate air quality standards and exceed the county's greenhouse gas significant thresholds. So in response, mitigation measures were developed for the project not to exceed daily nitrous oxide emission thresholds, which would be detailed and implemented through a trucking emissions management plan. And in addition, Exxon would be required to reduce or offset greenhouse gas emissions at a 1-to-1 ratio, which would be detailed and implemented through a greenhouse gas emission reduction and reporting plan. And the applicant will speak to those during their presentation next. Next slide, please. And for traffic and circulation, it was determined that truck trips could create safety hazards, traffic safety hazards. However, the EIR determined that the project would not result in a substantial increase in traffic on any part of the trucking routes, and that there would be no material effects on overall accident rates. In response, the following mitigation measures were developed, as shown here in the orange bullets. And you can move on to the next slide. And then for less than significant impacts, the SEIR determined the following to be less than significant, which do not require mitigation measures, at least under CEQA. These include impacts for air quality, energy use, fire, land use, and traffic and circulation. Next slide, please. The supplemental EIR also analyzed cumulative impacts from the following projects. And under this cumulative analysis, the EIR determined that no identified impacts would increase the severity due to cumulative impacts. Next slide, please. And then unique to this project, we wanted to point out that additional mitigation measures were added for all impact categories. So usually CEQA doesn't require mitigation for less than significant impacts. However, for Exxon's particular project, all impact categories must be mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. And this is per our county's coastal zoning ordinance and land use and development code, as it involves alternative modes of oil transportation other than pipeline. So the following additional mitigation measures, they're not listed. Additional mitigation measures are detailed in the land use section of the EIR and include various measures such as fully offsetting air and greenhouse gas emissions to zero. Next slide, please. For project alternatives, a total of 10 alternatives were considered. 6 were eliminated from further analysis because they were infeasible or didn't meet the basic objectives of the project. The following alternatives were carried forward, and the no trucking during rainy days and trucking to the SMPS only while it's available became the 2 feasible and preferred alternatives that staff is recommending to be the modified project. Next slide, please. So following up to policy consistency, staff determined that the modified project can be found consistent with the comprehensive plan, as well as with Article 2, the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, and the LUDC, Land Use and Development Code. Consistency with the comprehensive plan is detailed in the staff report in Table 6, and consistency with the LUDC and Article 2 are detailed in Tables 7 and 8. Next slide, please. And we wanted to note, to approve oil transportation via truck, county decision makers will need to make a determination that pipeline transportation is infeasible at this time. Staff determined that there is no other pipeline to transport SYU crude oil, and that the Plains Pipeline project, if approved, would not be available until about 4 to 7 years from now. So therefore, pipeline transportation could be considered infeasible at this time. Next slide, please. For findings of approval, staff determined that all CEQA findings can be made for the modified project, which are detailed in Attachment A to the staff report. And because the modified project has a significant and unavoidable impact, county decision makers will have to find that the significant impacts are acceptable via a statement of overriding considerations. So for the modified project, these considerations would include the following, among others, and they are detailed in Attachment A to the staff report. Next slide. In conclusion, staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors make the following actions. Make the required findings for the modified project as outlined in Attachment A, adopt the conditions of approval outlined in Attachment B, approve the modified project, and certify the supplemental EIR, including the final SEIR revision letter, which is outlined in Attachment D. Next slide. So that concludes my presentation for this morning. I can open it up for clarifying questions now or pass it along to ExxonMobil to make their presentation and then take preliminary questions after the fact. Thank you.
Okay, looks like we don't have any commissioners needing clarification, so we can move on to the applicant's presentation.
Mr. Chair, staff is pulling that up right now.
I'm sorry, we won't need this presentation yet. This will just be oral right now. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Fernini and the members of the Commission for this opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Brian Anderson. I live in the San Ynez Valley with my wife and 2 young children. I'm the asset manager of ExxonMobil San Ynez unit, responsible for the operations we have in California. I'd first like to thank the Santa Barbara Planning Department staff for all the work that's been done over the last several years in developing the supplemental EIR. We're here today to seek the Planning Commission's recommendation that the Board of Supervisors approve our permit to temporarily truck our product from SYU to market and resume safe, environmentally responsible operations at SYU. This permit is not about offshore drilling or our ability to produce, nor is it about fracking, which we do not do at SYU. The SEIR makes it clear that this is simply a trucking permit. That means 4 to 6 additional trucks on the road at any given time, in line with SYU operation permit conditions and in compliance with regulatory requirements. We have a vested right to operate, and a permit which was negotiated with the county that contemplates this situation and lays out a path and process which we are following to provide trucking as an alternative transportation option for our business. There are 3 pillars that underpin our permit application. These pillars highlight the benefits that this will bring to the county and to the region in regards to safety and environmental and economic benefits. First, our unwavering commitment to safe operations. Let me assure you that ExxonMobil's #1 priority is safety of our employees, our contractors, and the people who live and work in our community. As you've heard from the staff, the county has produced a thorough environmental impact report that describes a robust regulatory structure in place to monitor our trucking operations. Our trucking routes must be approved by the county, and we must follow more than 100 laws, rules, regulations, and policies at county, state, and federal levels, which are among the strictest in the world. We've also worked with the county to develop an extensive transportation safety plan. We will carefully select trucking companies and require them to meet or exceed all regulatory requirements and safety standards. We require that trucks used in our operation incorporate stringent safety controls and undergo detailed inspections prior to leaving our facilities, and that drivers have completed an extensive training program. We've done this successfully before. In 2016, we safely transported nearly 17 million gallons of oil over 350,000 miles without incident, following Santa Barbara County's approval to use trucks to move our crude that was stored at our Las Flores Canyon facility to Santa Maria. Our second pillar is our commitment to reducing emissions throughout our operations. With respect to this project, we will be implementing measures to mitigate the greenhouse gas emissions related to the trucking operations. With regards to our business, oil and gas supply is critical to the economy, and will continue to be demanded for energy and associated products for years to come. California's oil demand now and into the distant future significantly exceeds its available domestic production. According to the California Energy Commission, California currently imports nearly 70% of the oil it uses, mostly from foreign countries that do not have anywhere near the level of environmental regulation as we have here in California. With respect to our baseline operations, restarting SYU will return local crude to the California refineries that has been produced under strict environmental and safety standards here in California, and displace crude produced in locations lacking the same stringent environmental and safety standards. As it relates to greenhouse gases, CARB's carbon intensity for crude delivered in California illustrates the significant reduction in greenhouse gases by leveraging the highly regulated and efficient operations at SYU. Each barrel that we produce comes with half the GHG emissions as the foreign oil that California is importing, and our oil would displace that oil. Our third pillar is our desire to restore vast economic benefits to the working families and children that our operations provide to our community. Prior to the shutdown in 2015, ExxonMobil had more than 330 people working at our facilities. During normal operations, our Santa Ynez unit was one of the single largest taxpayers in California. During the 10 years prior to shut-in, ExxonMobil paid more than $45 million in taxes to Santa Barbara County. Over the last 6 years, we've had to shutter SYU operations, which has resulted in the heartbreaking loss of family-supporting jobs, employees being transferred to other states and other countries, and ultimately the loss of economic activity that has cost the county millions of dollars each year in revenue. Once the trucking permit is approved, a restarted SYU would begin to provide critical funding to the county to support public services, schools, and help the county as it seeks future funds to maintain county buildings, roads, parks, and ensure employee pension contributions. This would also lead to over $4 million a year in crucial funding for schools all over Santa Barbara County, providing more resources for some of the highest need schools in our community. Nearly $2 million a year in additional tax revenue would go to support public safety and local services, such as the Santa Barbara County Sheriff, local courts, and public works. These funds cover vital services and infrastructure like roads, flood control, water conservation, homelessness assistance, libraries, and parks. Our operation could provide an additional $800,000 a year to area fire districts that could help improve response times, increase staffing, and boost training and fund new equipment. At ExxonMobil, we take our community partnerships seriously, and our work with Santa Barbara County is no exception. We ask that you recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they approve our permit to temporarily truck our product from SYU to the market and resume safe, environmentally responsible operations at SYU. Chair Fernini, Commissioners, thank you for your time today. I'd now like to introduce my colleague, Patrice Surmeyer, our regulatory lead at SYU.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'd like to start by thanking you for your service to our community and to thank the staff for their thorough environmental analysis that we're discussing today. My name is Patrice Surmeyer, and I am the regulatory lead at ExxonMobil's San Ynez unit. I'd like to take my time today to highlight a few of the important positive environmental aspects of the project, including our plans for greenhouse gas mitigation, the benefits of bringing our crude back to the California markets, and our trucker safety. The county team and ExxonMobil have been working relentlessly on this project for 4 years. As a longtime resident of Santa Barbara and an environmental specialist, I'm confident that this EIR and our proposal meets the county's stringent environmental standards. I hope that you'll leave this meeting today agreeing that the benefits of this project are real and significant and allow the production of the fuels that we all use in a fashion that conforms with our community's values. I'd like to start by describing how our plans for greenhouse gas mitigation. As Ms. Ybarra described, there are greenhouse gas emissions associated with our project, and they're under 10,000 metric tons per year. The majority of the emissions are from the trucks themselves. It's also under the screening significance level for the Air Pollution Control District. Nonetheless, the project is above the county's 1,000 metric ton per year greenhouse gas significance level, and as such, and because of the need to maintain consistency with the coastal zoning ordinances, the identified project greenhouse gas emissions will be completely reduced or offset the entire 7 years of the project. The EIR describes the many avoidance measures we will be using to minimize the greenhouse gas emissions, including using 2017 or newer trucks, vapor recovery, and a variety of measures to reduce fugitive emissions from the stationary equipment. Beyond this, we will be developing and implementing a greenhouse gas reduction plan, which will be approved by the county in consultation with the APCD. It will probably be the first individual greenhouse gas mitigation plan approved in the county. Developing the plan closer to project implementation will ensure that the approved greenhouse gas mitigation measures are consistent with the opportunities that are available when the project is approved for construction. The plan itself will include prescriptive details on how the annual emissions and the reductions are calculated, verified, and reported. It will also include a greenhouse gas reduction opportunities analysis, which will determine the feasibility of on-site, local, and regional mitigations. The annual report will follow the approved plan and will reconcile the actual emissions with the mitigation quantities provided each year. As part of our plan, we're proposing to inject $1 million into local projects to provide greenhouse gas mitigation infrastructure in our community. We will work with the APCD to develop a funding program that generally follows the grant funding program guidelines of the APCD's Clean Air Grant Program. Our objective will be to prioritize funding of public access projects and underserved community needs. Infrastructure that's currently supported by the grant program include things like the EV charging stations, solar, and battery power. The projects we support will provide long-term benefits. Our trucking project is a maximum of 7 years, but the GHG mitigation projects we fund will continue to support mitigation long after our project is over. It should be recognized, however, that local greenhouse gas mitigation, although very important, is most likely not feasible for offsetting the majority of even our small project. The APCD has calculated that even $1 million investment in infrastructure projects will supply probably less than 1,000 metric tons per year of mitigation, or about 1/9 of our project emissions. This, coupled with very long lead times for permitting and construction of new infrastructure, makes mitigating our projects solely within the county most likely infeasible. We may need to rely on greenhouse gas reductions provided by registry offset credits listed and verified by ARB-approved registries, such as the American Carbon Registry. These credits are recognized and accepted by the county to meet the goals of the CEQA mitigation. Overall, I'm excited about what ExxonMobil is proposing for local mitigation, and I think it's a real win for the county. Our local infrastructure projects that we would support will provide benefits long after the end of this 7-year project. Second, I'd like to cover the environmental benefits of our project in displacing some of the existing oil supplies into the California refining market. Right now, California is the largest consumer of gasoline and jet fuel in our country. Even the most aggressive models to meet our state's net zero greenhouse gas ambitions recognize the continued need for carbon-based fuels in California throughout at least the next decade. We import 70% of our refining needs from out of state using ocean vessels to meet that demand, and there's no pipeline to bring oil into our state. Because the oil produced at SYU requires less energy to produce and bring to market, ARB has determined that the oil produced from our reserves has a substantially lower carbon intensity than the crude that California is currently importing. In addition, our crude is produced at a facility designed and operated in accordance with some of the strictest environmental and worker safety standards in the world. With this in mind, bringing our crude back to the California makes sense from an environmental standpoint. We will be displacing imported crude with higher carbon intensity that might also have been produced at a less stringent environmental and safety regulatory oversight. Every barrel of oil we bring into the market allows refineries to produce fuels from a source that is consistent with our community's environmental values. Finally, I'd like to discuss on-road safety. The SEIR analysis focuses on and has determined that the project will not significantly impact of service or probability of accidents on either 101 or 166. Further, the analysis concludes that the project will not generate significant public safety risk due to transportation of oil along the roadways. As you are aware, the only Class 1 impact for the project is the possibility of oil spills impacting sensitive biological, water, cultural, or marine resources during transportation, and will be employing a large number of mitigation measures to reduce that risk. We will only be using experienced hazardous materials drivers with extensive training in defensive driving, emergency response, loading and transportation procedures, and other relevant safety issues. All of the trucks will be linked on integrated GIS system that will provide real-time information on location, speed, and other safety parameters. All the trucks will be 2017 or newer and equipped with dual-side dashboard video cameras, speed limiting systems, and roll stability control systems. And on Calle Real, we'll be taking extra precautions of no trucks on the road during school bus pickup hours, 35-mile-an-hour speed limit, and a vegetation trimming program to improve visibility along this frontage road. Beyond this, our carriers will be required to maintain $5 million of liability insurance. This is 5 times the amount of insurance required by DOT for crude oil transportation. Lastly, our carriers will be required to maintain a rigorous trucking route oil spill contingency plan. This plan, which will be modeled after the Fish and Wildlife Office of Spill Prevention and Response requirements for stationary facilities, goes far beyond that which is required by DOT for hazardous materials transporters. We are unaware of this requirement being imposed on any project in the state to date. The plan will ensure that any response to a spill is immediate and well coordinated. And as an added protection, we'll be supplying the Santa Maria Fire Station with a $25,000 spill response trailer and a drone that can be used throughout the community for emergency response. These measures are reported in the SEIR to reduce the likelihood of spill by 33%, and that doesn't even include the risk reduction related to no operating on rainy days. The impact from our trucks with this plethora of security measures should be compared to the risk that's posed by the large number of trucks and ocean-going vessels that are passing through our community and state waters every day. In conclusion, I'd like to thank you for listening to our perspective on this proposed trucking project. I hope what we present today will encourage you to recommend this project based on its benefits and the mitigations that will be utilized throughout the project. Now I'd like to introduce Scott Schell, Principal at Associated Transportation Engineers.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Scott Schell, and I'm a Principal with Associated Transportation Engineers. We had a little PowerPoint. I don't know if we're going to pop that up or I'm just going to speak. I'll continue. Today, I'm going to be reviewing the accident and safety analysis that was presented in the EIR for State Route 166. The EIR analysis concluded that the project's traffic additions to Route 166 will not significantly change the baseline accident rates. The accident analysis was conducted based on data provided by Caltrans for a 3-year period that extended from 2015 to 2017. That was the most current data that was available at the time the traffic analysis for the EIR was prepared. Quick background on the analysis. The accident analysis first determines the rate of accidents along the selected route and then compares that rate to statewide average rates for similar facilities. If the calculated rate is higher than average, then a significant test is conducted to determine if the number of accidents that occurred is statistically significant and requires further review. Next, so the baseline accident rate that was calculated was higher than the statewide average. The calculated rate was 0.82 accidents per million vehicle miles, and the statewide average is 0.70. So based on that finding, the Caltrans test was completed. The test showed that the number of accidents that occurred was below the level needed to be considered significant, and thus no further investigation was required under the Caltrans procedures. So in summary, the Caltrans criteria showed that the slightly higher baseline accident rate was not considered significant, and the addition of project traffic would not result in a significant change to that rate. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. There was also a cumulative accident analysis conducted for the EIR. That also found that the potential cumulative accident rate increase on State Route 166 would be less than significant. The EIR cumulative analysis shows that the future truck traffic on Route 166, this includes the trucks generated by the project, would increase by only 9 trips in the future after the closure of the Phillips 66 facility. Let's get a quick walk through the numbers which are shown on the slide. First, there's going to be a diversion of 92 trucks that are currently using 166 to travel to the Phillips facility. There's going to be 23 of the existing trucks that are using Phillips are going to divert to 166. And then the EIR estimated that there would be some new local trips from the Santa Maria area that would travel on 166. And finally, the 68 trucks generated by the project. So we add all that together, we get a net cumulative change of 9 trucks on the facility for the cumulative conditions. So the smaller cumulative increase in trucks is due mainly to the diversion of those existing trucks that are using 166 to access Phillips. Now, the EIR also provided some information on cumulative traffic operations along 166. The EIR cited the Caltrans concept report, which indicates that the 166 east of 101 is forecast to operate at level service A with both existing and year 2040 traffic volumes. These are good operations. The concept report didn't identify any deficiency and didn't come up with any future capacity recommendations along the segment. Lastly, next slide. We've already heard a bit about this, so I'll be pretty brief. There are numerous mitigation measures in the EIR to address truck safety and reduce the probability of truck accidents. We've heard about the applicant proposed measures of driver training and speed limiters, the modern truck fleet, truck inspections prior to loading and departing. And then, of course, we heard all about the additional EIR measures, which are listed here. And the other thing I'd like to point out, there is the no trucking on rainy day alternative, which is further going to reduce the accident risk related to the trucking operations. We've heard that the EIR mitigation measures have a likelihood of 33% reduction in reducing the accidents. I think that accident potential is going to be even further reduced with the selection of the no trucking on rainy day alternative. That concludes my portion of the presentation, and I'm going to turn the podium over to Sherry Scott, ExxonMobil's in-house counsel.
Maybe put your hand up on that one.
Good morning, County Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today and for considering ExxonMobil's application for interim trucking. My name is Sherry Scott, and I'm a lawyer for ExxonMobil. You've heard staff's presentation this morning with recommendations to approve the modified project and statements from Brian Anderson, Patrice Surmeyer, and Scott Shell expanding on the safety and environmental reasons to support approval. You'll hear from members of the community as well. At the end of this process, you'll be considering whether there is adequate analysis and supporting information to recommend board approval of the modified project. I'm here this morning to walk you through the reasons why the county can and should approve interim trucking. First, ExxonMobil has a vested right to operate the Santa Ynez unit under its current approvals. And you don't have to advance the slides just yet. Thank you. I'll let you know. Thank you. However, as you know, ExxonMobil has been unable to operate the Santa Ynez unit for several years because transportation of oil via pipeline is currently infeasible. Thus, an alternative mode of transportation is required in order to restart our facilities, and that alternative mode of transportation is trucking. Second, the framework for authorizing trucking is expressly set forth in the final development plan for the Santa Ynez unit, the county's coastal land use plan, coastal zoning ordinance, and the inland land use and development code. Third, as you heard from the Planning Commission staff, interim trucking is consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the coastal land use plan and the Gaviota Coast Plan, and all conditions have been met to approve the project. In setting the baseline for the SCIR, Planning Commission staff correctly determined in its discretion to be the last full 3 years of production between 2012 and 2014, prior to the SYU shut-in in 2015. ExxonMobil agrees with this baseline, which also complies with the California Court of Appeals analysis and Association of Irritated Residents versus Kern County Board of Supervisors in 2017. Staff further correctly states in section 4.4.1 of its report that the SYU is entitled under its current existing approvals, which have undergone both CEQA and NEPA reviews, to restart at any time without further approval from county decision makers. It is important to remember that those prior approvals are not at issue here. As I mentioned, ExxonMobil has a vested right to operate the Santa Ynez unit under the terms of its Coastal Commission approvals and final development plan previously approved by Santa Barbara County. ExxonMobil has performed substantial work and incurred substantial sums in both constructing and then operating the Santa Ynez unit, including the onshore Las Flores Canyon facility. A little bit of background is important here. In 1985, the California Coastal Commission concurred in ExxonMobil's federal consistency certification for the nearshore and onshore portions of SYU that included a consolidated marine terminal, onshore and offshore pipelines and power cables within state waters, and onshore oil and gas processing, storage, and transportation facilities in Las Flores Canyon, both in and outside of the coastal zone. In 1987, the county approved ExxonMobil's SYU Final Development Plan for onshore facilities. The Final Development Plan contained a provision, as will be discussed shortly, that allows for transportation of oil other than by pipeline. The The Plains Pipeline 901 system became operational in 1991, and ExxonMobil began transporting oil from the LSC facilities to refineries via that pipeline. The onshore Las Flores Canyon components were completed in 1993, and production from the offshore platforms Harmony and Heritage commenced later that year. When the onshore facilities became operational and vested, the offshore storage and treatment vessel previously utilized by ExxonMobil was decommissioned. As you know, the Plains Pipeline 901 failed in May 2015, resulting in a shutdown of the pipeline system. Since then, ExxonMobil has had no way to transport oil from the Santa Ynez unit, as no other pipelines are available. As a result, its production has been shut in since June 2015, even though it possesses all of the required authorizations to operate, again, which are not an issue or at question here. As a result, we are seeking to temporarily transport oil via trucking, albeit at a fraction of our permitted capacity. As I mentioned earlier, the framework for permitting trucking is expressly set forth in SYU's Final Development Plan, the county's Coastal Land Use Plan, the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, and the Inland Land Use and Development Code. And Planning Commission staff has found that all conditions are met. We can now go to page 2 of the slide presentation. First, ExxonMobil's Final Development Plan, approved by the county in 1987, specifically contemplated that modes of transportation other than pipeline could be permitted so long as done in accordance with Coastal Zoning Ordinance 35-154.5I and applicable LCP policies. Next page, please. Taking the applicable LCP policy next, Policy 6-8E of the County Coastal Land Use Plan provides that transporting of oil shall be through onshore pipeline unless the pipeline becomes unavailable. Page 29 of the staff report states that a pipeline is not available now or in the foreseeable future. Thus, an alternative mode of oil transportation may be allowed pursuant to the policy. Next page, please. Next, Section 35.52.060B10B of the county's Land Use and Development Code similarly provides for transporting oil via other modes where oil cannot feasibly be transported by pipeline and where the environmental impacts of the alternative transportation mode are required to be mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. Page 53 of the staff report explains that pipeline transportation to the intended destinations is infeasible due to the lack of a replacement pipeline for at least the next 4 to 7 years. The staff report also reflects that the environmental impacts of the trucking project have been mitigated to the maximum extent feasible through the implementation of mitigation measures identified in the SCIR. As Planning Commission staff explained earlier, the applicable mitigation measures are 1, trucking only to the Santa Maria pump station while available, and 2, no trucking during rainy periods. Thus, the proposed project meets the requirements of provision 10B. And next page. Finally, Coastal Zoning Ordinance Section 35-154.5I4A provides that transportation by a mode other than pipeline may be permitted when the county has determined use of a pipeline is not feasible by making one of the following findings, including that a pipeline to the shipper's refining center of choice is unavailable within a reasonable period of time. Page 60 of the staff report explains that subfinding A would apply to the current circumstances given the unavailability of a pipeline. The staff report goes on to say that the proposed project is consistent with all applicable coastal plan policies and condition 6-1 of Exxon's existing development plan. In summary, the county can and should approve the interim trucking project given ExxonMobil's vested right to operate, which would be impaired if the trucking project, as currently proposed by staff, is rejected. All of the required conditions are met, and the 2 combined mitigation measures of trucking only to the Santa Maria pump station while available and no trucking during rainy periods mitigate any potential environmental impacts to the maximum extent feasible. I'd like to emphasize that the Plains pipeline failure in 2015 occurred through no fault of ExxonMobil. Unfortunately, it has been over 6 years since the Santa Ynez unit had to halt production due to the pipeline failure. So as you might imagine, we are eager to bring our facilities back online, which can only be done with an alternative mode of transportation. For all the reasons stated, the county can and should approve temporary trucking with the mitigation measures proposed by staff. Approving the project will ensure there is no impairment of ExxonMobil's vested right to operate the Santa Ynez unit pursuant to its current authorizations. I thank you again for your time and consideration of ExxonMobil's application for interim trucking.
Okay, is that it for the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Park?
I have a lot of questions. What a surprise, right? But I'm reserving them all for Friday based on my conversations with you, Chairman Farini, and with staff. And I just wanted to know, this is an easy one for Exxon folks. Will you all be available on Friday, or is it just selected ones?
Yes, we will all be available on Friday for questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just as a matter of our procedure today, Commissioner Park just mentioned something that I wasn't aware of. I am prepared to ask considerable questions and was looking for your discretion as to when to take a break. I'm just one commissioner. There may be others, but I hadn't heard that those questions should be deferred till Friday. What is the process to move to public comment sooner than this afternoon?
Yes, Commissioner Cooney, I was planning on taking a bio break at 10:30. We ran a little bit over there. And then we could take the break now and then come back for, we were looking for questions of clarification from the commissioners for today, and then trying to move into public comment prior to the lunch break. If you prefer to ask more detailed questions now, that's your prerogative. But that was kind of the plan, and then give both applicant and staff time to gather information to respond to the clarifications. And then if public comment goes farther today, we can come back with more questions if we leave public comment today. So trying to have a plan is a little bit difficult, not quite knowing what our public speaking demand is going to be today. I see right now we have 53 attendees, which I would imagine might grow a little bit throughout the day or as people sign back in. Is that helpful, Commissioner Cooney?
It is. It's a little blurry line between clarification questions and basic questions, but you know, I'll certainly try to cooperate. Either way, I share your concern for getting public comment going. So I think it's probably better to just defer all questions. Some of these would clarify, but they also may be clarified in the course of today's hearing. So I'll just defer to the chair's organization plan.
Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 5 minutes before the hour.
Chair Farini, we are back on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Mr. Wilson informed me that you have some late letters to discuss.
Yes, I do have a list of 4 letters that came in that were multi-page that came in after the deadline. I have 4 of them. If you like, I can read them off if you'd like to consider that at this point.
Yes, please.
Okay, so the first is a letter and resolution from the City of Goleta dated September 28th, 2021. The second is a letter from Los Padres Forest Watch dated September 28th, 2021. The third is a letter and resolution from the City of Santa Barbara dated September 27th, 2021. And the final one is from Adams, Broadwell, Joseph, and Cardozo, Kalila D. Fetterman, dated September 27th, 2021.
Okay, would any of the commissioners care to make a motion to accept those into the record? Commissioner Park? You're muted, sir.
Well, isn't that convenient? But I'd like to make the motion for a couple of reasons. One, this project is in my district, and 2, it's a very complicated project. It's really valuable to have input from municipalities because they represent thousands of people. And I think that the normal feeling I have to object to late filed things is displaced here because we're having a sort of a fact-finding hearing that's going to stretch over 2 days, and this thing may very well stretch on beyond that. So we'll have plenty of time to read these things. So that's why I'm making an exception to my usual practice, and I do move to accept these items into the record.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would second the motion in this case because of the multi-day aspect to this hearing. It is virtually impossible to absorb and give credit to multi-page letters in the course of a one-day hearing, but this is exceptional. I think we should allow these letters in particular because of the broad representative nature of the letters themselves.
That's helpful, Commissioner Cooney. Thank you. Commissioner Blau?
Well, I was just going to point out that I don't think we need to do it, to tell you the truth. The fact that we're not making the decision until at least Friday, it's going to be, that means they would have until today at 1 o'clock in order to hit the meeting for Friday. So they're a part of the record, I think, no matter what. So I don't see the need to vote them into the record. They're not late is what I'm saying, because we're not going to take an action until Friday.
Secretary Wilson? Comment?
I understand the chair and commissioners' comments on this. I recommend that we do make a motion so that way it's clear on what's happening with these letters. And those that supply these letters understand where they stand in regards to the record.
Thank you for that, Mr. Wilson. Okay, Mr. Villalobos, time for a vote.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, this is a little discussion between commissioners right now. So the plan was if we could get to public comment by 11:30. So we do have about a half an hour. And Commissioner Cooney, that did strike me a little bit that you have some questions. I'm wondering if the commissioners wanted to take about 10 minutes each to start with their most important question. Would that be helpful to them? Or would you prefer to until later after public comment? Commissioner Cooney?
I'm prepared to go forward with what I think are clarifying questions at this time.
That's great. Thank you. Commissioner Park?
I'd like to get to public comment as soon as possible. And from my conversations with you, Chairman Freeney, and with staff, I really, reached the understanding that I would not be asking questions right now, at least of the length that sometimes I'm prone to. And so I am going to defer. I mean, if you give me 10 minutes, I'm not going to take it. I won't take it at all. And I hope that other commissioners keep that in mind, even though I know none of you are as bad as I am. But sometimes when we start asking questions and then we start chiming in with questions on questions and this and that, and then we kind of get into somewhat irrelevant things and it just goes on, and we'll have 53 people with speaker slips choking while this happens. So there you go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bradley?
Well, I am also one of the more inquisitive ones. And so I really was trained by staff and you, Chairman Freeney, to wait until after public comment. So I would probably defer on my 10 minutes. My questions are going to be right before deliberation. So I'm happy waiting until Friday, and so we can just move along.
Okay, so Commissioner Cooney, let's go ahead with your questions.
Mr. Chair, I'll defer. Let's get to the public. That's the most important thing. And these burning questions of mine will await time later after public comment.
Okay, very good. Mr. Villalobos, looks like we have 58 attendees.
Chair Farini, I wanted to point out that I think the messaging that we had is that it was unlikely that we were going to get to public comment before our lunch break. So you guys are moving along, and I just wanted to let people know that we're likely to continue being on public comment after the lunch break. What I've had, so I want to just quickly introduce my staff person, Jonathan Martin. He's been helping me number each person as they've been coming into the queue, so you have an idea of where you are in the line. And so, Mr. Chair, I just want to just clarify before we begin how much time you would like to give to each speaker.
What I'm looking at with the volume of speakers that we have is 1 minute each.
Okay, so just to clarify, because I see hands up, you don't have to raise your hand for me to call on you unless you have a question. I'm going to go in the order of the number that is in front of your name. Okay, so our first speaker will be Ann Shaw, to be followed by Maria Cunningham. Ms. Shaw?
Okay, I'm just one moment. I'm caught a little bit by surprise.
Why don't we back to you if you're.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, here's my statement. In the face of the most dire warnings ever from climate scientists, deciding to support the extraction of oil in our current climate emergency is equivalent to stepping on the accelerator when your car is about to hit a tree. It just doesn't make sense. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Unmute. Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead with your comment.
I believe the ethical and moral vote on this pipeline is no. How many times have you stated in the past, even lied, don't worry, this is under control. Yet here we are, code red. And all of you are young, yet you're making the decisions for our next generations. So I ask you, what kind of ancestor do you want to be? Hopefully one committed to future generations, because 84% of them are terrified. They need leaders with a moral compass, ones who courageously vote against power and profits for the children of tomorrow. Quit pretending You are like drone operators. You murder from afar to avoid hearing the screams of families reverberating through generations. Therefore, once again, I ask you, well, you can roll your eyes, but it looks very unclassy for a commissioner. What kind of ancestor do you want to be? Because for once in the history of oil and climate, you could be the hero. Courage is rare, and no vote shows leadership for the next generations.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker will be Allison Mann, to be followed by Barbara Hirsch. Ms. Mann, if you can unmute yourself.
Okay, there. Okay, I live in the Cuyama Valley. I'm a retired elementary teacher from out here. I know that the existing trucks that we have are crowding buses and causing more accidents. I was passed by a 18-wheeler on a double yellow line the other day. I mean, this is becoming like an everyday occurrence. There's too much traffic as it is. It was just a few years ago that San Luis Obispo County rejected having a rail line put in. So those 70 trucks ended up on our road. Now you want to add another 70 trucks on our road. It's just becoming untenable. It's not safe for us. And when they say that it's insignificant, the amount of harm, you don't live with these people. I don't think when someone dies on 166 that lives in my community, that's insignificant. California Highway Patrol has said this is one of the worst highways for fatalities in the state. We just really cannot afford to have any more traffic on this road than it already is. And I just feel like if this traffic was coming through Santa Barbara town itself, this wouldn't even be a discussion. It would be over with. It would not happen. So please consider us when you're making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Barbara Hirsch, to be followed by Jan Smith.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity. I believe that the mostly non-local mitigation efforts that Exxon would employ would be via carbon credits, not local mitigation efforts at all. In other words, nothing would happen to the emissions or pollution caused locally. These carbon credits would be much better used by industry that is not generating more emissions before the fuel is ever used. I vote for cleaning up our region rather than adding to its local emissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jan Smith, to be followed by Soham Ray. Ms. Smith, if you could unmute yourself. All right, let's come back to Jan Smith. Soham Ray, to be followed by Mark Shatello.
Hello, do you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Hello, commissioners, and thank you for taking my comment. My name is Soham Ray, and I'm here on behalf of UC Santa Barbara's Environmental Affairs Board, and I'm here to urge you to recommend the denial of ExxonMobil's interim trucking proposal. Route 166 is a road that was deemed too dangerous to truck oil by the previous staff recommendation. The final staff report fails to sufficiently address why crude oil trucking will now be allowed on Route 166, only mentioning inadequate mitigation measures. One of these mitigation measures is to curtail trucking operations during heavy raining periods. This measure leaves a good chance for trucking to continue, even in heavy rain, due to inaccuracies in rain forecasts, which may lead to dangerous trucking conditions. The SEIR has included that there are significant and unavoidable impacts connected with the oil spills. The mitigation measures proposed to address this inevitable consequence are the oil spill response plans that are after the fact responses. A spill could impact sensitive resources, including biological, water, and cultural resources as stated in the FEIR. something that populations in the Cuyama River Valley area are already burdened with as they experience contamination in the drinking water and groundwater. There have also been hundreds of acres of cannabis farms approved in the Cuyama Valley, which provide many jobs in the region to lower income minority workers and farmers. The trucking provides a concern to those communities and not enough has been done to study those effects. I implore the Commission to consider the effects that crude oil trucking will have on Santa Barbara County and its local communities. It is in our best mutual interest to do whatever necessary in order to avoid repeating the tragedies of Santa Barbara's past by voting against Exxon and its trucking proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that Jan Smith is back, so we'll go to Jan Smith, then Mark Chatello, to be followed by Lily Ortiz. Ms. Smith.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm wanting to pull up. I'm weighing in as a Cuyama Joint Unified School District board member, and we've submitted a resolution. Our concerns are mostly about safety. I personally feel that it's not the trucks and the drivers that are the danger. It's just the increase of traffic on the road going right past our schools and our facilities in Cuyama, within 250 feet of multiple businesses, churches, both our elementary and our high school. And the safety is the main issue. I've driven the 166 3 times a week in this past year. And the problem is that the stacking up, the highway just doesn't have the capacity to hold this type of traffic, and cars stack up behind the trucks that are going the speed limit, that are being careful, and they pass on dangerous blind curves. And it's just, my main concern is that the carrying capacity of the 166 does not, it already is exceeded, and increasing it is an absolute hazard to the residents of the Cuyama Valley and to the ecology and the potential impacts. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Our next speaker will be Mark Chatello, to be followed by Lily Ortiz. Mr. Chatello. All right, Mr. Chatello, when you come back, just raise your hand. We'll come back to you. Ms. Ortiz.
Good afternoon, commissioners and Santa Barbara County members. My name is Lily Ortiz, and I am one of the co-chairs for UC Santa Barbara's Environmental Affairs Board. Today, I am representing not only my organization, but all of the students that were unable to attend today's hearing, and I strongly urge you all to oppose ExxonMobil's trucking proposal. Exxon says it will provide great jobs and pensions to our county residents, but last year it suspended 401k matching for its employees and released a plan to lay off to up to 50% of its global workforce by the end of 2022. This was done to assure shareholders that even with Exxon's massive corporate debt, it will cut jobs and benefits before risking stock dividends. Though Exxon promises job prospects with the restarting of its oil platforms and trucking project, the actual amount of jobs created would be nowhere near the amount of jobs lost to the agricultural, marine, and other environmental devastations that come with the production of fossil fuels. These industries account for 40% of employment and 66% of new jobs in the county. While they contribute just as much revenue as the oil industry, they provide much more employment overall compared to the oil companies in Santa Barbara County. Aside from Exxon's economic failures, ExxonMobil is the world's 5th largest producer of greenhouse gas emissions. Though Exxon has proposed a mitigation plan and state percentage after percentage about its emission reductions, it has in actuality hidden the most significant portions of its emissions from these statistics. They only report 10% coming from the production of fossil fuels, and they exclude the remaining 90% deriving from Scope 3 emissions, the burning of fossil fuels. The 6.8 million tons of carbon captured is nothing in comparison to the roughly 700 million tons emitted. Even the IPCC and IEA stress that carbon capture techniques are not an alternative to cutting emissions, nor an excuse for delayed action in fighting climate change. Exxon has showcased its poor conduct to adjusting to the long-term demand for advancement and utilization of low to carbon-free technologies. Now, with all that being said, students of the UC Santa Barbara strongly urge you, commissioners, to do what is right for the future for our futures and deny Exxon's trucking proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz.
Our next speaker will be Ken Huff, to be followed by Charisse Cordero.
Good morning, Chair Farini and Commissioners. I'm Ken Huff, staff with the Santa Barbara County Action Network. SBCAN urges your commission to recommend denial of this project. We are represented by the Environmental Defense Center, and their thorough letter details all the reasons why this ought to be denied and why you should not certify the EIR. A lot has been said about 166, but trucking along 101 should also be denied because of the significant risk of an accident and oil spill along the Gaviota coast, across many coastal watersheds and next to the ocean and through the dangerous Gaviota curve and tunnel. I want to draw your attention to attachment D to EDC's letter. This is a feasibility study that, it being somewhat new, I've been here 10 or 12 years, I didn't know about this, but in 2003, the National Park Service did a study and concluded that the Gaviota coast met all of the criteria for national significance. This coast is a treasure. Please protect it by recommending denial of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Charlize Cordero, to be followed by Lynn Carlisle. Ms. Cordero?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, this is Charisse Cordero, and I am a resident here in Santa Barbara County and a representative of Santa Barbara Standing Rock Coalition. And I would like to urge you to vote no on this proposal for all the reasons that were stated before. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Lynn Carlisle, to be followed by Margaret Connell.
Hi, this is Lynn Carlisle. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Chair Fernini and members of the Commission. I'm the Executive Director of the Cuyama Valley Family Resource Center. I've served in the Cuyama Valley for the past 10 years. My comments today focus on the impact of the ExxonMobil interim trucking proposal and its impact on the safety in Highway 166 and the Class 1 impact of an potential oil spill on that highway. 166 is a windy mountain road that has higher than usual share of accidents and fatalities. Having worked there for the past 10 years, I can tell you that every single person I've ever talked to in Cuyama has a horror story about 166, as Allison Mann just described. We've all seen folks passed on blind curves, passing along double yellow lines, and everyone has a story about being run off the road by someone madly trying to pass a line of cars and trucks. Add a little rain and the situation gets worse. Add more trucks and it's a very scary highway indeed. But unlike other highways, 166 is the only way to go for people who need to carry on with their lives. Contributing to these unsafe conditions, there are no paved pullouts on 166 in the section between Santa Maria and New Cuyama. Paving is a requirement for trucks to pull over. Less than a mile of passing lanes are on that 52-mile stretch. There are very few safe stretches to pass along the whole route, and there's only one CHP patrol car assigned to that route. You may also not realize that Highway 166 runs along the Cuyama River for approximately 30 miles, mostly within 100 feet of the river, and crosses the river.
Carlisle, you're over time.
Thank you. I urge you to deny this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Margaret Connell, to be followed by Carol Miller. Ms. Connell? We can come back to Ms. Connell. Carol Miller?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Santa Barbara County includes very affluent communities. That means we have a special responsibility to be part of the social contagion that makes policies mitigating fossil fuel production as commonplace as women having the vote. If you say no to this dangerous plan, it will not only protect our own community, but give an imprimatur of legitimacy to more marginalized communities those bearing the brunt of our fossil fuel addiction, as they stand up to those powerful interests contributing to pollution and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker will be Marisa Sullivan, to be followed by Nadia, I apologize for pronunciation, Abushanab. Ms. Sullivan?
Hello, everybody. Good morning and afternoon coming on. My name is Marisa Sullivan. I'm the tribal chair for the coastal band of the Chumash Nation. The proposed trucking project travels along the unceded lands and waters of the Chumash people. Since this began in 2017, we've all witnessed the heartbreaking loss of jobs and lives due to worldwide events. We've been horrified by the catastrophic effects that have been proven to be the result that comes from man-made activities and from corporations such as ExxonMobil, who maintains that they have a vested right to operate. The commission can say no. You can make the decision to not approve as this plan is infeasible. As a tribal chair leader, I have to make many decisions that have the potential to affect generations to come. I arrive at these decisions after seeking the advice from a wide variety of opinions. Hearing the same opinion from at least 3 sources with the same opinion as they are leads me to believe that is the right decision. You have all heard from significantly more than 3 groups, all in opposition. You can say no to this. Do not be influenced by the money that ExxonMobil dangles before you, their lofty 3 pillars of their unwavering commitment to safety, mitigation to greenhouse emission, and restoring of economic benefits. They have cited outdated permission giving to them going back to 1987 to just.
Ms. Sullivan, you're over time.
Thank you. I really hope that you vote no on this for everyone's good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker, Nadia Abushanab, to be followed by Nathan Irwin.
Hello, my name is Nadia Abushanab, and I am with SBCAN, the Santa Barbara County Action Network. And we urge you to deny this project because it will exacerbate the climate crisis. Further, the EIR is inadequate because it does not account for the increased greenhouse gas emissions from the restart of the oil platforms. Just last week, Santa Barbara County's own Planning and Development Department released its draft Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment Report. This report found that most communities in the county have either a high or severe vulnerability to the impacts of climate change. The report goes on to suggest ways that the county can make changes to improve resilience in these vulnerable communities. The first step, however, needs to be a commitment to not extract any more fossil fuels. Approving this project would lock in 317,000 tons of greenhouse gas emissions per year, which would be in direct conflict to the county's climate change resilience goals. If your house was on fire, wouldn't it make sense to first stop fueling the flames? Again, we urge you to recommend denial of this project and do your part to protect vulnerable residents and provide them with a livable future. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, and just before we move on, for those who we missed, that includes Mark Chatillo and Mark O'Connell, once you are back online, just raise your hand. I'll come back to you. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep moving down the line. So our next speaker will be Nathan Irwin, to be followed by Marcella Bertolino. I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Nathan Irwin, and I definitely hope that you vote no on this project. The federal government released the 4th National Climate Assessment in 2018, stating that climate-related risks will continue to grow without additional action, and that decisions made today determine risk exposure for current and future generations, and will either broaden or limit options to reduce the negative consequences of climate change. The decision of whether or not to allow ExxonMobil to restart its project is the chance of the Planning and Development Departments to ensure the safety of future generations of Santa Barbara County residents. Saying yes to ExxonMobil is out of step with the direction of the County Planning and Development Department's overall goals of protecting its citizens and environment. ExxonMobil is planning on using mitigation methods to reduce accidents over the course of their proposed project. I stand firm in saying that one more accident is one too many. Our county is moving forward by joining the Central Coast Community Energy Program and setting emission goals. I applaud this huge step in the right direction. Yet in contrast, saying yes to this project would not only go against the plans to protect the future of the Central Coast, it would also create immediate and unnecessary risks to our citizens and environment today. This project cannot be approved because it is dangerous to the environment. It piles on to the problems we face due to our changing climate, and it places more importance on big oil than the health and safety of our citizens in Santa Barbara County. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Marcella Bertolino, to be followed by Nicole Martel. Ms. Bertolino, if you can unmute yourself. All right, we'll move on and come back to Ms. Okay, so our next speaker will be Nicole Martel, to be followed by Jonathan Ullman.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. And I am a concerned resident of Buellton in Santa Barbara County, and I'm just learning about this. And this is really important. I took the whole day off of work to just speak my opposition to this, because this is really important given the current climate emergency. And it's essential for all of us to be responsible and truly responsible. Specifically and especially for California, given the extreme challenges it's facing environmentally. The proposed trucking and oil and any forward movement to foster our dependency on fossil fuels is unthinkable and irresponsible given the science-based need for change to more sustainable and healthy, safe alternatives. We have those technologies in place and ready to transition away from fossil fuels. So why would we continue to support these antiquated and dangerous industries? Approving this project is going backwards when it's clearly time we need to move forward in service to the care, integrity, and accountability needed to deal with the challenges California is already facing. It makes no sense to approve something that we clearly know is dangerous to our safety, health, communities, and environment. The unavoidable impacts, quote unquote, are simply not acceptable given the current climate emergency and California's challenges. This must go beyond money. We can't allow them to buy or pay their way through destructive means that we know are dangerous and antiquated and no longer viable. I have so much respect and appreciate your representation of the people, commissioners of the planning or members of the planning commission, and I just pray that you do the right thing in denying this proposal. So thank you. Sorry, I'm nervous, but I appreciate your listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jonathan Ullman, to be followed by Pamela Dworon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Jonathan Ullman, Sierra Club Los Padres chapter, Santa Barbara and Ventura counties. 24,800 tanker trucks per year is being proposed here. This is one of the largest, most egregious proposals that has ever been offered in Santa Barbara County. And it's basically being watched not just by California and by the locals here, but by the world. This poses a risk to the public. It goes by Gaviota Pass, which is windy, curvy, and steep. It goes by the Refugio campground, like within feet of the campground with families. It goes through Santa Maria, which is 70% Hispanic, and it provides a threat of explosions, spills, to people who are living on the path or who are driving it. It goes up 166 past Carrizo Plain It goes into 2 counties, San Luis Obispo and Kern, in addition to Santa Barbara County. It passes rivers and streams and water supplies. This is the most dangerous plan ever, and I urge you to say no. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Pamela Dwaron, to be followed by Molly Troop.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. This is Pamela Doran from the Spanish Ranch. Are we connected?
Yes. Looks like she disconnected.
Ms. Doron, can you unmute yourself? Just 1 second.
Hello, can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I cannot hear you. I'm going to go ahead and begin my remarks. This is Pamela Doran from the Spanish Ranch. Our winding 2-lane road has become a popular bypass between Highway 101 and Interstate 5 for truckers, many of whom are obviously unfamiliar with the road. Locals know that coming around any turn or over a hill, you could be met with the front grille of a semi going way too fast to stay in its lane. By my observation, there are 500 to 100 daily oil tanker trips alone currently on Highway 166. That could be as much as 250,000 gallons or more already being shipped by tankers 24/7. This proposal would more than double our current impact. On top of existing truck traffic, add the normal local traffic, commuter traffic, and on Friday through Sunday, the Bakersfield-Pismo weekenders hauling dune buggies and travel trailers. I was run off the road twice just last week by impatient drivers trying to pass a line of cars behind a semi. Additionally, the number of accidents and incidents just on our stretch of the highway alone are making sections of our range line unusable due to the liability of livestock accessing the highway through breaks in the fence. We are currently averaging about 1 accident monthly with injuries and deaths. And while our neighbors on the coast may see us as an empty, viable alternative to protecting the coastline, nonetheless, we are home to elk, kit foxes, kangaroo rats, western pond turtles, kern mallow, and hundreds of other species of unique animals and plants, many threatened and endangered. I hope your vote will be to decline and protect our safety and fragile environment. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for the speaker. Can we get her back? Oh, I don't know if she can hear us, right?
I don't. Well, she's still there. Right.
Ms. Doran, can you hear me? No. Okay, let's move on.
Our next speaker will be Molly Troop, to be followed by Roy Reed.
Good afternoon, Chair Farini and Planning Commissioners. My name is Molly Troop, and I'm a Science and Policy Associate at Santa Barbara Channel Keeper, a local nonprofit whose mission is to protect and restore the Santa Barbara Channel. I'm speaking today to urge you to recommend denial of ExxonMobil's request to restart oil production from 3 old and deteriorating oil rigs off of the Gaviota coast. There are many reasons to deny this project, including the fact that your own staff recommended denial of trucking oil along Route 166 just last year because of the risks involved. However, today I want to focus on the Santa Barbara Channel and the age of these old platforms. The Santa Barbara Channel is an extraordinarily biodiverse hotspot that deserves the highest level of protection. Because of its unique location in the transition zone between the cool northern California current and the warm southern California countercurrent, the channel boasts unparalleled species density and diversity, in addition to threatened and endangered species that reside in or seasonally move throughout the channel, including bluefin, blue whales, fin whales, and humpback whales. Significantly, the project before you today would restart 3 very old platforms. Hondo was constructed in 1976, began operating in 1981. It is 43 years old and has operated for 38 years. Harmony and Heritage were constructed in 1993, and these platforms are 26 years old and have been operating for 25 years. The SEIR that you're being asked to certify does not consider the impacts from restarting these very old platforms and is a major concern notably because the original EIR anticipated the project life of the SYU unit would be up to 35 years, and that production would cease approximately by the year 2022. Restarting these old frigs would bring them past their anticipated lifespan and the impacts that were analyzed in the outdated environmental documents. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Roy Reed, to be followed by Sage Gerson.
Hi, hello, Chair Franny and Commissioners. I'm Roy Reed. I'm president of the Santa Barbara County Taxpayers Association. 6 years ago, due to an event for which they had no responsibility, operations at ExxonMobil's Santa Ynez unit ceased, resulting in the loss of jobs, tax revenue, and special funding. The remedy awaits your action. The application before you, the result of years of effort by the applicant, consultants, and your planning staff, is comprehensive and well mitigated. It's important to note that this is an application for a trucking permit. It is not, despite the assertions of the opposition, a referendum on climate change, fossil fuel, or global carbon emissions. It is a trucking permit. You may choose to bow to the demands of a small but vocal minority, or better, choose to make an objective evaluation of the application, examine the evidence-based recommendations from your own planning staff, including both the Santa Maria pumping station only option as well as the Pentland option, and act in the best interest of the majority of county residents by recommending the Board of Supervisors approval of this application in accordance with those recommendations. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Sage Gerson, to be followed by Scout Vernon.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I am making a public comment to please urge you all to oppose and deny ExxonMobil's proposed trucking permit. As California Highway Patrol data already shows, California suffers hundreds of oil truck incidents a year, which often result in oil spills. There were 258 trucking accidents along the route from 2015 to 2021, resulting in 10 deaths and 110 injuries. A tanker truck crashed off Highway 166 in March 2020 in recent memory, spilling more than 4,500 gallons of oil into the Cuyama River above Twitwell Reservoir. As we know, living in our region, we have a history of oil spills that have been devastating, dating back to 1969 to 2015. I think that the consequences of an oil spill are too much at this time, and that the trucking permit is dangerous. And so I urge you, please, for the reasons other speakers have said about the trucking on 166, to please deny the permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Scout Vernon, and then we'll go back to Margaret Connell.
Sorry, I just had to unmute. I'm a resident of Santa Barbara County, and I see this as Santa Barbara's opportunity to lead the nation, to end the nation's reliance on fossil fuels. Let's build for the future and end fossil fuel extraction. Please protect our coastline and look out for the health of our land, water, air, and the future of us as the next generation. I'm asking for you guys to deny ExxonMobil's plan to restart extraction on our coastline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Margaret Connell, to be followed by Tom Francis.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am speaking on behalf of the Good Land Coalition, a group, a Goleta environmental group. And I'm on their behalf, I'm urging that you deny the permit for ExxonMobil oil trucking proposal. Goleta is no stranger to the impact of industrial oil projects. For many years, we had platform holly and pipelines and oil piers and wells in the surf that have been part of our landscape. Though now, with Zeneco's demise, many of the direct impacts have thankfully diminished. But now, of course, we have the ExxonMobil proposal, and we face new major impacts with 7 diesel trucks a day, 7 days a week for maybe 7 years. Trucking is the riskiest way of transporting oil. And it is proposed that these trucks go along 101 and the Gaviota coast and the windy, twisty Route 166 to the Plains Pentland Terminal in Kern County. The safest route would be by pipeline, but of course the All-American line ruptured in 2015 and probably won't be replaced for 5 years or more, near the end, I must say, of the productive life of the offshore oil platforms. There is no good way to restart the ExxonMobil oil operation without major environmental impacts. This is a time when Goleta and other South Coast communities are seeking to phase out fossil fuels.
Ms. Connell, you're over time.
All right, thank you.
Our next speaker will be Tom Francis, to be followed by Liz Lamar and then Mary Ellen Brooks.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Farini and Commissioners, my name is Tom Francis, and I'm the Public Lands Advocate at Los Padres Forest Watch. We are a Santa Barbara-based nonprofit conservation organization that works to protect the Los Padres National Forest and other local public lands. We have over 27,000 members, supporters, and followers in Santa Barbara County and the surrounding Central Coast region. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about the ExxonMobil interim trucking proposal. The proposed trucking route includes the entirety of State Route 166's intersection with the Los Padres National Forest east of Santa Maria. Here, the highway winds through mountainous terrain and crosses the Kiama River several times. About 8.6 miles of the proposed trucking route is within the National Forest administrative boundary, and there are 3 trailheads that are located along the highway in this area. We are deeply concerned by this proposal. It is irresponsible and dangerous to approve a plan that would add an additional 68 trucks per day to travel this remote and windy route, hauling tanks loaded with hazardous materials, posing safety risks to recreationists trying to access these trailheads, which generally have very small turnouts that can be difficult to find. Dozens of fast-moving oil tankers traveling this route each day will make trailheads less safe and will have a negative impact on communities that already lack equitable access to trails and open space. We strongly urge you to recommend that the Board of Supervisors vote to deny this dangerous permit. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Liz Lamar, to be followed by Mary Ellen Brooks and then Judy Ferris.
Hi, this is Liz Lamar. I'm calling in on behalf of the Ventura Sierra Club group, and I just want to voice our concern about this proposal and urge the denial of Exxon to continue to destroy our natural environment. I have many family and friends that live in Santa Barbara County. I'm extremely concerned for their safety, and I just urge you to look at the whole picture. This is not a good proposal. This is highly dangerous and illogical at this stage of the climate collapse. So thank you for your time.
Our next speaker will be Mary Ellen Brooks, to be followed by Judy Ferris.
Yes. Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Good morning.
Thank you. Yes, I'm speaking today on behalf of Citizens Planning Association, and we strongly urge the Commission to deny this project. We believe that the necessary findings cannot be made. Specifically, we believe that the statement of overriding considerations necessary to overcome the Class 1 impact cannot be made. Several of the findings discuss financial benefits of this project. CPA finds fault with such findings. They need to be put in context. While any amount going to the general fund is certainly commendable, it's important to put the amount in context. In the county budget for 2021, we found that the operating revenue for the county is $1.3 billion. The addition of the minuscule fraction, which we compiled, it was less than 0.09%. that would be coming in from this project and that's proposed in the statement of overriding considerations cannot outweigh the multiple cited environmental impacts and risks. We also are concerned with the restarting of the offshore platforms and processing facility, which will generate unacceptable levels of greenhouse gas emissions. We too, as an earlier speaker suggested, we received a draft copy of the County of Santa Barbara Draft Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment. This draft document, and when it's finalized, it will be used for grants to help the county protect the citizens against the negative impacts of climate change. CPA urges the commissioners and the public to read this report. And we feel that it would be illogical and inconsistent for the commission to approve this project with the noted increases in greenhouse gas emissions. In closing, Santa Barbara County decision makers have already acknowledged that climate change is here. We believe that many of the findings that you have been offered by staff are totally inconsistent with existing county policies. We request that the commissioners deny this project and that you ask staff to return with findings for denial. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Judy Ferris, to be followed by Susie Tottram.
I am a member of the Society of Fearless Grandmothers, Santa Barbara. On behalf of my 3-year-old granddaughter, all other children in Santa Barbara and Kern counties, everyone else in these communities and beyond, and all animal and plant life on Earth dependent on clean air and water, I oppose this proposal to truck fossil fuel from restarted offshore oil rigs and ask you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Susie Tottram, to be followed by Linda Kropp.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I live adjacent to Exxon on Aurelia Ranch, which has been in our family since 1866. In fact, the Exxon property was once part of the greater Aurelia Ranch. Exxon have been terrific neighbors and have been very into safety for all of us that live out here. My concern is the narrowness of the frontage road. Our ranch runs 1 mile from Exxon to Refugio, and we will be the only ranch that is directly impacted with this two-way traffic on a narrow road. I am not against the project, but I think there's a safer way to do it that would reduce pollution. Here's the proposal. There used to be a road crossing at Corral Canyon. Open that up and make a northbound on-ramp. It's a long, level swath where the trucks could gain their speed. If you go up the frontage road, the Refugio on-ramp is extremely steep, would cause much more pollution, and comes right up where there are curves. We do have Ocean Mesa, El Capitan Canyon Resort, El Capitan State Campground, Refugio State Beach Campground, and there are children on bicycles all the time up and down this road. We ride horses up and down this road. There are pedestrians on this road. Perhaps there's a way to make a one-way loop or something that, if this does pass, it does keep us and all the tourists that use this little 1 mile strip between Exxon and Refugio to keep us all safe. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker will be Linda Kropp, to be followed by Maggie Hall. Ms. Kropp, we have that map available. Just if the member of your team who wants to speak to it just can prompt us, we'll make sure that gets on the screen.
Great. That'll be either Kayla or Natalie. Thank you. My name is Linda Kropp. I'm Chief Counsel of the Environmental Defense Center, which represents Get Oil Out, SB-CAN, and EDC. We urge the Planning Commission to recommend denial of ExxonMobil's proposal because it will exacerbate climate change, threaten our coast with another oil spill, and put our communities, watersheds, and environment in harm's way. County policies and ordinances require that oil be transported from local processing facilities by pipeline. Although the county may approve an alternative mode of transportation, the county retains full discretion to stick to the pipeline requirement. In this case, the county should not permit ExxonMobil to truck its oil due to the tremendous risk of an accident that, as confirmed in the EIR, would result in unavoidable significant impacts to biological, cultural, marine, and water resources. In addition, ExxonMobil's proposal would emit more than 300,000 metric tons of carbon emissions annually at a time when we need to decrease emissions to avert further climate disasters. Permitting ExxonMobil to restart platform operations will also threaten the Santa Barbara Channel and our coast with another major oil spill. Finally, the EIR cannot be certified as noted in our comment letter. Please vote no on ExxonMobil's platform restart and trucking project.
Our next speaker will be Maggie Hall, to be followed by Brian Troutwine.
Good morning. I'm Maggie Hall, Senior Attorney at the Environmental Defense Center. I will address.
Ms. Hall,
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Now we can, yes.
Good morning. I'm Maggie Hall, Senior Attorney at the Environmental Defense Center. I will address the scope of the project and the environmental setting. First, the EIR fails to assess the impacts of the whole of an action as required by CEQA. The EIR makes clear that the purpose of the project is to allow ExxonMobil to resume production, stating that the project would, quote, allow for the phased restart of the SYU facilities. However, the EIR fails to analyze the many adverse impacts associated with offshore operations, including from drilling, production, including acidizing, processing, and more. These activities will threaten wildlife, the sensitive marine environment, contribute to climate change, and rely on aging infrastructure, which is prone to accident. Thus, the EIR is inadequate as a matter of law for failing to address the true scope of the project. Second, the EIR uses a misleading environmental setting based on historic conditions, when instead, under CEQA, the baseline should be the existing physical conditions as they exist at the time the notice of preparation is published, which in this case is the current shutdown status. The EIR's attempt to justify this baseline all fail. ExxonMobil does not have an existing right to operate without further discretionary approvals. Its development plan is contingent on pipeline transportation, and therefore the project involves modification to that plan, which is why we are here today. The only approach that will provide a meaningful assessment of the project's impacts is a setting based on the current shutdown status. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Brian Troutwine, to be followed by Kayla McGarden.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Brian Troutwine, Analyst and Watershed Program Coordinator with EDC. This is one of the most flawed EIRs I've reviewed in years. It omits rare wildlife and habitats. It relies on incomplete databases which advise users that field surveys are necessary, but no field surveys were conducted. The EIR omits the arroyo chub, a protected fish in the waterways. It omits 12 rare plant species. Tanker accidents can spark fires. The route passes through extreme fire hazard areas. The EIR omits impacts of wildfire on rare species. The EIR omits the impacts of debris flows which follow wildfires. Aquatic species would be devastated by debris flows. It omits fuel spills. Tankers carry up to 300 gallons of diesel. A fuel spill could kill many rare species. The Commission must find the EIR deficient, must find the impacts are too great, and must recommend denial. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Kayla McGarden, to be followed by Britton Kelly.
Hello, my name is Kayla McGarden. I'm a student at UCSB and intern with the Environmental Defense Center.
Ms.
The EDC has compiled.
Before
Hello,
you start,
can you hear
did
me?
you want us to pull up that map for you?
Oh, thank you.
So I just wanted to prompt our CSB TV staff. There we go. Go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, sorry. Thank you. Hello, my name is Kayla McGarden. I'm a student at UCSB and intern with the Environmental Defense Center. The EDC has compiled research on tanker trucking accidents occurring in California, Santa Barbara County, and along the proposed route. From 2000 to 2021, we noted 79 accidents and approximately 95,000 gallons of spilled oil. For example, in December of 2017, a tanker truck was hit by a sedan on Highway 101 near Patterson Avenue, flipped over, and spilled 5,000 gallons of oil. The highway was closed for 19 hours in the middle of the Thomas Fire evacuation. Trucking of any extent as a result of this proposed plan would pose serious risks of injury, fatality, and environmental harm. The EIR concludes that the likelihood of an accident occurring on Route 166 is 1 in 17 years. but our investigation finds along the proposed route, 6 accidents have occurred in the last 9 years, and 5 of these accidents occurred in the last 5 years. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Brenton Kelly, to be followed by Julie Simmons.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sir, if you have multiple devices in the background, you may just have to mute one.
How about that? Is that any better?
Perfect.
Very good. My name is Brenton Kelly. Thank you, commissioners, for your time, and for the speakers on this issue who have taken their day to raise their voice on this issue. I'm a graduate of UCSB. I've lived in Santa Barbara County for almost 50 years now. I currently live in Cuyama for the last 15, living and working in the communities near the Ventacopa end of the Santa Barbara County. And I wish to speak directly upon and uplift the voices of those who have spoken from Cuyama regarding the direct impacts of traffic in the Cuyama Valley on the 166, where there are very few passing lanes that are legal, absolutely no passing lanes. The zones are limited and the passing lanes are non-existent. The intersections, both the town sites and the intersection, and my concern at 166 is not really an intersection. It's more of a confluence of freeways, and any more trucks on the situation will compound safety for the many trucks and slow moving vehicles that we do need to use our only rural road through Cuyama. The EIR is insufficient in analyzing the direct traffic impacts to the Cuyama Valley and those residents and communities. The schools in particular, the school bus route has no other way to stop than on this freeway. And it's an extremely rural road that it could not possibly be the best option. In fact, it seems since the mitigation process is to avoid 166, there's a recognition that the worst case scenario would be to put any more trucks on the 166. And I urge the Planning Commission to take any discretionary opportunities to address this issue. And at this Planning Commission, please deny this proposal of adding any more trucks to the 166 at this time, and pursue any other options available. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker will be Julie Simmons, to be followed by Pamela Berry.
Hi, all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Julie Teal Simmons, Senior Attorney with the Center for Biological Diversity. Chair Farini, Vice Chair Cooney, Commissioners Park, Blau, and Briley, this proposal unnecessarily puts the entire community at risk for more oil spills, accidents, and environmental and climate harms. First and foremost, you can and should recommend denial of this approval. State and county laws generally prohibit oil transport by trucks for very good reason. This is a discretionary decision. The county can and should deny this request for a disfavored exception to the rule against dangerous oil trucking. If Exxon could restart its production any day, we would not be here. Second, the only other reasonable option is to send this EIR back. You should not recommend approval of such an exceptional project with such an exceptionally narrow and flawed CEQA document that ignores restart and largely relies on environmental analyses issued 35 years ago. Those documents do not mention trucking and contain totally outdated science, circumstances, and analysis, and are now, frankly, older than the expected life of these platforms themselves. We can't afford a head-in-the-sand approach to decision-making when facing a climate emergency and living through a sixth mass extinction. The decision before you is, I think, one of the most pivotal decisions that will determine the future of this county and the future of our coastal environment and climate. You absolutely have the discretion to recommend denial of this approval, and we urge you to do so. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker will be Pamela Berry, to be followed by Sharon Broberg.
Hello, thank you. I am a Santa Barbara County resident, and I serve on the board of the steering committee of 350 Santa Barbara. As a global climate justice organization, 350 Santa Barbara asks you to deny Exxon's proposal. We are deeply concerned about global greenhouse gas levels. 2021 is currently projected to be the year with the second highest greenhouse gas level emission rise ever. So we're moving in absolutely the wrong direction. I want to quote Peter Kalmus, a climate scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory and associate project scientist at UCLA's Joint Institute for Regional Earth System Science and Engineering. He says, if you aren't terrified by climate breakdown, you don't understand its full implications. This is just the truth, and there is a good reason to say it. So far, we are not collectively scared enough to tear down the fossil fuel industry, and that needs to change fast. And I want to thank the fossil fuel industry for our collective good fortune in having its energy over these last decades, but we are now in a transition. We have the available technology to move towards a future that will not endanger our climate. So thank you very much for considering this and for being sufficiently scared of the implications of continued rise of greenhouse gases.
Our next speaker will be Sharon Broberg, to be followed by George Shaw.
Hello. Government doesn't work well on autopilot. Happy to see so many county residents taking part in this hearing. My name is Sharon Broberg, and I'm a steering committee member of 350 Santa Barbara. I'm also a member of Society of Fearless Grandmothers and CLUE. I'm opposed to this project because of the danger of trucking. Many more speakers have discussed this. We have extremely vulnerable roads, Highway 101 and 166. In addition, the pollution from restarting Flores Canyon plant and the tailpipe emissions puts us well over our climate action plan limits. And I also want to emphasize the fact that this concept of local oil is a myth. I would like to see, I know this isn't part of the EIR, but I'd like to see ExxonMobil use their considerable wealth and brain power to work with local officials to transition to a clean, renewable future and bring jobs to the county. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be George Shaw, to be followed by Seth Steiner. Mr. Shaw, if you could unmute yourself. All right, we'll come back to Mr. Shaw. So our next speaker will be Seth Steiner, to be followed by Jesse Casey. Mr. Steiner, if you could unmute yourself. All right, we can come back to Mr. Steiner. Our next speaker will be Jesse Casey, to be followed by Larry Bickford.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Jesse Casey. I'm a current student at UCSB and the policy co-chair for the Environmental Affairs Board. As other speakers have mentioned, these trucks will be driving through a narrow, dangerous mountain road on the 166. And just to reiterate that this will be going through the Twitcher Reserve, Cuyama River, Los Padres Forest, and alongside the Carrizo Plains Ecological Reserve and National Monument. There have already been crashes in the past 20 years on these exact locations. And I think that allowing ExxonMobil to truck through these areas at 70 trucks a day and 6,000 gallons per truck would be not advantageous to the local community. And I am sure that there will be an unavoidable disaster if this plan does go through. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Our next speaker will be Larry Bickford, to be followed by Eugene Ping.
Hi. The math is compelling. There will be
178,850 fully loaded oil tankers, and a total of over 1/3 total trips over the 7 years. One tanker will be passing by and through the tunnel every 10 minutes, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. What are the chances of there being no crashes, no oil spill disasters, and no deaths over the years if you approve this project? I believe the answer is 0. Your legacy as a planning commissioner will be either facilitating death and destruction for the profit of a powerful corporation, or rational decision-making that protects the citizens of Santa Barbara County. It's your choice. Thanks.
Our next speaker will be Eugene Ping, to be followed by Anna Citron. Mr. Ping, if you could unmute yourself. All right, we can come back to Mr. Ping. Our next speaker will be Anna Citron, to be followed by Irene Cook.
Good afternoon, Chair Farini and Commissioners. Anna Citron with the Law Office of Mark Shatillo, representing the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. GCC strongly opposes Exxon's trucking proposal, both on climate change grounds and because the project directly threatens the globally significant Gaviota Coast, including its unique onshore and offshore habitats, its significant cultural resources, and its important recreational resources. The Las Flores facility is located between El Capitan and Refugio State Parks, where a crude spill would force extended closures of beach and campground facilities, like in the wake of the Plains spill in 2015. Its location also means oil trucks will travel along the same narrow section of Calle Real as recreational users and residents, including school children waiting at bus stops, resulting in health and safety impacts from potential collisions and toxic diesel emissions that the SEIR did not adequately consider or mitigate. The SEIR also badly understated the accident risk along the Gaviota Coast, which is known for thick fog, high winds, and roadway conditions that heighten the risk of a tanker truck accident and crude oil spill. For these reasons and the many additional reasons articulated by other public commenters, we request that your commission recommend denial of Exxon's project. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Irene Cook. Ms. Cook, if you could unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Just last week, the county released its draft climate change vulnerability assessment, which details many frightening details of the climate change to be expected in our county. Also recently, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and thousands of global organizations, even the International Energy Agency, are begging leaders to listen to the science and take emergency action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. School children across the globe are begging adults to take action to protect their future. But our county's energy division is saying, sure, let's let Exxon get away with pumping more greenhouse gases into our atmosphere. It's just a trucking permit. Because under the pitifully inadequate EIR, they're ignoring the impacts of the product being transported and the impacts of restarting the aging platforms in the channel. The county gives lip service to addressing climate change, but the staff recommendation for approval shows callous disregard for the existential crisis of the climate emergency. Approving this proposal is sheer hypocrisy and a slap in the face to our grandchildren. Please deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, we're going to break for lunch. We'll be back in an hour to resume public comment.
How much more comment do we have?
Looks like about 20, maybe 30, but more may add on after lunch.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay.
1:15, right? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Okay, everyone, welcome back from lunch, and we are going to reconvene and continue on with the public comment. Back to you, Mr. Villalobos.
All right. I believe we're going to try again with Marcella Bertolino to be followed by Michael Lynch. Ms. Bertolino, if you could unmute yourself. We can come back to Ms. Bertolino. Maybe she's not quite at her computer. Our next speaker will be Michael Lynch, to be followed by Mercedes Macias.
Unmute. Hello.
Hello.
This is Michael Lynch. I'm a Santa Barbara resident. I'm in opposition to the plan. My first statement I would like to make, actually, the first thing I want to say is thank you for making this so easy to do. You really helped the process greatly. I want to say the possibility of doing this trucking and restarting the extraction goes against all of the principles that we have, that the county has expressed. That being said, I would like to oppose that specifically. I would like to bring up the issue of the trucking and the concept that the risks, that any of the risks might be insignificant. There are substantial risks that, if they happen, will be absolutely catastrophic. The only possible item that might be insignificant is what the percentage of risk is. Depending on how you calculate it, you could come up with what could be considered a, quote, insignificant number. But that's not actually insignificant, because these risks, what they're risking, actually does happen. The risk of a spill at any given time, at any given minute, might be small. But we know for it's a given that there will be accidents.
Okay,
we don't
Mr.
know when,
Lynch,
we don't know where, but
thank
I'm
you.
sorry, am I over my minute?
Yeah, way over.
I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you for hearing me.
Sure.
Our next speaker will be Mercedes Macias, and then we'll go back to George Shaw and Seth Steiner.
Hello, my name is Mercedes. I am a resident of Kern County and an organizer with the Sierra Club. I strongly urge you to oppose this project. Kern County residents do not want to continue to suffer the health consequences of the fossil fuel industry. I also want to remind the Planning Commission of the IPCC report findings stating that the climate disaster is already here and now. We cannot afford to continue business as usual. Please do what is right. Oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go back to George Shaw, to be followed by Seth Steiner. Mr. Shaw, if you can unmute yourself. Okay, so let's keep going. Mr. Steiner, you can unmute yourself. Okay, let's keep going. Our next speaker will be Nicholas Taylor, to be followed by excuse me, Michael Meredith. Mr. Taylor, if you could unmute yourself. Mr. Chair, perhaps people are late coming back from lunch. I will just keep going.
Okay.
Our next speaker will be Michael Meredith, to be followed by Glenn Morris. Mr. Meredith, go ahead whenever you're ready. Mr. Meredith, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
So let's give Mr. Meredith a few minutes to fix his audio, and then we'll keep going and come back. Glenn Morris is our next speaker, to be followed by Ben Oakley.
Commissioners, Chair Farini, thank you for the opportunity to join you remotely today. My name is Glenn Morris. I serve as the President and CEO of the Santa Maria Valley Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development Commission. I'm here today representing the 800 plus businesses in northern Santa Barbara County that are part of our organization to express support for the Santa Barbara Safe and Local Transportation Initiative. We support the approval of the interim trucking permit, as it will support our local economy and be an important step toward COVID-19 recovery. We're pleased to join with our city council as they have passed a resolution in support of restarting the permit. This project balances economics and jobs with safety and will, if adopted, be subject, in fact, to the highest safety standards, including regulations related specifically to the trucks on the road. While we can all envision a future where oil is significantly reduced in many aspects of our lives, the reality is that day is not today. The choice today is not oil or no oil, but rather where we source that oil and whether we benefit it and have influence over how it is produced. Our choice is to source some of that product locally with local regulation and oversight, or from locations overseas with all of their related issues associated with the transportation from their locations. Ultimately, the restart of the SYU project will help local businesses keep their doors open, bring back critical jobs to our county, and provide stability for the families that rely on this industry. We strongly encourage you to respect the hard work that has been done by your staff and the applicant and approve this reasonable interim solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Our next speaker will be Ben Oakley, to be followed by Pamela Bazook.
Good afternoon. This is Ben Oakley with the Western States Petroleum Association. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you. I'm here today in support of Santa Barbara for safe and local transport. I support the approval of the interim trucking permit for many reasons, such as increased funding for additional public safety for the Santa Barbara County community. The project will bring hundreds of high-paying jobs back into our community, providing career opportunities for local workers across the entire educational spectrum. While the facility has been shut down, workers had to be laid off or were relocated, often commuting long distances from their families for extended periods, some from as far away as other continents. We owe our community and families to bring them back. Santa Barbara County has also lost millions of dollars in tax revenue over the past 6 years. We need these essential funds to provide for schools, fire, public safety, and other important services in our community. For these reasons, I encourage you to support this worthy project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Pamela Bazook, to be followed by Adrian Ursino. Oh, just one moment. Did we lose Mr. Oakley? I'm sorry. Pamela. Just one moment. Okay, great.
This is Pamela Bazook.
Great. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'm a resident of New Cuyama. I've lived here for 7 years. During that time, I'm consistently reminded of how dangerous this highway is on 166. It's curved, it has steep grades, and constantly we see people passing where they should not. This is not necessarily the truckers, but it is the cars wanting to pass truckers who are loaded and slowed down. We've had many accidents during the fires a few years ago in Santa Barbara and along the coast. When the 101 was closed, we had excess traffic and many, many more accidents. I urge you to oppose, I'm opposing this proposition because we are going to see more accidents on the highway, including fatalities. We have had trucks going over into the ditches, and we had an oil spill just a couple of years ago. So this is not the way to transport the oil. I think there's another way to do it, and you should look at that instead of putting it on this 2-lane highway, no marked turnouts, and no extra lanes. It's 2 lanes. So there's a community here with 2 schools, and the children are coming back and forth on the buses. There are many residents using the off-roads. We have agricultural trucks along the road. So it's not going to be safe for any of us here. Please consider the residents in this area and anywhere along the highway, the farms. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Adrian Orsino, to be followed by James Esarza.
Thank you. This is Adrian. I did not have any comments. I'm just listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be James Esarza, to be followed by Emily Engel. Mr. Esarza, if you could unmute yourself.
That's Esparza, sir.
Oh, I'm
And,
sorry. I'm sorry. Just reading it how it's spelled in the chat.
No worries, no worries. My name is James Esparza. I come from a family of 3rd-generation oil field workers here all along the Central Coast. I spent the better part of the morning listening to a lot of opposition, and it kind of made me sick to my stomach. But long story short, whether or not you take into account the dependence of oil and gas products, made here locally, and the fact that it's not going away or not, it's highly irresponsible of us to rely on products that are created halfway around the world in other areas with little or no reservation, regulation, or oversight. I strongly encourage the Commission to take into account not only pollution and carbon emissions locally in our own backyard, but also take into account the global effects made by this decisions and decisions like this. I'm obviously in favor of ExxonMobil's trucking permit, and thank you guys for your time.
Our next speaker will be Emily Engel, and then we'll go back to Michael Meredith. Ms. Engel?
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm the mother of Casey Engel, age 11, and Willow Engel, age 6. We are residents of Santa Barbara County, and my children attend Montessori Center School in Goleta. We and hundreds of others of working families travel on the 101 freeway with our children every day. I urge you to oppose and deny the Exxon proposed trucking project. It is dangerous to county-wide public well-being and the safety of our families and our children that travel on the 101 freeway and other highways each day in Santa Barbara County, including my children. Please do your part to help keep our local families safe. Thank you so much for your service.
Our next speaker will be Michael Meredith, to be followed by Julia Fine.
Hello. Am I connected this time?
Yes.
Thank you.
As said, my name is Michael Meredith. I am a county resident. Please vote no on this trucking permit application for all of the danger reasons that have been cited. But my concern is that primarily that by default, the permit approves restarting offshore oil extraction. Otherwise, it would be for nothing. That would be going backwards on all of our county and state and national climate goals. We are part of the total picture.
And we don't have the EIR.
And we don't have an EIR for offshore oil drilling restart. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Julia Fine, to be followed by June Kim.
Beautifully said.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
My name is Julia Fine. I'm a recent graduate of UC Santa Barbara, and I'm currently beginning my postdoctoral research. I would like to join others in voicing my strong opposition to the Exxon trucking plan. As others have noted, it poses a clear danger to this community, both in terms of danger on the road and in terms of the overarching dangers posed by the fossil fuel industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be, excuse me, June Kim. John, can you hear us? If you could unmute yourself. Okay, so we'll come back. Our next speaker will be, excuse me, Phyllis Fox. Phyllis, if you could unmute yourself. Okay, well, let's keep moving on and come back. We have a lot to come back to. Our next speaker, Richard Lloyd, to be followed by Brigitte van der Rey.
Yes, good afternoon.
Mr. Lloyd, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, commissioners. I represent, or rather the firm, I'm at Capello and Noel. We represent a certified class of landowners described as all owners of real property through which Plains is 901 and line 903 passes. And I am not so much advocating, but rather here just to educate the commission. From reviewing the staff report, I noticed there was no mention of the pending Gray Fox versus Plains pipeline litigation currently going on in federal court down in Los Angeles. When that is resolved, if the court determines that Plains does not have the easements it needs to reconstruct the pipeline, Plains will then have to go ahead and either negotiate or ultimately condemn the access it needs, which could extend the potential timeline for the pipeline restart considerably. And so it's just educating the commission on the existence of that, as I noted its absence in the staff report. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Our next speaker will be Brigitte van der Rey, to be followed by Roberta Jaffe.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Brigitte van der Rey, and I reside in Santa Barbara. I am against approving this project. The staff report says that greenhouse gases will be fully offset. However, there's considerable controversy about how effective offsets really are, and there's no guarantee that they will clean up our local air quality, which is what we have to live with. The analyses in the report are based on threshold levels that no longer address the true cost of greenhouse gases. Taxpayers should not have to subsidize Exxon's operations by paying for drought, fires, and flooding and cleanups caused by global warming. And Exxon's contributions to the local fire departments fall far short of the actual expenses we will have to cover. The mitigation measures considered need to be more forward-thinking and more effective. Thank you very much for considering my comments.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Roberta Jaffe, to be followed by Shane Krutas.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm a 28-year resident of the Cuyama Valley and use the section between Highway 101 and the town of New Cuyama often. And it is, as you've heard, all of the concerns about basically a two-lane road with long stretches of no passing makes it a really dangerous road for the number of trucks that are currently on the road, and increasing it by the number that ExxonMobil are requesting will just put us all in that much more danger. But I'd like to use my time to bring up 2 points that haven't been discussed, I believe, yet. I'd like to clarify a data point that's been widely publicized and mentioned today by the ExxonMobil representative. In 2016, when ExxonMobil emptied their storage tanks via 2,500 truck trips without incident, none of those truck trips went to the Pentland terminal or traveled along Highway 166. So that effort has no bearing on the proposal to truck oil to the Pentland terminal and over.
Okay, Mr. Villalobos, her time had expired, so we'll move on to the next person.
Okay, our next speaker will be Shane Krutas, to be followed by Danielle Russell.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Shane Krutas, or Shannon Krutas. I'm a U.S. Army veteran with my wife. We have been here in the community since before 1996. I work for ExxonMobil. This job provides me and my 3 children to be able to live here. I'm in support of the trucking project. It makes it easier for our facility to start up instead of a cold start. As far as no passing lanes on the 166, it's hard to speculate people breaking the law and causing accidents and blaming that on an oil truck company. That's just my 2 cents on it. I appreciate everyone's thoughts, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Our next speaker will be Danielle Russell, to be followed by Sean Winbill.
Hi, thank you so much for hearing my statement today. I just wanted to say that as a resident of Santa Barbara, I don't think added traffic on our freeways is going to be something that's beneficial for our community. And I do have great concerns about spills and the impact of spills on the environment in Santa Barbara. And given that our community has already lived through this, we know that it can be really a negative impact. And so I just wanted to voice my opposition and say thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Sean Winbill, to be followed by Kalila Fetterman. Mr. Winbill, whenever you're ready. Ms. Winbill, can you hear us?
I'm hitting the unmute button.
Perfect. We can hear you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I'm in support of this trucking permit because the bottom line is if you look at the cost of of gas and what we have to pay locally, it makes sense for our economy to be able to take its resources that are available and provide back to the community so that we have a lower cost of living based on what we have to get if we have to get it from a different location overseas or ship it in. It just adds to the cost of everything. We already have a high level of what we have to pay for right now. And it just makes sense to produce locally instead of relying on alternate sources. And again, ExxonMobil has a high standard for safety. We have contingency plans in place. The EIR captures all that. I just feel that this is something that we need, and we need to stop wasting time and bring back to the community the money and the resources that we all need. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Kalila Fetterman, to be followed by Theo, Lequesne.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Perfect. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
My name is Kalila Fetterman. I'm an attorney representing Safer California. The Planning Commission cannot recommend approval of the project today because the project fails to comply with the California Environmental Quality Act in several respects. The county did not analyze the risk of upset associated with wildfire risk and failed to consider feasible transportation alternatives such as using barges instead of tanker trucks. As detailed in the comments we submitted Monday, the project's truck route passes directly through very high fire hazard severity zones. The risk from a tanker truck crash and resultant explosion along the project route could cause devastating wildfires. If a tanker truck crashes along these routes, the explosion could send flames hundreds of feet in the air and into the surrounding brush areas, sparking fires that would endanger human lives, property, and biological communities. As we all know, a small spark in a high-risk area can trigger massive wildfires in California. The supplemental EIR asserts without substantial evidence that the proposed project's contribution to cumulative fire risk impacts would be less than significant. The Planning Commission must do more to protect Santa Barbara County residents from the air quality, greenhouse gas impacts, and staggering wildfire risk this project poses. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Theo Lequesne, followed by, looks like we have a second Adrian Ursino, but we'll get there next.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Theo Lequesne, and I am speaking in opposition to ExxonMobil's dangerous and irresponsible scheme to reopen its 3 offshore oil platforms by trucking oil through Santa Barbara County. While the EIR has failed to take into account the implications of restarting these 3 offshore oil platforms, I hope that the Planning Commission will not make the same mistake. Allowing Exxon to truck oil along Highway 101 and Highway 166 so it can restart these corroded and aging offshore oil platforms poses enormous risk to our climate, to our coastline, and to our community. The shutdown of just these 3 oil platforms has prevented emissions of more than 26.7 million metric tons of carbon pollution since 2015. Allowing Exxon to drill and ship more oil during a climate emergency is utterly irresponsible and a betrayal of future generations who will have to live with the consequences of a warming climate long after you are gone. The EIR itself concedes that the dangers of trucking oil along these highways pose severe and unmitigatable risks. Exxon will put 70 more oil tankers on the road per day, every day. There was 258 trucking accidents along Exxon's proposed route from 2015 to May 2021, killing 10 people and injuring 110. A decision to approve this project is absolutely a deliberate and premeditated decision to put community members in harm's way. I will end by asking the Planning Commission to consider this. What overriding concern could possibly be more critical, more outstanding than the importance of preserving human life, our coastline, and our climate? Make no mistake, that is what is at stake in your decision today. The county is not required to approve this permit. If it were, we wouldn't be having this meeting. I urge you to reject Exxon's dirty and dangerous proposal and protect the people and the coastline of Santa Barbara County. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker will be Mia Lopez, to be followed by Alexa Carr.
Hello, my name is Mia Lopez. I'm the vice chair of the Coastal Band of the Chumash Nation. Are you hearing me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that we are very much against the trucking of this oil through our tribal territories. It causes a lot of dangerous issues to a lot of our properties, a lot of our ancestral properties. From a personal point of view, most of this road actually goes through my ancestral travels of my family and how we have traveled, and impacts several of our indigenous villages, properties, and land holdings that have been ours throughout the years. And this is part of us protecting our lands. And to approve of this would really impact everybody in the future and cause huge problems should anything happen. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Alexa Kerr, to be followed by Katie Davis.
Hi, can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we do.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Alexa Kerr, and I'm speaking as a member of the UCSB Environmental Affairs Board, as well as a recent graduate of the UCSB Environmental Studies Program and a current resident of Goleta. So I'm sure you've all heard by now the numerous environmental and public health and safety hazards that are essentially unavoidable if we choose to truck this oil along these dangerous winding roads. This area clearly contains several valuable ecosystems and species, as well as waterways that provide clean drinking water to an already drought-stressed Southern California and Santa Barbara. These oil spills that are caused by the restarting of the offshore oil platforms are devastating to our coastal communities, both ecological and human. And additionally, the 2015 oil spill cleanup efforts cost around $92 million to the community, if not more, which is extremely costly considering the risks that these projects pose if we choose to go through with them. Besides the immediate risks that this project poses to our land and waterways, I'm sure you already know that climate change is exacerbating multiple environmental stressors, including wildfires. Federal wildfire suppression costs in particular have spiked from an annual average of $425 million from 1985 to 1999 to $1.6 billion from 2000 to 2019. And in December of 2020, the LA Times reported that our state's emergency wildfire fighting costs are expected to hit $1.3 billion. These amounts are also mainly counting direct costs without additional long-term rehabilitation costs and indirect costs.
If you could wrap it up, please, your past time.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker will be Katie Davis, to be followed by Larry Bishop. Ms. Davis, if you could unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Many places like Ventura County, for instance, prohibit trucking oil entirely because of the risks. Moreover, restarting these 40-year-old platforms beyond their maximum 35-year life with a history of corrosion and spills puts our entire coastline at risk, with the largest concentration of people and GDP in the country. Offshore oil is so risky, there have been moratoriums in the Pacific, even under Republican administrations such as Bush. It's why Republican states like Florida have fought off offshore oil development. It's why over 70 businesses have asked you to deny this project, and why 7,500 businesses and 90 cities on the Pacific coast are on record opposing offshore oil. We don't need it. Last year, we actually exported 35 times more oil and petroleum products from the West Coast than would be produced by this project, both in import and export. Governor Newsom has issued directives to both phase out oil production and gas cars. This project would make it harder to achieve these goals. Please recommend denial. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Larry Bishop, to be followed by Stephanie Caters.
Thank you, Commission. My name is Larry Bishop. I live in Buellton. I'm with the Safe Energy Now North County group, and I'm opposed to this to the project. We in Buellton, we've 5 years ago we had a large emission from a pipeline, cleaning of a pipeline by Plains Pipeline, and it caused a lot of problems within our community. We fear very much our city is bisected by 101, and we're having 70 trucks per day full of fuel and 140 trucks round trip going through our town is a big risk. we have the Three Bridges area of our highway, which is a high risk, and the Nahawi grade are very high risks for accidents near our town, just south of town. We're opposed to we're concerned also about the impact on Gaviota Park, the risk of the water and air pollution into Gaviota State Park is a big problem, and also we're very concerned about the county climate plan being canceled by these kind of oil projects, and we need to protect our climate. The planning division, the energy division, needs to focus more on approving clean energy projects in our county and away from the dirty fossil fuel projects that are damaging to ourselves and our children and our grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
All right, our next speaker will be Stephanie Caters, to be followed by, and I apologize in advance for this, Aranambi Alagarisami. So those are our last two speakers on the list. I have a list of 6 people that we need to go back to, try again. But if you're listening and you haven't been called upon, raise your hand in Zoom. I'll make sure that'll help me key in on you. So with that, our next speaker, Stephanie Caters.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. It sure seems like a not in my backyard, a NIMBY viewpoint fighting against this. I don't understand why we should force the importation of oil when we're oil rich in our own channel. The carbon footprint is much larger by forcing the importation of oil. Just the fuel used to bring the large ships across the Pacific Ocean. In addition, there are about 30,000 parts in an electric vehicle, with about a third of them being manufactured with petroleum products. Our roads, our tires, so much more utilize petroleum products. Natural gas is also produced out of our channel. In order to meet even purely green energy demands of California, we should uphold the production locally rather than force the importation, which causes a much larger carbon footprint, destroying our planet.
Thank you.
Aranambi, and then we're going to go back to Jillian Hall afterward.
Hey, this is Arun. I'm a resident of Goleta. I'm strongly in favor of approving this project, the interim trucking project. My concern is, like, we have a resource here in place, and we wanted to bring all the way from a different part of the countries and in fact overseas. And as the previous caller said rightly, none of our products, like none of the things we judge around us, is away from petroleum products. And this is something like I'm talking really in favor of restarting SYU. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, going back to Jillian Hall.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, commissioners and everyone listening. My name is Jillian Hall, and I'm an organizer with Food and Water Watch, and also a recent graduate from the UCSB Environmental Studies Department. And I have a deep care and concern for environmental issues facing the county. I'm talking to you today to urge you to recommend denial of this project. After reading through this environmental impact report and hearing everyone speak today, I'm very concerned about the risk of a trucking accident, posing a threat to our wildlife, water resources, and other drivers on the road. As previously stated, data suggests that there have been many large trucking accidents along the proposed route, so the risk of an oil trucking accident seems more likely than suggested earlier in the hearing by the Exxon team. I'm also worried about the air quality that will result from so much extra trucking and this project's contribution overall to climate change. This project will not help Santa Barbara County meet carbon emission goals and makes it unclear whether the county cares deeply about the issue of climate change. This project poses too great of a risk to our health and community, so I urge you to deny this proposal. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you today.
All right, Mr. Chair, we just have 6 left to go back to. I just want to before we call on them again, I just want to mention, if you're really having trouble unmuting yourself, You can call the hearing room and I'll put you on the mic here. The number here is 805-568-2092. Again, that's 805-568-2092. The list of people I have to go back to, let's see here. Marcella Bertolino, George Shaw, Seth Steiner, Nicholas Taylor, June Kim, and Phyllis Fox. So I'm just going to get started randomly. So June Kim, if you're listening and want to speak, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is June Kim. I'm a resident of Santa Barbara. And, I'm listening to the call and a lot of people make a lot of good comments, but hopefully the commission looks at everything from a very pragmatic standpoint because, for me, as I watch the news, I see the urgency in the president talking about OPEC increasing production while we sit here and we talk about, basically, preventing jobs and economic growth in our own county. And, to basically point out, even this virtual meeting today wouldn't be possible with some of the fundamentals of fossil fuel, whether it's the minerals and metals in your laptop, whether it's the plastic in your phone or your laptop. Realistically, there is going to be a change in the future, but right now we need the economy back, and I think we're doing ourselves a disservice. So hopefully we make the right choice here. Thank you.
Okay, great. So let's go back to Phyllis Fox. I don't see Phyllis Fox with us anymore. Okay. Let's try Michael Meredith. Let me just find Michael on the list here. 92. No, I'm sorry. Mr. Meredith did speak. We did get back to him. Nicholas Taylor.
Yes, hello. I'm a resident of Ventura and also a graduate of UC Santa Barbara, class of 2007. I'm in favor of approval of this project. Approving this project will not do anything about the demand in Santa Barbara and California in general of fossil fuels. And if California needs 1 barrel of oil, it should come out of California. Forcing that on some other country or region to produce is cowardly. Until we address the fossil fuel demand of this country, we're all just meat eaters upset that we live next to a slaughterhouse. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go back to George Shaw. Let me find George. To be followed by Seth Steiner. Mr. Shaw. If you're there, if you just go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay, we're going to just try Mr. Steiner one more time. Mr. Steiner, if you can hear us, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I actually must have filled out the form incorrectly because I hadn't intended to speak. I put in a written comment on this issue, but now that you've called me, thank you. And I object to the project. We'll get all the oil we need in California for everything we need it for, as long as we need it. It'll be produced somewhere, but it need not travel for up to 7 years, 450,000 gallons of oil on trucks on our highways. And when it's said that the highway traffic will consider when there are rainy periods, well, sometimes it just rains when a truck is out on the road moving along at 65 miles an hour with this bomb inside of it. There will inevitably be accidents if this goes forward, and there will inevitably be deaths and injuries and severe damage to ecosystems along the long route. We don't need that. The economy is moving toward cleaner and safer fuels. We'll always need fossil fuels for plastics and so on and so on, and we have plenty of sources for that. But we don't have to be part of the problem. The jobs are in the clean energy fields, not so much in fossil fuel. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right. Our next speaker will be Pamela Wilkinson. Ms. Wilkinson, if you could unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Pamela Wilkinson. I've been a resident of Santa Barbara since 1974, and I've seen damage from several oil spills. I strongly oppose this project. I urge you to vote against it. And part of my reasoning is that Santa Barbara has been at the forefront of the environmental movement since 1969, and we really should stay there, and we should focus on bringing in green sources of energy, like helping people put solar on their roofs and then charge their electric cars. That's a much better use that would provide more jobs and be much better for the environment overall. With climate change coming, we need to adapt, and the fossil fuel industry needs to go its own way. We don't have to rely on fossil fuels in Santa Barbara County. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Chair, just one left. I did receive an email from Miss Elizabeth Farnham over the lunch break indicating that she was having connection issues, and she had asked, it's my belief, Ms. Kropp to read her statement into the record.
Okay, that'll be fine.
And that would be our last commenter at this point.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This statement is by Elizabeth Farnham, speaking on behalf of Get Oil Out. She references the letter that was submitted by the EDC on GOO's behalf. So she'll just make a few points here. First, staff needs to explain why it now supports trucking on the 166, whereas before that didn't seem like a good idea at all, referring to the staff recommendation from last year. While the EIR on the one hand omits an analysis of startup after over 6 years of non-operation, it uses faulty logic and incomplete data to gauge the probability of a spill. The time frame and data set are too narrow. The description of road conditions, tunnels, windy roads on the 101 and traffic, much increased on the 166, lead to the wrong conclusions. Insufficient analysis of the impacts, for example, of road closures, lead to mitigations that don't really mitigate the damage of a spill. Accidents happen on non-rainy days. The rainy day mitigation scheme is convoluted and unenforceable. More importantly, not a mitigation at all, since by allowing more trucks on the road to make up for the rainy days, it simply raises the risk on the makeup days. Does anyone really believe that this project, if approved, would reduce our dependence on foreign oil? In this county that has experienced the devastation, harm, and costliness to all species caused by oil spills, there is no excuse, no rationale for approving this permit application. Thank you for your time.
Chair Farini, I believe that was our last speaker. Unless I missed anyone, raise your hand now, and I'll call on you. Otherwise, I believe that that was our last speaker.
Well, Mr. Villalobos and staff, congratulations and thank you. That was a most excellent job done on getting everybody through and keeping it flowing. We all really appreciate that. And with that, then we will close the public comment part of the hearing, and now we will go on to staff. Does staff have anything they would like to add after hearing public comment?
So, Mr. Chair, this is John Zorovich. Obviously, a lot of comments were received. There was, some themes, obviously, with risk and the potential accidents on Highway 101, 66, safety concerns on Calle Real, I think establishment of the baseline that was developed for the EIR, some GHG concerns. I mean, I think those are just a few of them. I don't know, as we've kind of gone a little out of order in that the Planning Commission hasn't asked their questions, would you like my team to provide some feedback on those first, or would you rather just go down the list of the commissioners and have their questions, which might be similar or not to some of those themes?
I think we should get staff's feedback while it's fresh, and then with that, we'll go to the commission.
Okay. Well, with that, we do have some other team members.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Zorovich, real quick, sorry to interrupt.
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Chair, I'd recommend before staff provides some feedback that we allow the applicant time for rebuttal, and then we can move back to staff for some follow-up or feedback.
Okay, I thought traditionally we went staff and then applicant, but if you'd like to go with the applicant, I don't have a dog in the fight, so that's fine.
Oh,
but
thank
we'll
you, Mr. Chair. Yeah,
Yeah.
and the reason for that is it gives staff a chance to kind of have the last word and tie up any loose ends.
Okay. So we'll go to the applicant. Does the applicant have any rebuttal to the public comment?
Chairman Fernini, apologies. We were under the assumption that the order was as you had presented, so we would need a little bit of time before we would be able to pull together a rebuttal. So if possible, if the staff is in a situation to go through and address those ahead of the questions, then we would greatly appreciate that.
Okay, well, let's go then to the commissioners and see if they have questions. Commissioner Park. You're muted.
My answer to your question is going to lead to a question of you. I've been outlining questions I have, and they're under kind of three broad categories. And I've got 9 questions. Some are relatively short, some really get into it, and some get into some legal issues that have come up that I want to see addressed. So, once we start on that road, it's going to take a while. So I'm just telling you that and then asking you, what do you want to do?
What do I want to do, or what can I do? So let's see. I think what we'll do, there's a couple of ways we could go with this. We could allocate time to each commissioner to go through their questions and go on a rotation where you go 15 minutes and then the next one can go 15, and then we come back around to you. Or if you want to get your momentum going and go, I don't think any of us have a preference, Commissioner Park. It's not a one. You don't preference. We cut you off. You can ask some and then take a break and let someone else go, and we'll come back to you until we've got all your questions out on the board.
I'm gonna ask for information. I'm gonna ask to confirm some things, and those things might be confirmed by staff. They might even be confirmed by the applicant. I don't much like having a situation that I've seen a few times over the last few years. I'm not accusing any chairman of doing anything, where it appears that the applicant gets the last word, even when we've had deliberations. I want to absolutely oppose that. But I'm ready to roll if staff isn't, and if the applicant doesn't want to take the advantage of getting rebuttal right now, I'm ready to jump in.
Okay, please go ahead, Commissioner Park.
Okay, so my topics I'm going to cover in general are trucking safety, then the baseline issue, then the statement of overriding considerations. It doesn't mean that that there aren't all sorts of other really important issues that have been brought up by both opponents and proponents of the project. These are just ones that I want to touch on because they're important to my decision-making process. But I think in general, the presentations by everyone, including public comment, were very good. So first thing's just a simple question. If 101 is closed, and it frequently does happen that it is northbound, does that mean that there is no tanker traffic, or will it get switched to 154, or what will happen to it?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, if 101 is closed, trucking would not be able to be rerouted. The routes 101 and State Route 166 are the permanent truck routes, and we do state that they cannot be modified.
Thank you. The March 2020 accident on Highway 166 over near Twitchell Reservoir, did it occur during the rain? My memory is that it was not raining then, but do you know the answer to that question?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I don't believe so, but if anyone on the team wants to contribute to that with better memory, feel free.
Mr. Pearson, I see your hands up. Did you have?
My name's John Pearson. I work for MRS Environmental. I was project manager for the CIR, and it was not raining. It had been raining, but it was not raining at the time of the spill. The Cuyama River was flowing, but yeah, it had not rained that day of the spill. That I do know.
Yeah, I think highway conditions were dry at the time.
They were dry, and the road was dry, but the river was flowing.
Right. Okay. My third question relating to the EIR and truck traffic relates to the study. What I believe I heard was that the traffic study or analysis for the highway was for the years 2015 through 2017. I drive that road a lot. I've been doing it since I was a teenager, you know, when you'd take daddy's car and see how, if you could go over 100 miles an hour on 166 near New Cuyama. And I've done hundreds and hundreds of horse competitions where I'm hauling my horse over that highway, and numerous other things. Done a lot of recreation there. And I represent clients in the Cuyama Valley. I have talked to community groups on other projects. I just spent a lot of time there. One group of people I spend a lot of time talking to these days are people who have cannabis projects in the Cuyama Valley. We've had 300 or 400 acres of cannabis projects have been approved recently, and we have about that much in the pipeline. And even with the issues over the cap, I think the tea leaves tell me that we're going to see most of those approved. And what I'm told by cannabis people is it's very hard for them to get employees that live out in the valley because there's only so many people. They're going to need 400 to 500 employees. Mostly they'll be coming from Santa Maria or Arvin, and it's going to cause a lot of traffic. The cannabis growers are going to have to be responsible and step up and help out with providing more housing in the area and all those good things. But every time I bring that up on cannabis projects, no one responds. The growers do, but no one in our planning apparatus does. So I don't know what we'll see in Cuyama Valley. What we will see is we're going to see a lot more traffic relating to cannabis projects on that highway. And so my question is, does our EIR that looked back at what traffic was in 2015 to 2017, has it looked forward to what traffic will be arising out of cannabis and other things in the future?
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Through the chair, I will bring your question to our CEQA consultant, MRS, who is in charge of writing up the traffic and risk, Mr. Greg Chittick, if he needs to be unmuted or can unmute himself.
And of course, I'll look over the EAR again and look for that. But when I read it the first time, I did not see that kind of reference. Well, let me move on to the baseline. Baseline. This is the elephant in the room. And this is the steam generator that Exxon has in Las Flores Canyon. It came to my attention, not by staff, not by any of the environmental groups. It was brought to my attention by Exxon folks when I was out visiting a couple of years ago, and I learned all about the operation and the importance of steam and so forth. And I said, well, where's your steam generator? And they pointed out to me, and they said, it's not part of the project. I said, well, I'm just curious. What kind of GHGs does it generate? And steam generators were on my mind at the time because we were doing the Cat Canyon things. And if we had approved all of the Cat Canyon steam generators, we were looking about 700,000 metric tons annually, GHGs in this county, an increase. And Exxon folks who are very truthful, very helpful, said it's going to be over 300,000 metric tons. I said, from that one steam generator? They said, yeah, that's what it is. I was floored. And I asked various other groups, are you aware? And they'd say, oh, I don't know what they do. But then one of the groups pulled out off the CARB website that in 2014, I think it was 41% of our GHGs generated in this county came from that one steam generator. So that's why it's been the elephant in the room. It's a huge impact to restart this and see all those GHGs come again. Now, what I've heard repeatedly today from Exxon folks is they have a vested right to start up. And yet when I read the condition of approval, it says they can operate only if there is a pipeline. And if the pipeline is infeasible, then the county may approve something else like trucking, which says to me it's in our discretion, okay, the county's discretion. So that's my question for you, Ms. Ibarra, or any of the learned attorneys who are backing you up. Does Exxon have the vested right to start up again, regardless of whether there's a pipeline in operation? Or is it in fact that we do have discretion that they cannot start up again unless we determine, the county determine that they can use trucking?
So Commissioner Park, through the chair, it's my understanding that Exxon does have a vested right to operate their SYU facilities and bring those on shore. However, there's no pipeline to be able to transport the oil. And so it is up to the county's discretion to determine if modes other than transportation via pipeline, if they are infeasible, then you could approve a project that would transport oil other than pipeline.
Right, but it's in our discretion to determine whether or not we're going to allow this trucking project. We're not forced to because they have a vested right. Am I correct? I think the words are clear as a bell, but I've certainly heard otherwise today. Ms. Richardson, I'd love to hear you weigh in. And don't just tell me it's all in our broad discretion. I'm teasing.
Right. I'll mix that in, but I have some other answers. So, Chair Farini and commissioners, so Ms. Ibarra, I think, summarized it pretty appropriately. So Exxon does have a vested right to restart should there be a pipeline. So if a pipeline was put in, they could restart
should there be
anytime, should there be a pipeline. But as you identified, based on the previous entitlement, transportation by a mode other than a pipeline may be permitted in accordance with certain requirements. And within those requirements in the coastal zoning ordinance and the land use and development code, your commission has the standard discretion. So in terms of consistency with comprehensive plan policies, your commission has broad discretion to determine if something is consistent. And then in terms of compliance with development standards, the commission is entitled to deference. So I have not seen anything so far that would obligate your commission to approve this project. But Exxon does have a vested right in some circumstances.
Yeah, I'm going to move on with another question, and this may be a question for Ms. Ibarra or for Ms. Richardson, so both of you hang on there. And that is, who determines the baseline? What I've heard from Exxon folks, and in fact from some of our staff for years now, is that it's it's a given. The baseline is 2014 and prior. There's no argument. But then I saw the statement in the staff report that the county gets to determine the baseline, and I did a little bit of digging, And then I looked at CEQA, and I have that excellent book that Mr. Villalobos sends us out every year, the AEP CEQA guidelines, which has the statute, the regs, some explanation, as well as a summary of relevant cases. And it says that the lead agency, this county, determines the baseline, and that it's, again, in our discretion. So what is the answer there? Who determines the baseline, and do we have discretion as to what the baseline is?
Chair Farini and Commissioner Park, Ms. Ybarra could talk about the baseline that was used if we need to get there, but the framework generally is the lead agency does determine the baseline. And what we have right now is a baseline that has been essentially recommended by the planning department, but the planning commission and or the board could decide to use a different baseline if they wish to. And the baseline is normally the environmental setting at the time the NOP is released, but there is the ability to use a different baseline as long as it's supported by substantial evidence and essentially is appropriate based on the particular project.
Well, and when I went back and read the law, that's what I read, is that the baseline is the time of the issuance of the NOP, or in some cases, the beginning of the environmental review, which can be different in some cases. And that the deviation from that is to go to some pre-NOP period, like we're happening here. It's allowed for the lead agency to do that if they think it's appropriate, but it's not required. And so is this 3-year averaging from the pre-rupture period required by law? Do we have discretion?
Chair Farini and Commissioner Park, it is not required by law. So your commission could elect to use the existing baseline at the time the NOP was commenced, but you have discretion to also use a past average or something else.
Yeah, and that's how I read that. What is it? The irritated citizens versus Kern County case? Not irritated planning commissioners, but irritated citizens.
I will, if I could add one clarification. So this also is a project that's not an entirely new project. It is a modification of an existing permit. So in some circumstances, the baseline is slightly different because it's based on existing invested permits, but the commission does not necessarily have to use that particular average or a particular baseline. It's in the commission's discretion.
And if the commission decides in its discretion that it does want to consider the GHG emissions generated from the steam generator, do we have figures for what the contribution of those GHGs, which are over 300,000 metric tons annually, are in comparison to what's generated overall in this county? I've seen the CARB slide or website that showed it was over 40%. If somebody has different information, I'd like to hear it. Well, maybe they don't right now. Let me move on to the third broad class of questions I have, but I'm getting near the end, so hang in there. It's the statement of overriding considerations. You know, some background there is I can remember very well us going through the Ag Employee Dwelling Unit ordinance, the Hoop House ordinance, and I would have agricultural interests that would complain about job loss or provision of, or the need to provide housing for people that did work and so forth. And I'm in tune with that because I'm in tune with agriculture, and agriculture is a big part of my district. And sometimes what I'd hear from staff is, well, they'd present their arguments, but they never presented any evidence. And I look at our statement of overriding considerations, and it has, the acknowledgement, of course, that the risk of upset is a class 1 unavoidable impact, but that there are overriding considerations. And the first one is we need this oil from this Exxon platform in order to sustain oil production in California for our California needs. And it kind of reminds me of that Gary Larson cartoon where it's on all sorts of t-shirts where you see a professor standing at the whiteboard and he's got this long, complicated equation. And then at the very lower right-hand corner where the solution is, it says, and suddenly a miracle occurred. Because, where is the evidence? about the contribution that this project will make to our overall oil picture here. Do we, and here's the question for you, Ms. Richardson, and maybe for Ms. Ibarra, what evidence is required? I know that generally when the Planning Commission makes findings, we have to have substantial evidence. But on this overriding considerations, I've seen no presentation of evidence whatsoever supporting the overriding considerations.
Chair Freeney and Commissioner Park. So as with other findings, it would need substantial evidence, and it's up to your commission if you believe that the finding is supported by substantial evidence.
Okay, well, let me follow up that question. You know, I hear today there's a lot of folks that want us who feel that if we vote for this, that it's a vote for climate change, and there's a lot of folks on the other side that think if we vote against this, it's a vote against having any oil in this country and having oil products and all that. It's really kind of in between. And I do understand the argument about how California is a net importer of oil. It's odd. We export a lot of refined products, but we import a lot of the raw thing. And that it is a security concern, a national security concern, if that oil was cut off. It's got some problems. It's kind of woeful. We don't have pipelines into the state. I understand all those issues. What I don't understand is the contribution this project makes to California oil production and whether that's meaningful. When I do the math, very roughly, it appears that at 11,000 barrels a day, this is going to produce about 4 million barrels a year. And when you look at the EIA figures, that's federal agency, California oil production in 2020 was something like 142 million barrels. So and we've been going along with declining oil production in the state for the last 6 years, even with this project not contributing anything. And that makes it look like this is going to contribute maybe a 2% increase to oil, which is not a whole lot. So can anybody clarify for me, what is the contribution that this project will make to California's total oil production figure?
Mr. Chair.
Going once, going twice.
Commissioner Park, that may be a question that we could go back to for Exxon. They may have better information than staff does at this time.
And I would urge you, that if nothing else, do what I did and look it up on the EIA and calculate, what they're proposing. Because we know that, at its height, this field was producing close to 50,000 barrels a day. Then when it was shut down, it was 30,000 barrels a day, which is pretty darn good size output. But now with the trucking production, I mean, the trucking, it's not proposed to push it all the way to where it was. It's just 11 or 12,000 barrels a day. Okay, one last thing on the statement of overriding considerations for this. When I look at the law and statement of overriding considerations, the statute, it talks about balancing. Okay, you balance the environmental concerns against these potential benefits. And it seems to me that one would that maybe even if the GHGs from the restart from the steam generator are not appropriate to consider in the baseline, that we consider it all over again if I'm looking at that balancing for the overriding considerations, because I look at, well, I might contribute 2% more to California oil production, but I do it at the cost of increasing Santa Barbara County's GHGs 40%, plus dealing with all of the safety issues on 166. So I guess a question again for you, Ms. Richardson or Mr. Zorovich or anybody who wants to chime in is, are we allowed to make that balancing when we look at overriding considerations, or can we only look at, the ostensible benefit? So for example, if you're going to get 10 new jobs and lose 10,000, do we not get a look at the 10,000? We can only look at the 10 new ones. Can you answer that question?
Chair Freeney, Commissioner Park. So your commission has, I'll use my standard term, pretty broad discretion when it comes to statement of overriding consideration. So we have a class 1 significant impact. Whether you believe the benefits outweigh that is up to the commission. Any evidence that you consider in that, I would encourage it to become part of the record, and so that all commissioners could also review it. But beyond that, I think you have pretty broad discretion.
Well, that I think I read it the same way you do, and I also agree with you. There needs to be evidence in the record, whether it's for the statement of override considerations or otherwise. So thank you very much, and I'm going to shut up for now.
Mr. Chair, and maybe Commissioner Park too. So you had some other questions in there that, again, we have a consultant team here that might be able to provide some feedback to you on your GHG questions, and also with regards to the, how was traffic on 166 looked at, looking into the future, with the growth of the cannabis kind of economy in that area, future growth there. So I'm going to hand it over first to Greg Chittick of MRS and have him start, and then he may also hand that over to John Pearson, because I want to be able to kind of address some of these questions as we go along too. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Chittick first.
Chair Farini, Commissioner Park, this is Greg Chittick. I'm with MRS Environmental, working with the county to prepare the EIR, and a couple of things I can point out in regards to your questions there, Commissioner. The most recent one about the fraction of oil produced in the state of California, we get into a little bit in that in section 4.2 GHG towards the end, where we talk about the amount of crude in California based on foreign, Alaskan, and Californian, and this project would produce less than 1%, about 0.7% of the crude oil usage in the state. You also brought up what about GHG emissions, and Las Flores and SYU are very large GHG producers in the county. I believe the steam generator you're talking about there is the one out at LFC. It's used both for producing steam for the facility there, as well as producing some electricity. And so there is some electricity contribution there. It is important to note, though, that the facility out there is all a part of cap and trade. And so they've been a part of programs in California to at least account for their GHG emissions and be a part of a program that over long term, which is the cap and trade program, would eventually reduce those levels. So they're part of an existing program there, but yes, they are a substantial source of GHG emissions in the county.
Let me address your comments, Mr. Chittick, but also I want to compliment you first, because were you directly involved in preparing the EIR?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I was admittedly a little harsh about the EIR back there for the ERG project, and in particular in the way it treated highway safety. And maybe I'm just getting older or who knows what, but it just seems to me that this was a pretty complete discussion of 166 safety factors, especially in comparison to what I'd seen before. And you heard there's all sorts of folks that want to take pot shots at the EIR, and maybe that's justified or not, I don't know, but I still think you did a very complete job, so I want to praise you for that. But with regard to your particular points, I think they're pretty interesting. The one thing that is kind of an issue when you talk about cap and trade and mitigating local problems with, solutions far away. You probably saw the recent LA Times article where it said some of the cap and trade, some of the mitigations were for growing timber that burned up in the fires last year, but they're still crediting it as for cap and trade purposes, which is, completely bogus and fraudulent, even though it may be legal. So I'm always a little skeptical about these offsite solutions. But speaking about more on-site solutions, Exxon is the 49% joint venture owner in ERA. And I went out to ERA a couple of years ago. I think that's a very well-run company. They have an excellent CEO, a young lady, and she's loved by her employees. They're great morale. And one of their projects, it never materialized, but it was just pretty close, was that in collaboration with Glass Point, which is also owned in part by these joint ventures, they were going to build a 700-acre solar thermal steam generating facility that was equivalent to 885 megawatts. And they had a press release that said it was the equivalent of taking 80,000 cars off the road. And it was going to provide steam for generators far in excess of capacity of the one we're talking about here, or in, or even the ones we considered in Cat Canyon. And I'm wondering, was something like that an alternative that was considered in this EIR? I guess if you're not analyzing the startup emissions, you wouldn't even address that. But if you were to have that as part of your baseline, and you were going to consider the environmental impact of those startup emissions, would you not need to include an alternative that had other ways of fueling those steam generators that were more green for the environment?
Chair Farini, commissioners, one of the alternatives we looked at, or one of the part of the analysis in the EIR, was alternative energy. And the project, even without the SYU, does generate greenhouse gases from the use of the trucks primarily. And so we looked at what sort of area you would need to offset, if you were to install solar panels, or, part of the challenge is you have to have steam production that's close to your facility there, and whether the SYU has enough room to put in those kind of solar panels to produce the steam there. And we just sort of ended up concluding that it would take a lot of area, and it wasn't very feasible. That's where we came to, although some of these other projects, Kern County, for example, Aaron's doing a project out there where they generate steam, and they have a lot of area to do that, and they're great projects. And so, but we just came to the conclusion that it wasn't too feasible in this case.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've heard that, and then I was kind of shocked once. I was sitting out on a ranch, talking with oil production people and looking at their really cool technology out in Cat Canyon, and the manager there said, "Yeah, these Glass Point people keep coming around, and they're trying to sell us on using our steam generators with solar thermal, and how it uses way less acreage than electric panels, than solar panels, and that even on a little project like ours, they could do 2 or 3 acre steam generating plant, and it would be worth us doing." So there's something out there to talk about, but I guess not today. But Mr. Chittick, did you or the other consultant have something else to add? I should let you get on with that.
Chair Farina, Commissioner Park, nothing by me, but Ms. Ibarra or John Pearson or anyone else can add into what I've said. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your contribution.
Mr. Pearson.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I just want to address the comment about cumulative traffic on 166 that was raised by Commissioner Park. We did look at cumulative traffic. What we ended up doing is we used the Caltrans. They had issued basically a comprehensive kind of forward-looking report in 2017 on 166 to look at what needed to be done going into the future. It went out to 2040, and they had traffic growth of about 10 to 14% along that route during their period that we're looking at. And that's what we use. Now, they don't lay out what they assumed in doing that traffic growth, but my guess is it was just a general assumption in terms of past history and what was going on. So that's kind of what we did in terms of cumulative traffic. It didn't specifically say canvas, but it did take into account what would be considered a fair amount of growth over that period.
Well, and we know it couldn't have considered cannabis because we didn't have an ordinance till 2018.
Yeah.
And these growers didn't even apply for their permits until later. So I think it was very well intentioned, but I'll bet you that it doesn't consider that
right.
real thing that the residents out there know is happening. But I appreciate your comment, Mr. Pearson. Thank you.
Commissioner Bridley. You're muted.
Commissioner Park covered some really good questions. It got me thinking too, but I want to go a little bit deeper on the transportation impact analysis, and I really appreciate Scott Shell being here earlier for Exxon. So if he needs to respond to some of this, that would help. There is a lot of numbers out here, and there's a lot of perception by the citizens in Cuyama and everywhere else that the addition of these 70 round trips of traffic is going to be a problem. My experience with looking at ADTs on state highways or even local roads, you need a very, very large percentage increase in volumes to effectuate something that's going to significantly change the level of service. And I think that's borne out by the math and the traffic analysis. My question is, right now we've got existing conditions at 166 that are above the state average. And that causes concern by the public, because what I don't know that we've heard of is how many other roads in the county, I think this is common actually on state routes. If we look at 246 or Highway 33 or 154, I'm wondering if anyone ever did some sort of an analysis in terms of, is the accident rate at 166 about comparable to those other roads that are sometimes just as narrow and feel just as hazardous? I mean, when I think about parts of 192 going through the first district and the second district, it is not great. We don't have an oil tanker truck using that, but it probably has a higher volume than 166. So I kind of wanted to get a little bit farther down into how scientifically, from a traffic engineer standpoint, how bad is 166 today? And I'm not sure who gets to answer that.
I'll take a first stab at it, Chair Rainey and Commissioner Bridley. I know the EIR did look at the accident rates for comparable roadways, including State Route 46 through Paso and 126 through Ventura as potential alternative roads to get to the Pentland terminal. I'm unaware of 154 was looked at, and 33, I believe, was part of our alternative analysis, but dismissed because tankers can't travel on Highway 33. So I know that the results from 46 and 126 were comparable to State Route 166. However, the alternatives for using those routes were dismissed because they would go through more populated areas and they would be longer truck routes.
Okay. I guess that doesn't really get that in a way doesn't really get to the question, which is State Route, I guess what I'm trying to get to is State Route 166 has a slightly higher than average state average accident rate. And yet, where does that stack up in comparable state routes that might have similar volumes? Do we have quite a few in the state that land in that category? And yet our state highway system accommodates the entire state highway commercial, facility. So I see Scott Shell's hand up. So I'm wondering if maybe he can dive into this.
Am I on?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is Scott Shell again with Associated Transportation Engineers. So as I gave a kind of a quick explanation up front, the first step in the Caltrans accident process is to look at the average rates for similar facilities and calculate the rate for the segment we're looking at. So for 166, we asked Caltrans to produce the tables, which is table B. They sent that to us, so they're the ones who actually calculate the rate. But there's another test, because there's always going to be, it's an average rate for the state. So there's always going to be some that are a little lower and some that are a little higher, and it's an average rate. So that's why the second step is really the important piece. And that's going through the significance test. And basically Caltrans has a manual that provides the formula for that test. And it basically says, okay, you're over the average, but are you significant that we should be concerned and actually go do field investigations for corrective measures? That's the part that we ran for 166. That's the part that concluded it wasn't significant because it didn't meet that significance test. And I think it's like a 99% significant level that they test to. So once you go over the significance test, then you're supposed to look to corrective actions.
Okay.
And you indicate you do have an issue and you should be looking at doing something on that route. So that's the formula that we use. I know that, personally, we have calculated accident rates for 154. All of the winery projects that have gone forward have been required to do that, both for 154 route and for the intersections along 154 at El Rogar, for instance. I can, just from memory, I believe we have the same situation with 154 where we're over the average, but we don't meet the statistical significant test. I think that was the last one that I had done. That's an anecdotal comparison. I think the EIR, as we heard, only has the 46 and the 33 actually published in it.
Okay. And Mr. Shell, before you sit down again, I actually found your slides from earlier. The total amount, I mean, these 70 trucks are only going to add what percentage to the existing volume on the 166 links? The ADT addition of the trucking project traffic is going to be what percentage to the existing volume? And I probably could find it in the EIR, but you might know it off your head.
About 4% increase.
4%. Okay.
And
then, okay. And one last question. When I did my site visits up there, I forgot to say during the disclosures in the beginning part of our hearing that I went to Farm Day. Yay! So I spent like 3 days in North County, and part of my Farm Day experience was going up to and driving 166 a couple of days in a row. So I got to try to get more familiar with it. There were a lot of multi-axle trucks already up there, so I'm not sure, does Caltrans in that analysis, Scott, where they talk about whether there's operational things that they need to attest to, do they look at the mix of vehicles on the highway? Because I think this seems to have a higher than average heavy, multi-axle truck. I'm not sure what the correct term is for it, compared to just commuter vehicles.
This is Scott Shilligan. The accident rates include all of the vehicles that are on the road. There are no specific adjustments within the accident calculations to look at the percent of heavy vehicles. That's more of a capacity calculation adjustment. So if you're doing the levels of service, you put in a value for the percent trucks, but that does not play into the accident calculation.
Okay, interesting. Okay, that was my question on that. I have thoughts about the overriding considerations, but not questions. So that's probably it. I feel like I'm missing something, but there's a lot of information. So that's it for now. Let me take down my hand.
Okay, Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I just a couple comments here, probably. I'm glad to see them not being allowed to use 154 if for some reason 101 is blocked. In my younger years, I used to work for Gene Sawyer, and I dispatched trucks. And there was a great big picture on his wall where you see this 18-wheeler hanging over the bridge on 154, and it said, I don't go the boss's way, I go my way. You have to the point where if one of his trucks is on 154, the truck driver fired the minute he got to the yard. So I'm happy to see that. And I will note not for fun, but I did have one employee and one employee's husband die on 166, although the gal was apparently texting and she drove off the road. The other one was Brett Irving. He and his partner were driving, and as a really bad rainstorm. And what happened, part of the highway went missing. The the river washed it away. So they didn't see that and actually just, plunged off the road and to the bottom of the river. And I don't know if the impact killed them or they drowned or both. So I was very happy to see that there's a prohibition against them using it in a heavy rain. It is dangerous. I will also tell you, I was driving through there one time and the rain had washed out part of a fence. So I come around the corner and here's this 1,000-pound cow in the middle of the road. And, you're doing 55 miles an hour and it's around the curve. You don't see the damn thing in time. Personally, if it's raining hard, I won't use that road. I do think it's dangerous in the rain, but that's just an observation. But I see that Mr. Robinson had his hand up for a minute, but maybe he can comment on there and tell me if I'm wrong about that. But I think the rain it makes that road dangerous.
Oh, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Boss, sorry, I was working on a condition letter. What do you want me to comment on specifically?
Oh, just the safety. Well, there's some concern about 166 being unsafe with other than, I think it's unsafe in the rain. So I was happy to see that prohibition, but other than that, is there any?
I actually, I think it was last week that came up and I was surprised to see that condition was on there. I do agree with you. I have a property off of 166 and drive this road regularly. And it's a road you do have to drive defensively on, just kind of assume what people are going to do. I don't know if I would go as far as saying that it's an unsafe road. I wouldn't say that, but you definitely need to take care.
Well, it's certainly unsafe for Britt Irving and his partner.
I do agree with that. And while I'm on here, though, I do want to back up Mr. Shell's comments. He basically said everything more eloquently than I would, but I do back up what he said. It's the being above the state average, and we get this all the time, being above the state average is not the end of the world. It's basically a red flag that says, hey, you need to look at this. And he's absolutely right. There is the significance test. That significance test tells us, is there a problem? And B, is there a corrective action that we can take? Is there a demonstrable pattern of conditions that we can do a project? And ATE did what was the correct procedure on this, and I feel the analysis is correct.
Hey, Mr. Robertson, while you're on there, one of the public comments was that on 166, and I understand it's a state highway and it's out of your purview, but since you said you do drive it, I think you have some experiences there. They said there's no pullover lanes or turnouts for big trucks to let the traffic come by. And that does seem, it actually seems unreasonable to me when I drive that road. There's plenty of long straightaways where the state could go in and put that lane in, and it does bother me every time I drive that road. So could you tell me why they don't do it? Do you have any ideas?
Well, I mean, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, you're familiar with that road, and I think I would disagree with the statement that there's nowhere for the trucks to pull over. However, I would agree with the statement that there aren't passing lanes on that roadway, and just the nature of the road itself, it's very hard to get those improvements in. Caltrans has probably looked at this, weighed the cost versus benefit, and they probably, just like Mr. Schiller talked about earlier, they probably didn't see a significance between the collisions and the need for passing lanes. But there are areas for trucks to pull over. It's one of those things that it frustrates me driving it as well. You get on that road and the trucks just don't pull over. But I think that's because if they pull over, once they get back on, there's a line of cars behind them again. And the trucks are generally doing the speed limit. So anybody who is trying to pass is not obeying the 55 mile an hour speed limit on that road anyway.
Yeah, I guess it's a bit of semantics here. By pulling over, I've seen up in San Luis County, it's not really a passing lane. It's a turnout, but they can be up to a half mile long, and they're improved, so they're asphalt. And on 166, if the trucks are going to pull over, they're going to pull over in gravel and make a bunch of dust or catch a bunch of mud. So,
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think that's kind of the word game we're kind of playing here. I think Caltrans sees that there's areas for the trucks to pull over, but it is gravel and dusty. And maybe they just don't feel that they want to put the paved improvements in. It's really a good question for Caltrans. I don't want to speak for them, but
right.
I can speak to the account that there are plenty of areas for trucks to pull over if they choose to do so. I think they probably just choose not to because they are doing the speed limit. It's not like they're traveling 35 miles an hour.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you, Mr. Robertson. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very interesting discussion to listen to. I learn a lot from Mr. Robertson over the years. Generally, I think that statistics he tends to rely on they don't bear out the experience of people who drive it every day. But he explains it in such a way that it seems acceptable. A system seems acceptable. And yet listening here and to the public testimony, the bulk of the day, I didn't hear anybody say that road is safe right now. And so the big question for me is what are we doing to the safety of that road by authorizing the use of it by these tanker trucks on a regular basis? And I want to be sure my facts are right on that. So first of all, I heard, and this is something that Mr. Shell said during his presentation. At least I wrote it down. I want to be sure it's correct. Mr. Shell, you said you were relying on statistics for 2015 to 2017. Is that correct?
Sure, Commissioner Cooney, that is correct.
And why were those dates picked? Were those the most recent, which had data available that was useful to you?
That's correct. We actually started the traffic study and accident analysis for the project back in 2017. And so we had some older data. Then we updated the analysis in late 2018, early 2019. And that was the most current information that Caltrans was able to provide us.
So your statements about the amount of increased traffic that the project would add to that route is based on 2019 data?
The traffic study utilizes 2018 as the traffic volume baseline for the analysis.
Was any later period available to you that that could have been used to show that traffic is worse now than it was back in 2018?
Unfortunately, Caltrans has not published their traffic volume data book, which is now a website, since 2017. So we actually had to use the 2017 data and factor it up to 2018, but they have not published any more current data.
Okay. Is there any reason you have to believe that traffic conditions might have increased in volume since Caltrans last reported its numbers?
That's a trick question during the pandemic. We've seen all sorts of fluctuations in volumes. Right now, we're actually starting to do traffic counts again. For several years, we didn't do traffic counts because we thought that they would be undercounted because volumes had gone down fairly significantly due to the pandemic. We are seeing volumes start to rise back up to pre-pandemic levels now. And so I would say if we were to go out there today, we would probably see at least the 2018 volumes and maybe slightly more. I think we heard Mr. Pearson say that the Caltrans concept report had assumed about a 15 or 14% increase in volumes out there over the 15 or so year period that they were forecasting out. So I'm assuming the growth rate out there is between 1 to 5%, and that's what we might expect to see today.
I heard two other numbers. Maybe you can put those in the context that you just explained. One was 9 trucks more. And I just wrote that down and said, I need to ask Mr. Shell about this. What is 9 trucks more?
Where is that slide? It has everything on it. So basically the cumulative analysis that was provided in the EIR for State Route 166 showed that when the Phillips facility closes, the trucks that are currently coming from Kern and SLO County using 166 to go to Phillips 66 will divert and not travel that route anymore. And so that was 92 truck trips a day. So it was fairly significant. So when we see the closure of the Phillips plant in 2023, those trucks are going to go away. Now they're going to be replaced. They would be replaced, of course, by Project 68 trucks. And then
call them, so they need to set up a conference call with you tomorrow.
And then there were 23 trucks that were estimated that are currently going to Phillips 66 that would divert to Pentland using 166. They estimated some future growth in the oil industry in the local Santa Maria Valley area that would add another 10. So the net effect of all of that cumulative diversion and additions was 9 truck trips a day on 166 under the cumulative setting.
Okay. I appreciate it. I hadn't heard those numbers before. So you're saying that's really a net number, cumulative change with some trucks not using that route and others using it if we didn't have the Phillips pumping station. So it netted out to 9 according to the slide you have up. Is that right?
That's correct. And that information came from the EIR, and I'm assuming it came from the records that are being kept at the Phillips station.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shell. As always, you're helpful in understanding these numbers. Mr. Chair, that was the only question I had regarding, those were the only matters I had at this time regarding Route 166. But I have some others for staff that I'll reserve when we turn back to the staff.
Okay. All right. Well, are we done with the roads then? And shall we go to staff? Is everybody?
Mr. Chair, I do have one more thing to add really quick. I generally don't talk about this too much, but I think in this case, this project probably warrants a little bit of discussion. And I throw this out specifically to Commissioner Cooney, but all the commissioners will benefit from this, is the legal definition under government code. So it's government code 830A for California, and it describes what a dangerous condition is. And so in this case, I'm going to replace dangerous condition with unsafe. And it basically says a dangerous condition is a condition of public property that creates a substantial risk of injury to members of the general public when the property is used with reasonable care and in a reasonably foreseeable manner. So if you are using this road properly, driving the speed limit, is there a risk to the general public? My argument to that would be no. The problem, and public comment has kind of bared this out, is that it's when people are choosing not to drive the speed limit and pass unsafely that makes the unsafe situation. So it's not the road that's unsafe, it's the behavior of the drivers. And that's backed up under, again, Government Code 830A. So I'm not going to disagree that there are unsafe situations on the road, but it's because the drivers are choosing to do so, not because the road itself is unsafe. So I just want to make that clarity. I'm not discounting what people are saying about the roadway. I've experienced many of the same things that they have. But if we're talking about the road itself, the road is designed properly. And if used properly, the unsafe situation would not be there. On top of that, I've heard additional comment. A lot of the comment earlier in the morning was just about how oil being transported on the roads is dangerous. It creates an environmental hazard. I also want to remind the commission that this is a legal load that the state allows on the roadways. So I understand there's discretion for the commission, but here we have another project coming forward. It's a gas station. Does that mean approving gas stations increases the transport of gas on the roadways, which is a petroleum product and arguably could be the same problem? I throw that out there as well, that just transporting oil is not necessarily the big issue. But again, it's in your discretion. So rant over, I guess.
Yeah, Mr. Robertson, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, could I just
yes, please
follow up with Mr. Robertson? This gets to the crux of, I think, one of the real objections I have to this project, because I don't think we are limited by mere numbers of accidents or mere results of accidents. It's certainly informative, but I think the real question is, what is the impact of this project on traffic safety? And I totally agree with Mr. Robertson's mention of the fact that the exposure to danger is not necessarily the fault of the carefully trained and experienced drivers, but the fact that driving generally has become a much more dangerous and I would say risky course to take, given the state of driver mentality right now. I just returned from a round trip to Lake Tahoe, and driving close to, but not under the speed limit in general, I was constantly passed by vehicles going 20 miles an hour faster with zero enforcement that I could see over a weekend. And I think we have to take that into account. If we ignore the realities of driving on our highways, which are aggravated by impatient drivers, not necessarily those hauling the volatile fuel, but don't we have an obligation to take into account that the highway driving situation, the environment in which one of these tanker trucks is driving is much more dangerous than it used to be, simply because of not necessarily the road condition, but the general driver mentality. And it's hard to prove that, but I can't get by it.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney, I do agree with everything you're saying. So I think what I'm just trying to remind the commission is that based on the design elements of the roadway and the definition of what a dangerous commission is, it leads myself and Mr. Shell and probably several other traffic professionals to give the recommendation of the roadway as it's designed and how it's supposed to be used. But you're absolutely right. I think the next step is then the discretion of the commission, knowing that people are not obeying the law. That's a different issue. What us traffic professionals are saying is if you use the road correctly, then these issues should not be occurring. So I think we're saying the same thing. But our recommendation, again, is based on the government code 830, is it a dangerous condition based on the collision analysis and based on that significance criteria, we're all going to lead to the same conclusion. And again, it bounces it back into the discretion of the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Okay, so where do we want to go now? Do we want staff rebuttal or do we want to go commissioners? Where's Mr. Wilson? He's usually
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner that started asking questions of staff now. Did we forget something?
Mr. Chair, before, I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to
Oh, right.
remind the chair,
Okay.
we need to give our interpreter a little bit of a break as well, somewhere
Sorry about
soon.
Okay, very good. Let's go on break 10 minutes.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air.
Okay, excellent. All right, so at this time, we're going to go back to staff and have them cover some of the, continue on with the transportation questions that we were working on.
Mr. Chair, Aaron Briggs here. So the conversation related to transportation was kind of all over the place, and staff wanted to kind of recenter us and get us back to kind of a foundational starting point. And the starting point for the conversation on traffic is really that Highway 166 has a slightly greater than average, the state average, accident rate. And the project would contribute a certain level of traffic to the roadway. And as part of that, it would contribute to the accident rate, but not in a significant way, right? And we've heard a lot of testimony from folks anecdotally who live out there, drive the roadway. We've heard a lot of people describe the roadway as being unsafe. We had opinion by our traffic staff, Will Robertson. And really, the bottom line is that the roadway has a slightly higher than average accident rate. The project contributes to that, but not in a significantly meaningful way. And if we want to get into a little bit more detail on this, I can defer to our EIR consultant.
Okay, Commissioner Park.
I have a question for Mr. Briggs, and really anybody who's talking about these traffic statistics and rates and so forth. Isn't actually the bottom line that we have a class 1 significant and unavoidable impact, and we can't approve the project without finding overriding considerations? So why are we kind of parsing testimony over, gee, this statistic says this says that, we're ignoring what the residents say, and this and that? Why are we doing that? We have a significant unavoidable impact, and that's what the EIR says. Is anybody contesting that we're supposed to ignore that?
So, Chair Ferrini and Commissioner Park, the Class 1 impact in this project is related to risk of upset and a spill, and the impact of a spill on biological, hydrological, and cultural resources. The safety of the roadway is not a determining factor in whether or not we have a Class 1 impact. We could have the safest roadway in the world, and there's still a chance of an upset condition. And if one drop of oil lands in the creek, we have a Class 1 impact. So even under a theoretical safest conditions possible, we would still have a Class 1 impact with this project, just like we would with a pipeline, where if there is any type of upset condition where oil enters a waterway or a sensitive habitat, we have a Class 1. So the traffic discussion certainly does relate to the Class 1 impact, but it's not determined by it.
Okay, Commissioner Bradley.
I appreciate Mr. Briggs' explanation about that. I think that there were several questions because there's so much testimony this morning about the perceived, and I use that word repeatedly when I asked the question, it was perceived unsafety of the road. And so I just, I think it was good to get both Scott's and the EIR consultant and Will Robertson's feedback on that. And that's not the basis for the overriding. The basis of the overriding need is, and the Class 1 is the risk of upset and the potential spill and impacts to sensitive resources as a result of that, not that it's going to cause accidents. So I'm probably not helping with the situation. Anyway, I thought that actually staff's explanation was good, and it all comes down to these overriding considerations. So maybe we're close to deliberating. I don't know. I don't have any other technical questions. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Cooney, you're muted. There you
While we're on this topic, I do have one question that I passed by. I was going to ask Ms. Ibarra, perhaps Mr. Briggs is the one to answer, but it had to do with the statement by staff that if Santa Maria Pump Station is shut down for less than 10 days, are there any trips that can be made by Exxon's contractors to Pentland, or are they just prevented from taking any oil from the beginning of the route anywhere? There is a statement that if it's 10 days or longer, then they can use up to what I think 34 trips over to Pentland, a long 166. But if there are fewer than 10 trips, it's basically a shutdown of any transportation. Am I right about that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney, that's generally correct. So ExxonMobil at their Las Flores Canyon facility has very large storage capacity, several 100,000 barrels. And under the production rates of the project, which are about 11,000 barrels a day, they have the capacity to absorb a minor upset condition. And so anything less than 10 days, we've determined that they have the ability to continue to store that oil on site until the pump station becomes available again. And then they get into the 78 trucks per day makeup provision, in which they could truck 78 per day until they catch back up again. And then anything greater than 10 days, they're getting pretty close to their capacity, and that's when they would be allowed to go to the Pentland Station, 34 trucks per day.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Briggs, the other question that came up during the hearing, one of our public speakers indicated there were easement issues with the pipeline. Do we have any reliable evidence that the pipeline will be usable within a 7-year period, or is that just a number that somebody's estimating?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, that is a very difficult question to answer. The Plains Pipeline project is pretty much midstream in the permitting process. We're going through environmental review now. We're in the process of drafting the EIR as we speak. And, you know, as you know, with any project of that complexity, it's a multi-year process. We have been processing that project for just about 2 years now. I would expect that it'll take another 1 to 2 years in the planning process at a minimum, maybe longer. And so, you know, when that project exits the permit process is really anybody's best guess. So the 7-year figure is somewhat of a guess. It's an educated guess at this point, but it is mostly a guess. With respect to easements and the ability of Plains to actually carry out that project, that's a fairly complex legal issue. Eminent domain enters that conversation. That's a little bit above my pay grade. Maybe council could speak to that, but really, that's an issue that's going to be considered as part of the Plains project, although it does play into this one a little bit indirectly.
But it seems to me where it goes is that there's a potential that there's not going to be a pipeline, and that the Santa Maria pump station is going to be closed. And what we're asked to give to Exxon in the meantime is unlimited in time, the right to move from Las Flores to Pentland. And I was looking for some relief that at least we're going to get another pipeline and this would be an interim solution, but we can't rely on that, can we?
So Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, This is an interim solution. The project description is a request for the use of trucking until a pipeline becomes available, or 7 years, whichever is greater. And so if we go 7 years without a pipeline becoming available, this particular project would essentially expire, and Exxon would need to rely upon an extension by the county in order to proceed past 7 years.
Right, and that would depend on a different planning commission and the board of supervisors at that time. But to really have confidence that the platforms would be shut down again and retired, it's very difficult to do that given the doubt in the future. So staff is recommending that we pay attention to the 7-year maximum of this permit and let the chips fall where they may if there's no pipeline feasible at that time.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Sermier, your hand's up.
Yeah, I'm using your computer, Chair Fernini. Yeah. So I just wanted to come back. I know earlier you had asked for us to do some rebuttals. We wanted to.
So just hang on. I thought adding to what we were talking about. So we'll come back to you. Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I have a jurisdictional question I just thought about because, you know, we'll discuss this issue of traffic safety and the character of this highway in deliberations. I know I'll have a hard time looking people in the face that regularly travel this and say it's no different than any other highway. And I got to think about that. I've personally lost my brakes twice going down Crocker Grade, pulling horse trailers, and that's pretty expensive to replace your rotors if that's all that happens. And I got to thinking, well, but you know, Crocker Grade, you're really over in Kern County by then. I think you're out of Santa Barbara County, so maybe it's not our issue, even though it's all about this highway because it's going to.
Oh, thank you. Great. Thank you. Want to come in? No, I got to get going.
Okay, so we lost Commissioner Park.
He was in his backyard last I saw him.
Right? The dog got him.
Do you think he knows we're waiting on him?
I'm thinking Mr. Villalobos is trying to connect with him. Hello.
Chair Farini, I just want to give you an update. I did attempt to call Commissioner Park on his cell phone, but it rang and went to voicemail. I did leave him a voicemail. I'm not sure if we want to wait for him to come back, or not sure if that means a break, or you just want to, I'm not sure what you want to do.
You muted, Larry.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Yeah, I'm not sure either what to do there. I guess we can go on break, or we can all sit here for a few more minutes.
Well, where were we in the grand scheme? We were actually asking staff questions. Did any other commissioners have any other questions of staff? Because we know Commissioner Park and me and Commissioner Cooney got those out.
Well, I don't think Commissioner Park got all his questions out.
Okay.
Remember, he just gave us a snippet of what was to come. It was just the preview.
So you and Commissioner Blau don't have anything you can ask staff? Run in place and wave your arms?
I've heard a lot today. Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, I recommend that we take a break until we find Commissioner Park.
Okay. Can you unmute Commissioner Park?
Had a power outage.
Oh,
I said the dog took you away, but okay.
They've been trying all morning. It's a self-caused power outage from not charging my battery. I can't blame it on Exxon or anybody else. It's me. I can finish my question if you haven't decided the case already. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the question was, 166 weaves in and out of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties in the Coahoma Valley. So just when I was thinking about how the Crocker grade and it being in Kern County, not here, is there a similar process going on in San Luis Obispo County with this trucking project, or is that not required because the project originates here? So that's a question. Is there a similar process there, and does it bear on anything we're doing, or does what we're doing bear on them?
Yeah, Chair Farini, Commissioner Park, or go ahead, Aaron, if you want to take it. Okay, I'll take it back since I thought two of us were talking at the same time. Although the project does pass in between SLO County and Kern County and on Caltrans roads, they're not considered responsible agencies under CEQA since they have no discretionary approvals or permits to approve or deny for the project. So it's strictly Santa Barbara County.
Well, so here's a follow-up. If it's strictly Santa Barbara County, and we're the only ones looking at this route, even though it goes through San Luis Obispo County and Kern County, do we address any of those impacts as well? I mean, do I talk about Crocker grade or those portions of the Coahoma Valley that are every 50 feet in the San Luis Obispo County?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, am I understanding your question if we included any SLO or Kern County thresholds for our impact assessment? Is that what you're asking?
No, that wasn't my question. It's really, I'm trying to be as simple, and I'm a simple-minded person, so you got to see it that way. And that is, there are issues for the whole length of 166. We know, for example, that in 2018, when there was the shutdown of 101, and there was so much traffic going through 166. The traffic got so crazy by the end of that period, there was a fatality almost every day over near the Crocker Grade, over near the eastern end, near Maricopa and so forth, where it gets really crazy downhill and curvy. And so it's just a simple question. If we're the Santa Barbara County lead agency on this project, are we also looking at issues, impacts, etc., on those souls that don't necessarily reside in Santa Barbara County? They're over the county line in Kern County or San Luis Obispo County. Because frankly, if they're in the Cuyama Valley, half of them probably don't even know which county they're in. And you couldn't tell without looking at a parcel map. But do we say, no, we're going to ignore those concerns because that's not our county? Then if that was the case, who would be looking at it? So now do you understand the question from a simple-minded person?
I understand. Yes, thank you, Commissioner Park, through the chair. The environmental impact report does analyze the entire length of the line, so not just the portions within the county.
Well, then when we get to deliberations, I can tell my stories about my hair-raising experiences on right? But that'll be for another day.
Okay, so are commissioners done with questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So now we'll go to Mr. Anderson. He's the Exxon rep, and he can give us his rebuttal.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you, Chairman Fernini, for the opportunity to speak after we've heard a lot of testimony today. First, I'd just like to address the condition of our assets. You know, we take a lot of pride, and we have and will continue to inspect, protect, and maintain our asset in a condition that it can be put back into service and operate safely and environmentally responsibly. We work closely with the county, with state and federal inspectors to keep our assets at or above the expectations of the regulators. With regard to the baseline, we agree with the county staff that they appropriately selected the baseline for this incremental trucking permit application. This is not a new project. The baseline operations went through their prior CEQA and NEPA review and are already permitted, giving us a vested right to operate as confirmed by County Council. This is a supplemental EIR only for trucking, and as such, the baseline should include our permitted operations. On the percent of oil and its impact to displacing foreign oil, yes, this trucking permit is only a fraction of our permitted production, and thus it only displaces approximately 11,000 barrels a day, or 1% of foreign oil that's produced during our trucking phase. But 1% of highly efficient and regulated production that produces half the greenhouse gases as the foreign oil that it's displacing is still a benefit to the environment that we consider. As for the trucks, we've had a lot of discussion on the Route 166. I think it's been a good discussion and appreciate the discussion. As highlighted in the cumulative assessment, the truck traffic on 166 is virtually unchanged from today. But the 68 truck trips from our project will be some of the most highly regulated operations in the US, thus helping reduce the risk on 166 as it is today. In addition, the analysis included actual data, which would have accounted for the illegal driving behaviors that we were discussing earlier today. That's all I have. Thank you for the time.
Yeah, Mr. Anderson, while you're up to bat here, the Phillips 66 refinery there's a plan for that to be shut down or the assets sold. And is that a time certain yet? And is there a chance that operation could continue, or is it a time certain demise?
Yeah, I don't know that anything's certain when we're looking that far out in time. I think that's why staff, kept that option in to go to Phillips 66, should it be available, and should Phillips 66 have the ability to continue to produce or take oil in their refinery when we're up and trucking, we would gladly take our oil to Phillips 66. So I think that flexibility is in the EIR, but I don't know the certainty of it.
Okay, Commissioner Blau, did you have a question? Dan, you're muted.
This oil is coming from the platforms that are out on the channel. Am I correct? I just have to disclose, I've been on that platform, and I had quite a nice tour on it. It's been quite a few years ago, but it's about as clean and well run as you could imagine. And the one thing they tell you when you get on the platform is they got all kind of buttons around there that if you see anything like oil in the water, you hit the button, it shuts everything down. And they, even as a visitor, they were pointing it out to us, and it's like, you see it. So I just think that the comments about the safety of that or the age of the platform is not appropriate. I mean, everything I saw there was shiny and it looked new, and it's got the SCADA and it's got all kinds of safety options.
Yep, that is correct, Commissioner Blau. And we take pride in making sure that our assets look top of class. And I believe that the federal inspectors, the Coast Guard and others would agree with you.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you. I don't see any further questions from the commission for you.
Thank you.
So if there are no further questions of staff from the commissioners, then we can move on to deliberations. Okay, Commissioner Park.
I had a question actually for you and staff on that. What I heard from Mr. Zorovich earlier is he wanted some time to answer some of the things that I brought up. Does he feel that they've already done that? I mean, is the staff feel that it's done what it needs to do, or does it feel it needs to go to Friday or some other date?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Park. So that's why I was trying to engage our consultants as you were asking your questions. I wanted to make sure that they didn't get lost, any of your questions. I think we did address your comments. If I'm mistaken, we can certainly go back to anything else that you feel was unresolved. But that's why I was trying to keep it kind of on focus as you were going through your questions. I think we did answer your questions. But again, if you feel that there's still something unanswered, let us know.
No, I think that that we've got answers. One question was on oil production and how this related, and that's been answered and confirmed. I had legal questions. My interpretation has been confirmed, and so I feel that's been resolved.
Okay, well, I don't really see the reason for a meeting on Friday if everything's been resolved. So it looks to me like we can continue on with deliberation.
I would agree.
Since you agree, Commissioner Blau, why don't you start it off?
Oh, I'm ready to move this forward to the Board of Supervisors. We're not actually approving the project. We're just simply make a recommendation. And so it seems to me we can all take a vote on it. Whether we agree or don't agree, doesn't make any matter. If it's 3-2, 4-1 vote at 5-0, it doesn't matter. The board's going to make the ultimate decision. And I know we had some concern about the overriding considerations, and one of the public comment was about the size of the taxes that the board gets. Normally, this commission doesn't take a look at the finances of a project or how that necessarily affects the county. At least that's been their history in the past. So, I think that's an appropriate overriding consideration is employment and taxes for the county. I don't want to see them give that up. So I'm prepared to support the project, to make a recommendation that I would approve the project, is I guess what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Blau.
Okay. Here we go. Raise hand.
Okay, Commissioner Bradley.
I cannot believe we are being so slow about this discussion. I'll just jump in. I'll just jump in because this has been a really great hearing. First of all, I really want to lead off with a thank you to our staff. I think that Jacqueline Ibarra did an excellent job of getting this very complicated staff report down into something manageable and understandable, not just for me, but for the public. And I really appreciate the environmental consultants being here and of course, Mr. Robertson. Very many thanks to all the members of the public because I had more meetings on this than many other cases. All that said, and I have gone back and forth on this case probably 6 times in the last 2 weeks since I've gotten this material. The amount of public comment, the very, very heavy weighted concerns from the public about accepting these trucks on 166, not that it's a scientific increase in capacity problems or anything like that, but I just realized while we're talking about this, it's a development plan. And we have that wonderful, wonderful condition that states that if it's going to be detrimental to the comfort, convenience, general welfare, health, and safety of our neighborhood, then it may be considered incompatible if we can't make that finding. And that's behind the CEQA findings and the overriding consideration. So the other thing that I had expressed to staff was I'm a little underwhelmed by the overriding considerations for the amount for the class 1 impact in a really sensitive area that is going past Carrizo Plain and Gaviota Coast and El Capitan Beach, on an area that may not be scientifically a problematic road, but if something happens, there are a lot of resources that are going to be damaged there. I am having a hard time making that overriding consideration just based on what's been set forth in the staff report about keeping the oil in California and increase in jobs and restoration of the coastal CREF funds or CRMF funds. So those don't really do it for me in terms of the trade-off, and it's a balancing. It's a trade-off of if that risk occurs as a result of just this trucking component, then we will have said, okay, the other things that it is providing to society for us, balance that out. And I can't make that finding. Frankly, I can't make the overriding on the CEQA. And I also would have a really hard time adopting the finding, which is in the staff report. It's 2.1 LUDC findings. Number 5, that it will not be detrimental to the comfort, convenience, general welfare, health, and safety of the neighborhood. I have a hard time making that finding for this case, given the, 9-to-1 public comment against it. So those are the 2 primary problems I'm having with the case. Thirdly, I really am struggling with the fact that the county, the state, the world is moving toward this climate cognizance that we have to get away from oil. And I don't, I think that Exxon is a great operator for what they're doing. But I think this is the point at which we have to make a decision to say, but we don't want to continue doing that. So all the discussion today about greenhouse gases and climate change, and this is the opportunity to make the shift. I think I'm going to make the shift away from hydrocarbon fuel, and by virtue of extending this production at the property via the trucking. So those are my 3 points. Therefore, I am not going to be inclined to support Commissioner Blau's motion. And those are my thoughts.
Commissioner Park.
So usually the commissioner whose district the project is goes first, but I didn't clamor to do that. I just kind of had a feeling, and I'm glad I didn't. And now that I'm kind of halfway through, I think I'd like to hear from Commissioner Cooney, if he would, before I make my points and make a motion.
Yeah.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad to go forward. I will say this project has justified the amount of preparation it took to read all of the public comments. I can't remember a project, there probably were some, but I can't remember one that received so much public comment. 6 or 7 different deliveries by Mr. Villalobos with additional public comment. And by and large, the public comment was very helpful. Even though people signed their names sometimes to the same words that others did, it really hit home to me that we have an educated, concerned, and involved public in Santa Barbara County. And I don't think anything triggers interest more than the production and transportation of oil. And I certainly benefited from having the public input throughout the period leading up to the hearing. But as I was talking to myself last night, I was saying, maybe the best approach is to just open the meeting after staff made its presentation, after the applicant made its presentation, and just said, let's do a straw vote. We might be able to save about 2 days of time. And I was tempted to do that, but the fact is the hearing's been very valuable today, particularly hearing about the transportation issues. The baseline issue, I'll set that aside because I think that's a legal issue that could go all the way to the appellate courts. If we were to rely on the fact that the baseline does not include startup of the platforms, I really can imagine the applicant would fight that. Maybe not, but I think this project can be decided on the basis of the staff report and the findings that we're required to make in order to approve it, of which transportation and the perils of transportation, both for the environment and for the safety of other motorists, is sufficient. And I regard those 2 issues as related. If you have an accident, the environment is definitely at peril, but so are drivers that are surrounding the tanker trucks that at first I was skeptical that contractors were being used. I accept Exxon's representation that they'll be extremely well trained and prepared for these roads. It does bother me that an issue was made of the fact that these contractors will be required to have $5 million of liability insurance. And I thought, what is $5 million compared to losing one's family or a member of one's family if there is an accident? And we have the best minds available telling us it's unlikely there'll be an accident, but I'm very worried about that. And I'm not prepared to agree that the truck traffic, even though it's originally scheduled to just go as far as Santa Maria, is still safe. Going through the Gaviota Pass this weekend, I was struck by how many vehicles, not necessarily trucks, but how many vehicles were exceeding the speed limit to the point of nearly losing control. And it may not be the driver's fault, and maybe nothing the driver can do, but we're essentially launching those vehicles that aren't using the highways right now and putting everybody in danger in the same way as a state that licenses the use of the carrying of firearms, even if the licensee is perfectly well qualified, it creates a danger. So on the basis of safety and on the basis of the class 1 impact to the environment, should there be an accident, I'm going to oppose the project.
Thank you, Commissioner Kinney. Commissioner Park.
Do you want to go first, Chair Farini, or shall I go?
No, you said you wanted to go next, so it's your district. You go next.
All right. All right. You're just trying to go home early, I think. So, but I can fix that. No, I'm going to go through this in the same order of my outline of questions. And probably some of the more cynical ones of you will say, see, Parks just asked questions he knows the answer to. So that's why he has the same outline. But that's what trial lawyers do. On the issue of truck safety, it's interesting. I've tried a lot of cases with experts, and it's a different world than the planning world. Because the planning world, somebody come in and say, these are statistics, and this is what my opinion is. And there's no way to really test it, But if you're in trial, I got to cross-examine you and take hours, and it's kind of fun, and it leads to some different results sometimes. So I'm kind of sometimes skeptical of what the experts have to say and what the so-called statistics have to say that they favor. My personal experience with this road, it's pretty darn scary, and it's pretty different than the other highways that are kind of curving this county, including 33 and 246 and 154. It's because it's this weird mixture of through traffic, very heavy truck traffic, and some areas where you speed like crazy, going back to my teenage years, and in areas you got to really slow down. If somebody wants to argue that there's nothing unusual about the road, go down Crocker Grade. Oh man, it is super steep. It's very windy. These weird little passing areas, and they're not very long, so you get stuck. It's something. I guarantee you, if you got in my pickup with me and we pulled the horse trailer and went up 166, you would not say, "Oh, this is just like any other highway." Does that really matter that much here? Sort of, because it gives me the absolute belief that we've got to take the Class 1 impact seriously. That there can be a spill there, and that it will happen. I mean, this thing crosses Cuyama River 6 times, 7 times. The Cuyama River is dammed at Twitchell Reservoir, then that is emptied out and to recharge our aquifers. So it is drinking water. And another reason I think the truck safety thing is so important is you know, folks in New Cuyama and Cuyama, they don't have cities to stand up for them. They just have us, and they feel a little ignored. And I understand that. And when they so almost unanimously express a really strong opinion about danger and concerns, then I want to show that we're listening to them. I've actually been talking to folks out there for years about trucking, because trucking first came up in the oil context with the ERG project and also ERA. And what everybody seems to say is they think that the tanker truck drivers are pretty good. They think that the gravel truck drivers are pretty awful. And you get this combination of gravel trucks, tanker trucks, and other big rigs going through, and people that are trying to drive through from Bakersfield to Santa Maria or this way or that. And it just creates a toxic brew of several different kinds of vehicles and lines of them and the kind of weird things they do. And I do have a concern we're going to see more of that in the future as we see people employed at these cannabis projects traveling these roads and see the increase in traffic there. And I don't think that was analyzed at all because they looked at data that's 3 years old. Let me move on to the baseline issue. I think that Commissioner Cooney raises a good point that however you come down on whether the baseline should or should not include the GHGs from the startup of the steam generator again, that's something that can lead to litigation. And our director of plowman has always advised us, I hope I'm not misstating what you've told us, but you know, if we can find a reason to approve or disapprove a project in policies and all that, that's probably a better way to go than fixating on the EIR and saying it's inadequate. I do believe it is inadequate. I believe it needs to include this startup, especially the steam generator, and it will make a huge difference if the EIR did include that. It would blow everything out of the water because that's going to be a 40% increase in GHGs in this county from what we've had the last 6 years. And who wants to claim that they're the one that was responsible for doing that? And we are not required to do the 3-year averaging based on 2014. That's an anomaly. That's a deviation from the norm. The norm is you start at the NOP date. But I can decide this case without resting my decision on that. I think that the real weak point here is the statement of overriding considerations. There's frankly no evidence for any of the points there. I'm surprised at that. I think the most important one is the first one that's discussed, and that is that this is important to approve this as a contribution to the California oil supply. But what we heard from Mr. Diddick was it's, you know, like less than 0.7% of the California oil supply that it'll add, which is a meaningless contribution. And I weigh that contribution to the California oil supply against the fact that I'm starting up a steam generator that's going to generate 40% more GHGs all of a sudden from what we've been at, that we're going to have a very dangerous highway in terms of risk of upset and other things. And I think, you know, in that balancing process, I can't say that I would support any statement of overriding considerations. So I think we've got to respect the fact we have a class 1 impact and that we deny this project. And so my motion will be to refer it to staff for another date to prepare findings that would say that we do not recommend approval of the project to the Board of Supervisors, or whatever formal way you need to put it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Lastly, I want to express my appreciation for Commissioner Briley for bringing up the point about development plan, and I do agree with her point as well that we can't make that finding. And it's good that she spoke first because she's smarter than I am.
You could always add it on too.
Hardly.
Very good. Okay. Well, I'll be kind of brief. Looks like we know what the vote's going to be. So, growing up around motorcycle guys, they always told me, you don't dress to ride, you dress for the fall. And so that means you gear up and you're ready for it. And I think what I heard today from the applicant is they've geared up and they're ready for it. I don't agree with Caltrans. I don't agree with them that 166 doesn't need more work. Not only are there oil and truck traffic on that road, as Commissioner Park mentioned, you know, think about all those dirty produce trucks on that road. We run hundreds of trucks through Santa Maria to pick up produce to distribute out across the United States. And 166 is the gateway. It's the only way across to Highway 5. It's the quickest route. And you go, unless you go all the way up to 46, up to Paso Robles. So it's kind of a horrible thing, really, the way I look at it. And whenever I drive that road, I kind of resent driving it. I think of the dangers on it, but I'm unable to point that to one operation because I'm part of the problem. But what I have learned, and I don't know, Commissioner Park, you're a little older than I, so you might be a slower learner on this one. I just drive 55 on that road. My blood pressure goes down, and I find that I can do what the old commercial used to say, watch out for the other guy. You know,
you're really the problem getting in the way of us.
I'm the problem. I'm pissing everybody out. No, if you just calm down, right, and know it's going to take you an hour to get over the hill. And I think there's great things going on in Cuyama and New Cuyama, and I'd like to see that continue. I think that's the biggest issue. The plant was running before. I guess the other side of the coin is they've been down since 2015, so they haven't been producing the greenhouse gases. So shouldn't they have a credit for that for at least the next 5 years, and then it would balance out. But the project was anticipated on running farther, and that was in the initial EIR. I guess we were talking about the public comment and everything, and so here's
that's just one of the
ones.
packets.
This is the stack that's for it. I did a quick count. There's 1,680 signatures here, and I was really surprised. It goes Buellton. They're from Buellton, Lompoc, Guadalupe, Los Alamos, Orchid. I could not believe there's ones from Carpinteria in here, Santa Maria, and then a small trickle of Cuyama.
Oh, and Galena. There was some Galena and Santa Barbara in there too.
Well, you have better eyes than I. It was pretty brief. So it looked like there was a lot of support for the project, and there is a lot of more vocal support against the project. But I would say there's a lot of interest in the project. So I would vote to move this on for approval to the Board of Supervisors. And with that, we will go back to Commissioner Cooney's hand is up, or?
No, it's left over.
Okay, let's go to Commissioner Park for his motion then.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yes, hi, this is John Zorovich. Thank you for your deliberations. So it looks like there's a direction to perhaps return for findings for denial. We heard from Commissioner Bridley that her preference was on the findings 2.5, which talks really about the proposed project will not be detrimental to the comfort, convenience, general welfare, health, and safety of the neighborhood, and will not be incompatible with surrounding area. I'm not sure if there are any other ones that the commission were looking for us to return to. There's one about adverse impacts will be mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. There was talk about uncomfortableness with the severity of the impacts. But I don't know, that wasn't expressed by the commission. So before we maybe take a vote, if that's the direction you want to go to, if we could get a little bit more input from your commission on which findings you'd like to see staff return to, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zorovich. And then Mr. Villalobos has pointed out to me that there is an attendee with their hand up, And I just wanted to point out that we had closed the hearing to public comment earlier in the day. And then with that, Commissioner Park, do you have some specific items for staff?
Well, I'm not trying to be evasive, but I did not go through the findings as thoroughly as Commissioner Bridley did. And there was a reason for that. It's not just that I'm lazy, but that we have a class 1 significant and unavoidable impact. And I can't find that there are overriding considerations. So that warrants denial of the project. And I don't know if that's somehow in the findings or what, but that's the basic point for this project or any other project. So does that help, or does that just make things worse for you, Mr. Zorovich?
Mr. Chair.
If you want to take a break, I'll look through all the findings and try to give you something more specific. But.
So, Mr. Chair, just I actually included that it's a fine. The overriding are 1.7 in the findings. So it's on page A7 of the staff report, attachment A. So the overriding considerations are there. If we could ask staff to, actually, I don't know what staff would do. They developed everything in terms of overriding considerations, and we're saying we don't think they're strong enough. So they probably are interested in specifics on how to redraft those. Is that right? And my point, Commissioner Park, is that there's about 3 pages there that has them listed out, and I didn't find them that persuasive. That's why I didn't want to approve them either. So
I can tell you this, I'm not prepared right now on the fly to go through all the findings and tell staff how to do them. I think you've heard the basis of our reasoning, and that happens all the time with staff, and then you do your best job to prepare alternate findings, and then we do our best job to review them at the time, and that's what I propose. Otherwise, take a break. I'll spend half an hour looking at the findings and tell you exactly what to say. But that's probably not the best.
I think you're on the right track, Commissioner Park.
Mr. Chair.
Wilson. Let me go to Mr. Wilson first, and then.
The Chair for any commissioners, just to provide some clarification and directions, because I'm hearing there's 2 different things. So if you look at the recommended motions, right, there's a couple of findings that we're asking you to make or actions. One is related to CEQA, and that's where the overriding considerations come in. There's been some conversations about not being able to make the CEQA findings related to the overriding considerations. But then the other one is to be able to make the findings to approve the project. So I believe what Mr. Zorovich is talking about is you can the commission either can say, well, we don't find that the CEQA document's adequate for these reasons, we can't make the CEQA findings, or for what I think Mr. Zorovich is talking about, you look at the findings on page A11, which starts with 2.1, which is the administrative findings. I think that's where Commissioner Briley was talking about, is that there's a finding related to development plans that you couldn't make. And so that's what I think Mr. Zorovich was talking about, is if there's a finding under the administrative findings related to development plans that you couldn't make, you would just highlight that and say, we are not able to make this finding because of its, safety to the general welfare and safety of the public, or something like that. So that's what staff's looking for, is those specific administrative findings. If that's the case, then we would provide that recommendation, those denials for the Planning Commission to review when we come back.
Okay. Mr. Zorovich?
Mr. Chair, yes, I think Mr. Wilson put it about as clear as I can. I guess I was kind of focusing on the administrative findings. Obviously, if your commission has some on the CEQA, but I think really, we don't need a whole lot of the findings. We don't need to make a ton of them. I just wanted to make sure that if we were going to do the administrative ones, we picked, if we came back with one and your commission wanted more, that's, then we'd have to recreate some. So I'd like to be prepared as best I could when we return. like I said, I think Commissioner Briley identified one of them. There's another one there with environmental impacts. That might be one I think that I've heard concerns from your commission that we could make. And if that's really it, that would be sufficient. We don't need to go through a detailed list unless your commission wants to.
Chair. Yeah, Chair Freeney and Commissioner Park, I'm just looking at the findings based on the conversation I heard today. I'm just going to put some findings out there for you to look at. And if those are the findings you're also thinking about, when you look at administrative findings 2.0, finding number 2 is adverse impacts will be mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. I think that ties into what Commissioner Park was talking about, or either Commissioner Briley or some of the commissioners regarding the overriding considerations and how we could make that under the administrative findings. The other one is number 3, streets and highways will be adequate and properly designed to carry the type and quantity of traffic generated by the proposed use. And then I think finding 5 is the proposed project will not be detrimental to the comfort, convenience, general welfare, health, and safety of the neighborhood and will not be incompatible with the surrounding area. Those are some of the high findings that potentially you could direct staff to look at and come back with findings for denial on those. So I turn it back over to you, Chair Freeney, if that provides some additional help.
Okay, we'll go back to Commissioner Briley and then Commissioner Park.
I was actually just going to pull up those two, number 2 and 3, which are on page A-12. On finding number 3, you're going to have to be careful about that because we have evidence from our traffic experts that says the highways are okay, but topically, that seems like a good finding to analyze. I would leave that in staff's opinion.
Commissioner Park.
So sometimes you folks on staff are so indirect that I can't understand you. Maybe it's just how old and stupid I'm getting. But are you somehow saying that we've got to focus on the administrative findings and ignore my main point that we can't make the statement of overriding considerations? Is that mutually exclusive that somehow we deal with, please go away, that we can only focus on the administrative findings and we can't say that we can't support the statement of overriding considerations to overcome this class 1 impact. I understand Commissioner Cooney's point about let's not necessarily get into the baseline issue because that's going to lead to significant litigation on EIR and maybe is too controversial to have to deal with right now. But the statement of overriding considerations, we have a lot of discretion about that, obviously. That's all about discretion, and there's almost no evidence there. And I think it's an important point. So are you somehow saying it's got to be either that or the administrative findings, or can't you do both?
The Chair Freeney and Commissioner Parkett, I will own the problem of overly simplifying it. It's within, and I'm going to steal from council's comments, the broad discretion of the commission on what findings they can or can't make. When you look at the motions that were recommended to the planning commission, number 2 talks about what Commissioner Park is talking about which is CEQA. So the planning commission provides direction to staff saying we can't recommend to the board of supervisors to adopt the final SER because we can't make the overriding considerations, and that's direction to staff. So yes, you can provide that direction. Yeah, what we're doing is oversimplifying it and saying if you can't approve the project, then we just focus on the administrative findings and we don't have to worry about the CEQA because we just can't support the project. But we can.
Problem with that. Okay.
Let me finish real quick.
Sure. Then
we can, with direction from the commission, if you can't make the CEQA findings, then that impacts being able to support the project. And so if the commission wants to give us direction to come back with findings that you can't support CEQA, then we'll do that. And then if you look at number 3, which is findings for the project, if there's findings that you can't make, we only have to not make one of them. So it's not consistent with the findings. So to make our lives easier, I'm being so totally selfish now, is just clear direction to direct staff we can't make findings for CEQA because we can't support the overriding considerations, and we can't support the project for these reasons. We can't make these findings. That's helpful to staff, and then we'll package that and bring it back at a later date. So it doesn't have to be exclusive, Commissioner Park, to answer your question.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want you to cover all the bases. And there's a practical concern I have about that, because this is a communication from the Planning Commission to the board. And if we pick the easiest, least controversial thing and just pick one finding not to make out of the administrative findings, it's not communicating to the board that there's a majority here that feels that there's not been an adequate statement of overriding considerations. And I don't get to go to the board and argue what we did. You folks meet with them all the time, and I want to make sure that they got the message. And that's why I wanted it in the findings. So yes, have the finding that we can't certify the EIR or whatever it is you just talked about, and have also that we can't make some of the administrative findings, and include the whole package, put it in front of us. And when we get to that next hearing, which is either Friday or somewhere in the future, and we can look at it again a little bit more carefully. I can't see anything but your face right now. I'm not looking at the documents, and I really can't weigh in very well on what exact words to focus on.
Okay. Commissioner Cooney has been waiting very patiently. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chair. I agree with Commissioner Park that, like a case that's been decided in court, the prevailing party is given by the judge the responsibility of supporting the judgment that they've won. And I've looked to staff all these years to come up with a recommendation based on our positions. And I have no doubt that Mr. Zorovich and Mr. Briggs for two, and the rest of the staff that worked so hard on this can come up with any other recommendations, because all we're doing here is going to the board, as Commissioner Park said, with a 3-2 vote, likely, to come back with findings for denial. And I leave it to staff to take what we've said about that today. And if it takes a week, 2 weeks, I still think we're being efficient with staff and the commission's time to get this all done today and not take another day of hearings on Friday.
So Chair Friendly, I'm going to jump in on this awkward silence. I think we kind of beat this one to death.
Yes.
So if I could just kind of reframe it, my understanding is at some point, Commissioner Park may make a motion that would be to direct staff to go and come back to draft findings for recommend denial or inability to make the findings on CEQA due to overriding considerations. And then 3, an inability to make the findings related to the administrative findings for the project. So we will come back at a later time with those 2 components for the Planning Commission to review, talking with staff, and based on being able to do a complete and thorough job and looking at the projection report, we're asking to come back on November 3rd. So that way we can make sure that we capture what is done. Did Commissioner Park, did I summarize that okay? Or we?
You did, and I want to say so moved. And to include coming back on November 3rd for us to consider those findings, those negative findings for denial that you prepare. Do I need to articulate the motion any further? I thought Secretary Wilson did a very good job, and I'm adopting his version of it.
Mr. Chair, I'll second the motion for purposes of discussion.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, the only thing that would concern me is I don't want to go through the public hearing process again. Is there any way we can vote on the denial and subject to our further approval, it may be even on a consent calendar for the reasons for denial.
Ms. Richardson.
Chair Freeney and Commissioner Blau, especially if we'll be having new documents coming back, I would suggest taking public comment on the Friday the next hearing. And you can limit them just to the new documents.
Okay, if we can limit them just to the findings that's being prepared, that would be great. That would make me very happy.
Okay, so I think we've got it. Then we have a motion and a second.
I do have a question about the date.
Yes, Commissioner Park.
Just the things that I remember sometimes. I have a very important court appearance to wrap up a case on November 3rd in Santa Maria. And that's okay because it seems to always coincide with these meetings. And then I just kind of show up late and so forth. But that kind of depends on what's on the agenda. So if this is the only thing on the agenda for November 3rd, then it's kind of hard for me to guarantee I can participate in time. I'd try to. And so is there an earlier date you could do this or alternatively, are there other things on the November 3rd agenda that Commissioner Freeney could get going first and then we could do this?
Chair Freeney, we got a gym in the 2nd district, a CUP for a gym in the 2nd district. So if that's first on the agenda, maybe we can get through that. You will even arrive in enough time to vote on that, but it won't be your district's important findings, right? Do I have that right, Secretary Wilson? It seems like. So maybe we just put the 2nd on the November 3rd agenda?
So yeah, Chair Freeney and Commissioner Bradley and Commissioner Park, there on November 3rd, there is a conditional use permit that is already listed there. I don't anticipate it being very long. So I don't know how much time constraints you have, Commissioner Park, on the 3rd in order to make the hearing.
Usually I'm done for those around 9:30ish. My last hearing in this case, which was pretty significant, we didn't really, the judge didn't get to us and render his ruling until about 11:15. That's unlikely. I think that I'm going to be done by 9:30, but it's conceivable otherwise. If there's other stuff to do, that should work.
So I can make a suggestion? Maybe we don't start the meeting until 9:30 or 10 o'clock. Can we do that?
That's a good idea.
So Chair Freeney and Commissioners, that could be an option. Another option is it does take us, like today, it took us like 45 minutes to get through the administrative agenda. And then we have a project. So I wouldn't anticipate us getting to this until probably maybe 10:30, even 10:45. So if Commissioner Park can make it by then, otherwise we can just take a break until he arrives and then we can start the hearing on this one.
Well, it doesn't sound like we're going to be more than 3 hours in the hearing. So if we started at, no more than 2 hours. So if we started at 10 o'clock, we'll be out of here by lunch break and we won't be coming back after lunch. I don't care how you do it.
That'll work.
Yeah, that'll work, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
Secretary Wilson, can you make 10 o'clock work?
We can make 10. Well, I'm going to look to Mr. Villalobos because there is a noticing thing. I think we could start at 9 and we just do it. We could do a time certain for this one to occur, and then just kind of play it by ear. I'm a little bit hesitant about changing times. It kind of messes up Mr. Villalobos' life with changing that.
Let's just give it a shot.
9 o'clock. Okay, regular time. Okay.
And then one last thing. One last thing after this motion. I don't want anybody to run away because we do need to cancel Friday's meeting.
That's right.
You stole my thunder. Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
No.
Chair Farini.
No?
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay.
So I'll make the motion to cancel Friday's meeting.
Good.
And I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Wilson, are we all done?
Could I say one more thing?
Yes, please, Commissioner Park.
We heard a lot of really interesting things today. The thing that caught my attention more than anything else was Ms. Ibarra's wonderful personal news.
Yes.
And, the process of conception and pregnancy and delivery and development of a child is it's happened billions of times, but it's still an absolute miracle. And so I'm very happy for you, and congratulations, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
And Mr. Chair, I just would like to add, a special thank you to Mr. Saracedo for interpreting today's hearing. I know he always does such a wonderful job.
Yes, great work. Very good.
One last thing from me, Mr. Park, you're gonna puppy there, Andy, or?
We want to see the puppies.
If you can wait
Where are the
20
puppies?
seconds, you can wait 20 seconds.
Wait 20 seconds. I want to see your puppies.
How many
I
of you-
want to wait 20 seconds.
I can only carry about 6 at a time, if even that. Maybe I'll just get one.
Bring us the puppies. Wait, where's Director Plowman? She really wants to see the puppies. I know that. Somebody better get her on. Take a look.
I don't have confidence that Commissioner Park will return in 20 seconds.
He has a tendency to leave. and
I have a day's.
the internet goes out. Maybe the dogs ate the cable.
So for agenda purposes, I'm going to count this as this is planning commissioners informational items.
Yeah. See if it ends up in the minutes.
Everybody hung on to see the puppies. Well, because actually that day, Commissioner Park got here pretty darn on time, right?
No.
This is Pierre. You saw him last time.
Oh my God.
As big as he was when you saw him just a few weeks ago. They're gaining as much as 10 ounces a day. Can you imagine gaining 15% of your body weight in one day? That's a lot of chocolates, right? But anyway, what they're doing. And you can see now. And now I can see his uncle. And they're all excited to see, what's this?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Great. Well, thanks.
Always a pleasure.
See you soon.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks, you guys. That's so cute. That is so adorable.